get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. you see the drip and its lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. And the world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way we choose now.
Well, day one of the European qualifier number 6 has come and gone, and still the opportunities remain open for many teams to follow the dream of making the London Major and of making Worlds. But today, the vision of the future could become a lot clearer as we play our best of 7 playoffs. No second lives from here on out. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series European Qualifier number 5. I'm Leaf, and we are ready to get into the action. 30 minutes of yapping, and then we get to the gameplay. Cole, Stumpy, and Johnny here to break everything down with me. Cole, you excited? The last playoff.
Super excited, yeah. I mean, it's gone quick, and there's still one more chance for EU for maybe 1 or 2 permutations to take shape here, going into London, and certainly going into Worlds. I mean, there's still a lot on the line.
That's true. Stumpy, I'm gonna pull up the season schedule here and just point out like where we are. We're getting near the end, Stumpy, of this entire season. This is the last weekend for Europe, APAC, OC as well going on. And then it's just lands from here on out.
It's crazy. Like, we're the last stand of the online shows. We started all the way back in January. Do you remember? It was like 6 odd months ago. It was all cold. It was all chilly. But now it's all warm and toasty. And we've still got 2 lands upcoming. London, I am extraordinarily excited for. Back to the Copper Box. Then that World Championship, even more sunny, even brighter, over in Fort Worth, Texas. More barbecue for us.
Johnny, I feel like this has just flown by. Like I can't believe that we're already. I mean, it's less majors than we're used to, right? Like it is a bit of a quicker season, but the fact that we're almost near the end, Johnny, is mind blowing to me.
I mean, that's just because you're getting old, Leaf. I'm sure all of the all the zoomers watching are thinking, "Can we get to summer already? I want to go on holiday. I want to watch some Rocket League lands." But yeah, I as a fellow old man, it is flying by. It's going by very quickly, and I'm excited because the whole season still feels relevant. I feel like every match that's happened this season it does play a part in predictions, play a part in expectations for the upcoming line in London as well as the World Championship in Dallas.
Yeah, and that World Championship, though, that's where the real test for these teams are going to be. Get your tickets, rl.gg/RLCS Texas. That's September. That's a ways away. So they're going to have, of course, the London Major to really test their might and then make sure they can run that endurance. They stay on top as we go and head to our Worlds. But that is a ways away here. We have a lot more to talk about before we get to Worlds, so let's dive into some of that stuff. First off, I mentioned APAC and OCE. We always like to give you guys an update because they are the last regions here with Europe playing on this weekend. So in case you're not catching those, if they're not in a time zone that you are able to watch, we want to let you know what's going on here. But I do want to mention Vitality, the only European team so far clinched through to London Major.
Yeah, they weren't the team that we were expecting to be the number 1 here in EU going into the second split, but since it started, they have been on top. 1 or 2 awkward days, but for the most part, I'd say mechanically and sort of skill cap-wise, they've been our most consistent team. So it's good to see them definitely represented back in London.
As I said, let's talk about APAC and OC. APAC, Johnny, this has been a battle, very specifically, of 2 teams right now.
Yeah, and you can see their Elevate in the semi-final in the top half of the bracket there. They were the team who played in Copenhagen, but their main challenge, Gladiators, just took the previous event to this one. Gladiators have recruited the talents of Tho from Europe, and Elevate have brought in ZPS from NA. So really elevating the skill level in the region for this final split. But if you've missed everything, don't worry, because it's probably all going to come down to just one match to decide who goes to the major. As you can see, they're both tied in the split points right now. Elevate and Gladiators, same amount of points. That means whoever wins the event tomorrow, we're assuming that they're both going to make the final. They are 2 strongest teams in the region. Whoever wins that goes to the major. But not only that, whoever wins that final, should the 2 teams play in it, will also make Worlds, because there's currently an 8-point gap between them in the overall season standings, and you get 4 points more for winning the event and 5 points for simply being at the London Major. They wouldn't even have to win a series or a game or score a goal at the London Major. If Gladiators can just beat Elevate in this event that happens tomorrow, then they will make Major and Worlds. If you're wondering when you can watch that, it's at 7 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. Or is it daylight time now? I think it's daylight time. Wherever the time zone is, Eastern. Eastern time, 7 a.m. You're going to need to get up early. For Europeans, it's at 1 p.m. Central European.
Oh, lovely.
It's I don't know. if this is a good thing, Stumpy, if you were the team, it comes down to this one final match, right? You win, you're in both to London, to Worlds. Does that make your London run a little bit like less stressful then? Like, do you think maybe one of these teams might be able to form a bit better knowing, hey, we've got Worlds locked in?
I think they've got independent worries, right? Like, your first one is just the immediate one. Beat the other team. Elevate beat Gladiators, Gladiators beat Elevate. Get that done in your home setting, and at that point you can then look at London, because you're thinking, now we have 2 lands to prove ourselves even further, as APAC have been doing for the last couple of years over in Dusseldorf, Germany. APAC suddenly were having breakout wins, actual series that they were managing to take down against non-APAC or SSA regions. So yeah, it's very exciting. I think there's just going to be other worries on their minds at each individual event, but all coming down to tomorrow for the rest of the season is crazy. You've got to watch it.
It's exciting. As both Stumpy and Johnny just said, make sure you're tuning into that. But we also did mention OCE is up here, and I actually believe we have a special field reporter standing by. There's one expert, I've been told, ready to talk about OCE. Who is it? It's CJ. What are you doing?
What was that?
Well, we were told you're an expert, and you're standing by to give us an update on the OCE region.
Oh, we're going hopping mad down here, Leaf. I'm glad you asked. There's absolute chaos. Give us a quick look at the bracket if we could. OCE, everything is going bananas. We just had the playoffs, the quarterfinals. We're into the semi-finals. Chiefs and Pioneers, that's your battle for number 2. Power, they're already through to London, already through to the World Championships over in Dickies Arena as well. But it's all about Chiefs and Pioneers. That semi-final tomorrow. If Chiefs win, they are through to London. Pioneers, they have to win the entire event to force a tiebreaker with the Chiefs, but Chiefs, they're looking to just get that job diddly done right there. Looking at the major points you can see. So they're a couple of wins away, the Pioneers. They need to win the whole thing and beat Power if they want that tiebreaker. But Worlds is where it matters as well. Let's flick over to the next page and take a quick look at that. Pioneers still have a little bit of a head start, Johnny. So Chiefs, they'll need to be getting a couple of points over there. They can't just go to London and bomb out. They need to get a nice little win or two to secure themselves the World Championships.
It's absolutely bonkers. I want to point out as well, if Pioneers win tomorrow against Chiefs, that's an 8-point gap. So even if Chiefs go to the major, they need to get 2 wins in Swiss. CJ, are they getting 2 wins in Swiss if Chiefs go to the major? Can they do that? Is that something they're capable of?
Sorry, mate, I can't hear. I've got these four-legged kangaroos behind me. I'm a little bit distracted, but they might be able to go to round 5. I think they can go to round 5. Cheers, boys. I'll see you in a minute.
Oh man,
Cheers,
take safe out there. Take care. It looks that was mighty dangerous. It was dangerous.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's actually out there, Cole.
Scary.
I know, that's why we don't go over there. We don't want to be attacked by odd-looking 4-legged kangaroos. I mean, we're not cut out for all of that, like CJ's. And also, that chalky milk looked delicious. I've got water. I'm staying hydrated.
That's boring,
so
Cole. That's very boring. All right, we'll have to top up the chalky milks later on, but let's take a look at who's already made it to the World Championship. As you can see, NA's the only squad, the only region that's locked in all 4 of their teams. Johnny, we still have a lot of TBDs left to go.
Yeah, Twisted Minds need to do some more work to make it through the MENA spot. Obviously, we talked about APAC and OCE already, and yeah, South America. Team Secret are almost a formality. They need 1 win over there in SAM, but yeah, EU also feels like a bit of a formality at this point when it comes to major spots, not Worlds. We'll talk about that more later when it comes to Carbine Corp versus Oxygen. That is a massive world scenario that we're going to need to pay attention to today.
Right, as you can see on the sidebar, scenarios coming a little bit, so we'll give you some time to get your brain cells moving and then try to lock those in. It's not too complicated. It's not too crazy. For now, let's get a recap to everyone that may have missed what went down yesterday. We had our Swiss bracket dropping in. It's one of our favorites. 3 in, 3 losses, and then you're out. And it gives teams a chance to, forge their stories through this, a couple second lives. But a lot of stories develop in this. So we want to dive into a couple of these before we get into our single elimination playoff bracket. One of the first ones, Cole, that was really exciting, we followed here on the mainstream all day, was Resolve, the squad, but they didn't quite make it at the end.
Yeah, it started off so well for Resolve. They were up against Sir in the opening match on the mainstream, and they smashed them. It was 3-0. I think their day sort of pivoted good on a 3-0 loss to 100%. After that, it's so difficult because you're going to have to face someone in round 5. That someone ended up being Gentlemates Alpine, and I mean, we're looking at this highlight reel now, and it's doing Resolve fairly dirty. There's a lot of Gentlemates goals and not too much in the way of Resolve. I think, though, that it just wasn't their best day at the office, Johnny. We've seen them perform a lot better, and sadly, they couldn't quite get over the line.
Yeah, it's also Gentlemates who needed this win to make the playoffs, so they're going to be fully locked in, which makes it even more difficult to beat them. We know what they can do when the pressure reaches a climax, and they've got something to prove still online. They're defending major champions, but online, they are still fighting to prove that they can win an event. They're the only big French org not to win one this season.
Stumpy, this was a narrative we were pushing for so long. There was talks about it, trying to push it away. How do we feel now about Cash in that squad?
Cash, he's a very interesting player. I think it's going to be exciting to see what he does this next season. But another region that is very exciting, Johnny, at the moment, is when we look towards Italian Rocket League. It's back all of a sudden.
Well, we're always talking about, the UK scene, the French scene, of course, the Spanish scene, German, Dutch scene, lots of scenes in Europe. But yeah, the Italian Rocket League scene is on the come up this season. They've yet to make a top 8 consistently. We had, Hyder with Bellegal doing that a couple times. But yeah, Low Block yesterday, they had a decent run through the bracket. They actually took down Wild, who beat Vitality. So Low Block are basically better than Vitality. And then Novo Esports, they beat Jobless, which is a huge win. Actually finished off 9th in Swiss. And neither of these teams were able to make it. Why are we showing this? Okay,
Look away now.
Don't worry, we'll look away. It's just they both have an English player in the team, so that's coping for the Italian scene about the 9-1. But yeah, the Italian Rocket League scene has definitely got quite a few solid players here starting to get results in the main events.
But then I think a team that went really under the radar is Lunar Galaxy. Like, they finished 3rd, bear in mind, in our Swift. They only lost to BDS, the first seed going through to the playoff bracket. They went through in 4 series. That was an amazing day for them yesterday. I feel like because we were so focused on Resolve and the Major and Worlds, very understandably, that they sort of snuck through. And I saw a couple of them posts on social media too from Tox saying he's so happy. Like, we're seeing that this is the last event that they've got, being able to show off what they can do. Their teamwork across the board looked absolutely stunning, and the only loss going to BDS is, I think, that is such a quality loss for them.
Right. But, I mean, Luna Galaxy, it's good to see them through. It's unfortunate we didn't have them on mainstream at the beginning there, but one of the other stories coming in this was KC. Yeah, Carmine Court, we just saw them smooshing some other teams there.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, we're asking Cole, are they back? Is this it? But the run they had wasn't the most difficult, I'd say, out of what they could have had.
I mean, what I love is the fact that all 3 of them were the top 3 performing according to the shift rankings, and that is because they were scoring 10 goals here and there, which was fun. The teams they beat were, I believe, the 3 lowest seeds in the event. So it's difficult to really say, like, oh my god, Carmine Corp are amazing, after beating Solary, Low Block, and Novo Esports, who, no disrespect to them, but they're teams that you would expect Carmine Corp to
on
beat.
On the day, though, Nova played quite well. They actually they were better than a bottom 3 seed team yesterday, so that's a decent win.
But they didn't get 10-1'd, so it's like, if Casey is capable of 10-1ing a team.
Novo beat Jobless yesterday, the same day, and then Carmine Corp just destroyed them. So I mean, KC, they destroyed the 3 teams they beat. The only result I'm worried about is they lost to Luna Galaxy. That is not good news for them coming into today.
Right. Well, that's what we're saying is, like, are they back? Have they figured out what they need to do? Because their matchup today against Oxygen, that's our last one today. That's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, if looking at the matches based on yesterday, I'm saying they're on their way back. They've got their key in the front door, but it's going to be up to Oxygen whether they're going to be allowed to enter to make sure they are going to be back.
That's true. But hey, before we end off on our highlights, we have to always get to our top 3. I love my top 3. So let's see what we got on the board here. Let's go down the line, Cole, if you want to start us off at our number 3.
Here we go, beautiful little starter right here, and we have the man, the magician is Zen, who jumps, he turns around, he backflips, flip cancels for a perfect flick into the top corner. I mean, look at this first touch here. Perfectly in front of him. He's already on his way. And then the postage stamp finish. You gotta love it.
It's wonderful. And something a little bit different we've seen today as well is we have a save in our top plays. Ixo gets a bit of a shocker of a touch here, taking it away from his teammate. But I truly don't care about that because look at that recovery. He's outrageous. outrageous. This touch, who cares? Go to the ceiling, go to the backboard, and then flick right in front of the net. That is probably the best save I've ever seen in the RLCS.
Yeah, I think Issa said that himself, his best save he's ever had. But check this out from low block against Vitality to start off the day. We have a flip reset, mid-air pass, and then right back to the initial attacker. We've got a brilliant connection here. I mean, what a pass that is for the 1-2 play. Goal of the day goes to the Italian Rocket League team. I told you, they're on the way up.
Italy's back.
I always love a good aerial passing play like that where someone's already up and you just hit them. I mean, the amount of times in ranked we've all just accidentally been there and the ball hit us. Doesn't it feel great?
I feel like your ranked is a lot more choreographed than mine, because whenever I just float like that, I'm either completely ignored or I miss it or I mess it
Oh, no,
up,
it's
and everyone
definitely
stops
falling
thinking
with
it's
style. It is not
that. I
intentional.
see. That's the bit I'm forgetting. I just fall like a fool.
All right, before we get to some serious business here, we want to lighten things up with another game. Every time we've tried to play this, we've had some problems.
Why are we
So
playing this
fingers
person
crossed,
game lead?
This is the
we
one.
get through it this time. It's time for silhouettes again. We got some silhouettes of
We
teams.
go again, baby.
We're going to guess who they are as a squad and try to lock in if we can get them. So let's throw one up on the board before anything can go wrong. All right, who do we think this is?
Oh, I feel
I
like
think I know.
it's
Jack
clearly,
involved
it's
as
clearly
well.
a glasses wearer.
Yeah,
That's
we
not a
got
Rettles neck in the
glasses.
middle.
It's not a Rails neck.
Not a
at all,
Rettles
no.
neck.
No, it isn't.
Are these still people at Copenhagen, by the way?
These are teams everywhere,
We must be
all around
running
the
out
world
of
at this
people in
point.
Copenhagen.
Yeah, Copenhagen, I think, is not a criteria anymore.
I feel like
think
Oh, it's
person-
not.
Isn't he?
the
I've been
person on the
told
left
that it
to
might
me
not be. Yeah.
looks like Raiseball wearing glasses. Like, therefore, I don't think it's Raiseball.
Do you want to try to lock one in, or we stop?
No, I've got
My
it.
immediate thought was
Stumpy?
Carving
Yeah, what?
No, I know exactly who it is, and you'll feel silly.
Who
It
is it?
is Solary, Astral, K-Dop,
how-
Sure Set.
Wait, you're right.
Oh my God.
Solary's
There we
Don't
go.
you remember them at Copenhagen where they
That's-
finished
No,
17th?
no, they're not in Copenhagen, guys. Doesn't
I'll
matter.
tell you what, though. Look at the jawline on Chaussette there. It's just
I know.
outrageous.
ridiculous.
All right, who we got
phenomenal
here?
stuff.
Someone wearing a
Chaussette.
hat, someone with hair.
I think
Someone, most people don't have hair.
Is that BDS with extra back in the day?
What
Is
would
it
that?
current
Why
rosters?
would we show?
Is that a-
Surely
is
not.
that
Why would we have Solary?
Because they're a current team. You're saying BDS has two
yesterday.
roster
They're
changes
former world champions.
3 years ago.
He
The
did wear
player
his
synonymous
cap
with
very low
baseball
like
cap
that, though.
is
He
extra.
did.
That is an
He
extra
did.
level baseball cap right there.
The middle person looks kind of like Joyo potentially. Don't you think?
Oh no!
Who's
Wait,
gonna
wait,
lock
wait.
in?
Could the cap be Jan? He always wears the cap. He likes.
Ooh,
his,
I was
likes
thinking
his
Jan
cap.
as well.
Right?
He's got the
And,
Burberry.
wait,
rocks
yeah, ish. Could it be?
Okay, all right.
I don't know
I'll
if
put it
it's
with
down.
Johnny here. Yeah.
Is it
You
Vuri?
think? Okay.
All
All
right.
in the middle.
Okay. Lock them in.
I'm not
Okay.
confident.
This is
here.
BDS.
I'm not confident
If
either.
it's BDS.
If that's extra, I am out of here.
Oh,
wild! Goodness.
That's outrageous.
Come on, guys. How could you not have gotten
How
that?
did you guys not know it was Uncle Bill?
How do we have the
Uncle
silhouette
Bill!
for Uncle Bill? This
Of course it's Uncle Bill.
I would argue that 2021 BDS is way more relevant. Anyway,
Right.
move on.
complexity.
Oh, that's...
That is definitely, yeah.
Gale
Complexity,
Force
sure.
No,
Esports.
they look
Yeah,
like
no,
Rise's ears. On the right.
really?
It looks like Rise's ears.
Oh wait, maybe no. Is it?
Do you know what I
is
mean, though?
tricky.
It looks like his
No,
head shape with,
there's no way
with the broccoli hair.
They've really gone off. I think they've gone
No,
off the rails
I-
a bit today. It can't be K. The KC's too
This
obvious.
has to be complexity.
It could be Atto on the left.
Complexity. CRR in the middle.
I'm locking it. That's raisable for sure.
Oh, maybe that's
right.
Raiseball, yeah.
It's raisable for
okay.
sure.
Yeah.
My Raiseball
100%.
senses were tingling.
Let's go.
It was
That's
the
it.
wrong
So it's
one.
the old,
it. We
it's
did
the old
it.
complexity. They've got Diaz in the roster now, but this is with Dorito, right?
Yeah.
I rest my case. It could have been BDS.
It was not BDS. So
Current
you're still
rosters are-
wrong.
It's never BDS. Why are you still talking about it?
Because it's old rosters.
Right, bear with me. Silhouette on the right, CJ. It gives me CJ vibes.
I think that's Yuki on the
yeah.
left. That's Yuki on the left.
Yeah, that's Yuki on that. Right,
Are you
cool.
right?
Now name
Yeah, the hair.
Yukio's
The hair
team.
kind of gives it away, right?
His hair is like gaining value left to right. It's going up in stocks.
He's like the opposite Farah. Like it's tilting the opposite way. His hair.
Yeah, Perez does go the other way. Like
Yeah, it does.
What's
slopes
Farah
downwards.
backwards?
Yeah, we need a side-by-side comparison of the hair trajectories here.
So it's Yukio, CJ. Did they ever play on a team together?
I don't think
And
so.
then it
Not
looks
Yukio.
like
I don't think it's Yukio. I don't think it's
Cool,
Yukio.
CJ.
I don't know who it is, but I don't think it's Yukio or CJ.
Do we?
Maybe the right silhouette, bear with me, is Bluey. Does Bluey play for anybody at the moment?
Blue.
He was in the qualifier. I don't think he made a main event this season, did he?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to FC Barca with Alpha and Devo. I'm locking it in.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, we're going with Stumpy.
Yeah, we have no idea about this one. This is tough.
Does chat know?
Oh, that's Endpoint.
Oh my word.
We're in hard mode here.
Arju's got the upwards hair. Mm-hmm. That's who it is. Okay, well, they're actually playing
tricky
this.
one.
This is very tricky.
We have
We'll see more
one
of
more.
them later.
Yeah.
Okay,
4.
this is cheating. They got 4 players. Is it us, 4v3 pros?
Oh, no, do any of us have that hair on the right, though? Like, middle right?
Second left could be Shogi.
I don't think it's
None of these heads are big enough to be Shogun.
Surely it has to be a coach in there, not just us.
I mean, it was the Americans last time, wasn't it?
There's definitely no Farah in here. We can tell you
That's
that for a
Rise.
fact.
That's got to be Rise. And the right.
Mate, not every ear is Rise's ear. I keep
It's
telling
Rise's
you.
ears and Rise's broccoli hair.
Yeah.
Surely, but we've seen Farah's hair. We've seen Farah's hair silhouette like so many times, and this isn't it. Maybe it's a different Farah.
No, but it's still slightly slanted though,
I feel like maybe it's
picture.
right?
I
It's
feel
just
like
there's just no product in it.
middle left to me is screaming Torsos. Like that gives me Torsos vibes. So I'd like to go. No one's with me here. That looks like Torsos.
I don't know. So what do we?
So
I don't think
Chief
so.
season
KC
3.
Power.
No,
This is so hard.
Which one?
London
Fuck it.
Moist. London Moist, baby. This is going to be
I
Rise
don't
Joy
mind London
Vatira.
voice. I don't mind that. That makes.
Those are
that kinda makes
Rise's
sense.
ears, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Come on,
This is going
Let's
to
see
be
who it is.
surely.
Oh, what's this?
You did get Rise's ears. And Rise Joy Vatira.
What have
Yeah,
they done
Rise-
to us?
Guys, right here. And Justin, of course.
And
Okay.
cheeky Justin.
If anybody got that, fair play. But that's a bit.
If anybody in chat said, "Oh, it's Vatira, Justin, Rise, and Joyo,"
We'll look back and see if anyone
You're
got it.
cheating.
You won one RLCS
okay.
point.
Production's trolling us right now. That was a great fun. Good job, chat. I
and
don't
the
know.
stream
Did you
didn't
guys-
break. The stream
Yeah,
didn't
we
break.
did it.
We did the segment without stream deck.
That is a
one,
W.
One in
That
chat
is
if you
a-
like the silhouette game and you want to play more of it in future pre-shows because we love the silhouette game.
That was super fun.
We need to. Yeah, we're gonna need to come up with some weird combinations to keep this going. We're running out of super
Playing that
many.
on LAN will be really funny. Having everyone screaming names.
We'll see. We'll see if we get that down. But we do have to get serious now. It's time to lock in. Get your thinking caps on because it's time for scenarios. Just a reminder, what's on the line here? $21,000 for first place, 20 points, then 16-12 afterwards. These are all important points and wins for the teams coming up here. Let's talk these scenarios before we get to kick off. Stumpy, let's talk about the major first.
Okay, so when we're looking towards the major, we've got 3 teams that are currently vying to get there. You see them in joint second, Gentlemates, Oxygen, and Team BDS. Right now, they have all guaranteed at least a tiebreaker. And if we want to be as entertaining as North America, Jobless need to win the entire event for that tiebreaker to happen. And Gentlemates, Oxygen, and Team BDS all need to lose their quarterfinal matchups for the 4-way tiebreaker. We can actually take a look at Jobless's dream bracket for that to happen if Jobless are to have a shout at getting to the major.
Hey, we don't ask for much. We do not ask for much. This is all we're asking for. Please.
Endpoint, please.
The Rocket League gods, please give us this bracket for the 4-way tie. I know it's a lot to ask, but hey, we don't. We never. When have we ever asked for a 4-way tie before?
Exactly.
Like,
And North America, they smashed it out. They did a brilliant job. It was so exciting. That would then make this happen. And then we then have Jobless joining that joint second place with BDS, Oxygen, and Gentlemates. And the reason why that's their dream bracket is because then they will have 2 series that they can play in order to get through into the major. If then they just go through with 3, then it's a lot harder for them. However, if a single of these teams ends up winning, they then get themselves, of course, out of that tiebreaker. And if all of them, Gentlemates, Oxygen, and Team BDS, end up winning their quarterfinal series, then that will mean that Jobless, even if they win the entire event, won't be going to the major.
And they'll officially join G2 in the Fun Police clan.
You know.
Obviously denied the 4-way tie in NA. Right now, G2 are the solo Fun Police team. Actually, the entirety of South America kind of in there because they had a 4-way tie world, which didn't even make it to Sunday. But yeah, they're all on the line here. Are they fun or are they party poopers? BDS, Carmine Corp, Gentlemates, or sorry, Gentlemates and Oxygen. We're looking at you guys. Be fun.
Come on. Be
Do the right thing.
Be fun and lose, please. Thank
Do
you.
the right thing.
Fingers crossed here. Well, then we look forward to our season points and what's going on here, Cole.
Yeah, so basically it's a little bit simpler to an extent. Gentlemates, they clinch worlds if they defeat Lunar Galaxy. So they could clinch worlds today, pretty much. Team Vitality clinch worlds if Oxygen defeat Carmine. So they'll be rooting for Oxygen against Carmine. Team BDS clinch worlds if Team BDS defeat Endpoint. So another team that only need to win. But they don't only need to win, actually, because I lied. Because also Oxygen need to defeat Carmine Corp. Oxygen, meanwhile, cannot clinch worlds in this event. Even if they win every single game 7-0, win it all 4-0 from here, they still have to do a lot of work at the major. Depending on how KC do, they'll have to finish anywhere from top 8 to winning the entire major to make worlds, which is crazy.
I mean, for Oxygen, this has to be exciting that they are still in talks, especially given just the slow start to the season, how Joyo Stumpy has just rejuvenated that roster.
Yeah, Oxygen are looking very scary at the moment, and that is going to be the final series of the day. Spoilers for when we look towards our schedule, but that's where everything lies. Carmine Corp versus Oxygen. It looks towards the major. It looks towards World. Everything on the line in that series.
Let's take a look at our predictions real quick. The homework out of the way there somehow. Well, this is just from yesterday, so it's pretty close. I just was curious how Shogun was doing in the season overall.
Really well. I'm actually pleasantly surprised how well Shogun is doing. I thought he'd be doing worse than this by now.
He's easy to find. You could find Shogun on every predictions graphic this season with half of a monitor.
Just look out.
It's going to be on the right hand side every time.
Anyways, here's your playoff bracket. Single elimination going forward. Let's show you the schedule because it's not straight up and down. It's not going from bottom to top, top to bottom. We zigzag a little bit in there. We got K-Corp Oxygen as the exciting finale here for our quarterfinals. But first up, it's all about Team BDS and Endpoint. Endpoint managing to squeak their way in here into these talks. This is fantastic. Johnny, though, BDS, we saw it for our favorites. We want them to lose here. We want Endpoint to be our saviors.
Yeah, this is the first time Toxic's been in the top 8, and he gets to play against BDS, so not going to be an easy one. But BDS have lost in the quarterfinal once already. This split, we had the qualifier 4. They dropped their quarterfinal in game 7, failing to reverse sweep resolve. So this isn't, it's not been an easy round for BDS. Actually in the last event as well, they kind of kicked it into high gear when they made it into the semi-final. But yeah, I do think BDS are going to be too much for them here. They're the champions they just won the last event, so how could we possibly think Endpoint win this? But like we talked about already, if Endpoint can win this and it keeps that tiebreaker scenario alive just a little bit longer, so I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Team BDS trying to play spoiler to clinch their own time at Worlds. They need to defeat Endpoint here, as mentioned earlier, and have Oxygen defeat Carmine Corp. So they won't lock anything in here, but it'll certainly be feeling a lot better if they can end up winning it. And shout out to Endpoint as well. I mean, the three of them, last time around, they didn't even make the top 16, and now here they are in the top 8. It's a huge turnaround between them and their coach, Andy the Mandy, Stumpy. And it's good to see Endpoint back. Our
Very
OG
good.
boys.
Yeah, very good to see Endpoint back. It was nice watching Resolve for a lot of yesterday, and I always put Endpoint in the same category as Resolve a lot of the time, but Resolve are not here. Endpoint have taken their spot this time around, and when we look through at the Swiss, they actually had some decent wins. We were saying that Carmine Corp, we wouldn't consider their wins to be particularly good, but they actually played 4 of the same teams. They lost to start things off to Lunar Galaxy, then they beat Solary, lost to Oxygen, and then beat in 3-0, then 3-1, Low Block, and then Novo. Really good shouts for them, so I would not be surprised if we don't see, do you remember a couple of weeks ago, just massive sweeps across all of our quarterfinals? I don't think that's happening again today.
I'm very curious, a little off topic here. How often a team with a team room where they're playing together in boot camp that have plants in the room end up winning? If that's the case, BDS have this locked in.
They do certainly have the. Is it fauna or flora?
Is it
Almost looks
flora?
like a closet for Endpoint.
I don't know if I'd say
Flora.
I don't know if it's real. Do you reckon it's real? Is it a real plant, BDS?
I don't think a plant could survive in that gamer room. I think it's too dark.
All right, coin is landing BDS. Probably smart of the coin to
clever
do.
Clever coin.
And I think we're all locking in as much as we want Endpoint to give us that bracket for Jobless, to give us that 4-way tie. We don't think it's going to happen.
Did Shogun go with Endpoint by any chance? Because
Nope,
that
I don't
would
think
really.
so.
Okay, well that's good because Fate can go against Shogun to give us the 4-way tie.
True.
It's good.
That's true. Well, our game is ready. Playoffs are here. BDS can't clinch anything right here, but a win certainly puts them in the right position for success. Endpoint plans for nothing but prize money and pride. It's time for a final playoff bracket.
Well, when it comes to curses, I'm doing my part, but can Endpoint do theirs when it comes to helping Jobless and their hopes for a continuation of their season? They're up against it against a red-hot BDS CJ, but Endpoint are an org known for upsetting the odds.
Yeah, how good did BDS look in that open qualifier number 5, but they've got to back it up here. Spot on the major, a spot at the major on the line for them as well. Let's get into it.
Well, here's Matane starting us off. He's got low challenge, and what a way to start it. Crunches through.
If you're looking for the best case scenario, game 1, you've got it right here. Matane, as you said, the low 50, so smart. Just goes to fake the flick, drops it on the ground. Gets the first goal on the board. Endpoint, here we go.
I'm just looking at the players and the names that we've got on Endpoint, and, you know, full respect for the fact that they have stayed relevant as long as they have with ever-changing Rocket League scene. See these players, Toxic maybe a bit of a newer one, is he already looks towards his teammates. Matane and Arju are doing phenomenally well to start this off.
This has got to be the fastest brace against BDS in history. 15 seconds in, he's gone bang, bang. And Endpoint, well, I tell you what, game 1 is theirs if they can just lock in, but this is the mindset. Does it switch now, Shogun? You've got a 2-goal lead. Do you keep pushing the button, or do you start thinking about maybe playing a little bit more conservative?
Yeah, the good news is they've got a 2-goal lead. The bad news is the game's barely started just yet. Drali was the player beaten for both of those goals, and he has been the standout performer for BDS over the past few weeks. They would like him to maybe regain form. He's not going to do it with his car in pieces. Monkey move, moves on in. Yeah, you don't really want to see Endpoint play this like they've got a 2-goal lead or something like that, because if they do and end up losing this lead, you can't really see them regaining that form. Got to ride the wave here. Toxic tried to get the infield, almost ricocheted into Monkey Moon's car. Exotic now infield to Drali, who wants to try and right some wrongs from the start of this game. Doesn't quite get it. In comes Monkey Moon, low boost shot, and he's hit the crossbar. BDS fans hoping that is not a sign of things to come.
He's certainly made that one of his friends so far, this Blue Monkey Moon, but let's see if that is a trend for the rest of the series. Here he is again, takes it up. So the reset, early challenges come through, but they're not found as Rally now looks for the early flick and does land it. Arju, nice clear. The pressure, they're starting to build the stranglehold here. It's a nice infield from Drali. And as I said, the offense is starting to build for BDS. Much better here after that first 15 seconds, which only can be described as catastrophic.
Catastrophic, but also distant past when it comes to Rocket League. Matane, though, a little bit too quick. Monkey Moon's going to hold his ground. Popping up to the air. We'll see what Toxic can come up with. A little bit too easy for Exotic to read, and now I just got baited in. So now they're on the breakaway. Backboard, read it! What a stop! Monkey Moon comes in. He's not able to get there before the door is slammed shut in his face.
Oh, you just tell with Drally as well. It's one of those scenarios. He's just going to be going another crossbar. Saved again. Not this again. Please. BDS.
Scriptwriters, come on, grow up. All right, you don't have to copy paste. We're not having this a second time in a row. Exotic backboard looks for it. Matane takes it away.
I mean, even the opener for Drally Shogun, he took so long to line that up. He looked like a Plat 3 trying to score his first goal in ranked. And that's the reason that the Endpoint could get back in time if he just had the confidence to go. Surely it's the first goal, another infield save. Made across, this time it was Arju. BDS just want to open the floodgates, but they are just not budging.
It is turning into one of those games oh so very quickly. We already know, as good as BDS have been, the tilt is also there, and it has been throughout the majority of their season. Once things go wrong, they tend to completely go wrong. And case in point, Matane, well, he's stolen a hat-trick, but he does have a hat-trick.
He's done it again. How good's that? 3 goals in 3 minutes for Matane. Goodness me, look at the overcommit. That's the frustration setting in though, Shogun. When you miss so many shots, you look at the saves, 5 saves for Endpoint. The crossbar's got 6. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. The shots are coming through. 9 shots for BDS. Yet to trouble surely now. Is anyone coming through? Exotic's got no boost. It's so slow and so not in the net.
So, 2 minutes left. No goals, somehow, for BDS. Infield, Exotic looks for a sidewall read. Leaves it for Charlie. Okay, yeah. I'm not even going to say where it hit. You already know. For those of you not with visual, you don't even need me to tell you. Here we go yet again. Toxic's got the stop. And Monkey Moon able to put the ball in.
That's just absolute class. Look at the placement from him. He's making no mistake there. Oh, every day of the week, left-hand side. And all you need is 14 shots to get 1 goal. There's motivation for anyone looking to work on their offense. Just put 14 shots on net. 1 might eventually go in. They still need 2 in 90 seconds, though.
BDS have 1 save. Literally every single time BDS have had a shot on their net, it's pretty much going in. Matane just barrels through that challenge. Toxic towards Matane on the wall. Decides he's going to try and take it by himself. Time ticking away, and Matane has a 4th of 3 shots, by the way. The statisticians are going to hate this one.
Yeah, that's not great for the shooting percentage, or really good for the shooting percentage, depending on which way you look at it. But a nice little breather there. Just give themselves a little bit of breathing room after it looked like BDS perhaps could start hitting the net. 3-goal lead is pretty insurmountable with a minute left, but we have seen it many times. And look at the way they're covering these infields. Matane, it's just off to an absolute flyer. Monkey Moon won't be able to get a touch. The bump comes through. Saved out just by Drelly, but they need it down the other end here, BDS. They're trying to force something to happen. Exotic's looking for the touch. There's got to be 1 back. 56. They still need 2, but still time left.
I mean, if anything, BDS can be happy with how the majority of this has been played. Not necessarily the goal scoring, but they do have time here. Maybe they've got a kickoff up their sleeves to use in a situation just like this one. Lost back corner to Exotic, who's going to go straight for the backboard, and Arju just whams it as far as he possibly can.
I mean, if you just looked at the scoreboard and you said, right, one team had 17 shots, the other team had 5. What was the scoreline? Yep. The 5-shot team won 4-2. I mean, come on. You don't see that every day of the week. As you said, it's positives for BDS that they are creating the pressure. They've been the more dominant team in terms of field control, boost usage, everything, every statistical metric, but not on the scoreboard. 20 seconds left. They need 1 more. Exotic can't work it around Arju. It's just pre-jump. They're covering that infield pass so well. But there might be 1 back here. Another 1 wide again. Can Exotic get up in time? Matane flies. The double comes through. Monkey Moon drops it down. No save. That could have been it, but it's going to be Endpoint with the first.
That earlier shot, Toxic had been bumped into the corner. It was completely open. He was never getting back in time. And it is time up. Too late. BDS have lost game 1. And they will be sitting there thinking, how on earth has that happened?
Absolute cinema that was in game number 1. I cannot wait for you guys at home to take a quick peek at this scoreboard. It does not make sense.
That is the most shots I've seen for so few. Actually, no, that's not correct.
In regulation, though,
that is an overtime amount of shots. Yes, you are correct.
That is a lot of shots in 5 minutes. I rarely see this. Take a look. Feast your eyes, ladies and gents. 19 shots to 6, and they've lost 4-2.
I mean, it was nice, by the way, of Matane to take 1 more shot on target just to make his shooting percentage actually make sense. Because he did have 4 goals and 3 shots at one point. He's now down to 4 goals and 4 shots, which is quite frankly pathetic. As we do ready ourselves up for game number 2. I mean, everything about the way BDS played that, I feel, was perfectly fine. They did look like the better team throughout that. That being said, we know what BDS can be like on occasion, and this will need fixing in game 2.
Just a classic EU game, EU quarterfinal. That's what we have here, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the entertainment that it provides. BDS, when they are off target, they honestly, when they're at their peak, we spoke about it in qualifier number 5, Shogun. Their peak, they just beat anyone. They look so good. But when they are a little bit off, it can create some entertaining games of Rocket League because the offense is still there. Everything is still there. The structure, the positioning, it's just that final touch, the final polish.
I mean, I've been a massive BDS believer for a long time this season, especially towards the... I feel like they probably should have had an open qualifier win prior to this, you know, in the first major that we had. And it just never quite fell into place. And I felt like, all right, now that they've got over that hurdle, that they've won one of these events, it would unleash this squad. no longer have that worry. Let's see if that is the case, if they've managed to just get over those issues. Oh, that's going to help Crossbar. And follow-up is in from Exotic.
This time the crossbar was a teammate, not an enemy. As the pass eventuates, you can just see a huge dunk there. Matane in big trouble, trying to block the net. But Exotic, great placement in behind the defender, and they do get the first on the board. They'll be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, they'll feel like they should be able to settle from here now and play their game rather than being 2 goals back from the very start. Although that is a really bad touch from Monkey Moon. And he's got away with that. Now Drali looking to try and chase up. Exotic moves in. That drops down. Very inviting for Monkey Moon. And Exotic steals it on the line.
I mean, there was no reason for them to change up the game plan from game 1. They just needed to find the net, and they do so here. Monkey Moon strikes true. Exotic gets the tap in. BDS, they've done what Endpoint did in game 1. A couple of early goals, but I think they might keep on putting the foot down.
Yeah, definitely want to set the pace from here. Drali commanding an awful lot of respect. I'm very impressed, actually, the way that Drali has bounced back. He was the one that had the most issues in that opening 15 seconds, responsible for both the goals. But, I don't know. It just does not seem like he's all that rattled by it. He really realizes just how good he is. He's good enough to go backboard, get the respect. Monkey Moon comes on in. That one's a little bit wide, but they won't be overly worried with the 2-goal leads.
Yeah, there's still glimpses of that game number 1, but they have struck true a couple of times. And there's another great pass. A phenomenal save from Toxic, but goes for the fake. It was red, though.
Way.
Arju, he went for the ultimate disrespect, but Arju was ready in time. That could have been a highlight play for tomorrow, and that could have been some ankles broken worldwide, but not to be. Still a 2-goal lead here for BDS. Loving their aggression so far. This time, Endpoint's turn to attack. Shots come through. Monkey Moon with the save. Able to clear it straight to Matane, though. Let's get 50 by Exotic. This is the first little offensive set we've had so far for Endpoint. Just how quickly can BDS transfer it down the other end? They're having to just park up for the moment. Monkey Moon controlling it in the corner.
Yeah, I don't know how much we necessarily believe that once BDS are in defense, can Endpoint actually break them apart. It's the first time that they've had a real shot at it, and BDS looked reasonably comfortable throughout the entire time. Majority of times that they've managed to get through it has been BDS, pressing forwards. There's Exotic sticking around. Matane tries to get rid of it. Instead, Monkey Moon's back in. Monkey Moon has been blocked, and it's in these sort of situations where you feel like Endpoint might be able to create something.
Yeah, it's kind of what happened in game number 1. Any block, any save was just immediately on their net like a homing missile down the other end. Great shot, great save coming through. Just more pressure. This is where BDS are so scary. They're just so willing to jump right in front of net. It seems risky, but just their positioning and structure, they sit so high up, and that pace often pays off. They are susceptible to a couple of counter-attacks, as we did see in the first game, but for now, this is a recipe for success.
Arju tries to find Toxic. He's got no boost. There's no way he's really getting to it. BDS again, very comfortable in their final third as Matane gives his teammate a little bit of a hit. Monkey Moon, pass out. Drali looking for the sidewall double. Not going to work out, but this is BDS's pace at the moment. They are not the ones that have to go looking for a goal. They can just do what they need to do. If they get an opportunity, then they can try and strike at it. But commit one at a time. Try and show off some flip resets, slow everything up. What's Endpoint? They're the ones that have really got to try and set the pace here. And this might be a good chance. Off the backboard, that's a bit waste. Although Drali's missed it. That's uncharacteristic. Monkey Moon gets there for the save. And BDS tripped over themselves.
The whifty, the double whiff comes through, but Monkey Moon, what a save, what a recovery to just basketball dribble that one straight on the ground out of net. Off his own crossbar. Another shot comes through. The dunk isn't quite online, and they've completely overcommitted here. Exotic with boost. Up the roof. Look at the bumps coming through. Drali and Monkey Moon trying to find the same person. With 50 seconds left. They don't need to score, but certainly handy keeping it down this end. And Drali might get the double. Matane with a nice save. But again, Endpoint struggling to get it out. And Monkey Moon wants one more. It is wide again. Even though it doesn't feel as much as game 1, they've still had 12 shots for their 2 goals. The pressure has been met, but this time Endpoint cannot find it down the other way.
Endpoint are pretty much the perfect opponents for BDS. They are going to accept this style of play, I feel. And it does feel like to me, CJ, this is BDS is to lose. If they continue to play their game, if they make sure that they are striking accurately, they should walk this. However, how many times have we said that about BDS and it all falls apart?
Yeah, you go in so confident and then you kind of have yourself saying, oh, wait a second. Well, wait a minute. It's another great shot. This time saved out. A few more saves for Endpoint. 7 to their own this time. 6 shots as well. They actually have had the same amount of shots, but 4 less goals. And how about a 4th for BDS while we're at it? That's a hat-trick for Exotic here in Game 2.
Well deserved as well. Just what a beautiful catch that is. Nobody on Endpoint was expecting to have it that smooth. 7 seconds left. A statement made from BDS. They would have thought that the last game was a little bit of a flash in the pan. They have proven that to be the case. And this is what BDS can do. Utterly dominant in game number 2, and now it's Endpoint. They all need some answers here because, scarily enough, I feel like their best moments are happening when BDS are in offense. Unfortunately, also to no one's surprise, BDS's best moments are happening when BDS are in offense.
This seems to be a trend, doesn't it? BDS and on the attack. Just a casual 35 shots over the first 2 games for BDS for 6 goals. So not exactly, they're certainly going for quantity over quality, I'd say, this lineup, but it is proved pretty good here. And really, they have been the better team over the first 2 games, all but their shooting.
Yeah, if the main thing we can probably give to Endpoint is when the infield pass is attempted, they are actually intercepting that more often than having to try and get the stop. It's just everything else that they are really struggling with for now. Again, we just saw that save. What that save that was from Monkey Moon. Probably the only real moment of problem for BDS throughout the entirety of this game. Be prepared for game number 3. Reminder, all of the teams throughout this weekend do have access to a timeout. No shock, really, that neither of them used it coming in after that loss.
I would have used it.
If this looks the same, yeah, Endpoint might give it a go after the next game if it looks similar.
Yeah, I would have used it. I think regardless of the fact that it is 1-1, what I mentioned before, conceding 35 shots in 2 games that's open qualifier numbers. That is not something you usually see in a quarterfinal. It's heavily one-sided, and you'd have to think, as we said, the counter-attack strategy, it did work in the first game, but it is reliant on BDS not being able to hit a barn door with the tractor. So you wouldn't think this would happen, or perhaps some huge whiffs as Monkey Moon almost just opens the door again. Maybe this is the strategy. Just let them do whatever they want, because look at the pressure off the ceiling reset. Exotic, all he can do is clear it. Low boost all round for BDS. Monkey Moon has a half moon in his tank. Taju is going to go for low 50s. He's giving up to Monkey Moon, however, he's looking for a flick downfield.
BDS fans out there, I feel so sorry for you on occasion because every time it looks comfortable, there's just a moment where you go, actually, we could make this pretty wobbly. Although, what a passing play that is. Monkey Moon, happy to take control. Mitane now. Has he caught that? Yes, he has. Going to keep moving onwards. Managed to get a block, and that was pretty much killed on the line. Now, Drali's attempt. What can he come up with? Always capable of just throwing something into the top plays of the day. Monkey Moon now caught in. Double commit required. That one's still very awkward. Keep an eye on the boost totals. Be Mitane that's really tasked with getting something put together to get his team out of this bad position. Hasn't managed to do so. That means they are locked in.
And this BDS lineup regularly featuring in the top plays of the day and the bot plays of the day. Just like this. Someone get it in. Please turn it around the corner. Mitane's got a triple save. Should have been 1-0. I love watching BDS. How entertaining is this?
That was old school Team Echo Zulu there from Mitane. He's not going to get anywhere near this one. Exotic has stolen another. This is the most padded goal record I think I've seen.
I tell you, the open nets have been found, to give BDS credit. It's the clopen nets, the close to open, that have been very, very questionable. They do strike true here in game number 3, though. A lot of pressure early. Guess what? Yep, 6 shots already here for BDS. Make that 7 and make it 2-0.
All right, Exotic, that one was a little bit more deserved, I think. And that was utterly horrible if you're the defender. I had a look at RG. He's got to try and play the potential bump. Play from an almost blind opposition player that's coming in from behind the ball. That was disgusting. 2-0. And yeah, I'm starting to go back to what you were saying. Maybe that was worthwhile on taking the timeout because BDS continue to play their game.
Yeah, I mean, the show's just going on, and look, it's entertaining. It's not always smooth sailing here for BDS, but you cannot deny this play style. They are all over Endpoint. Even if they're not making the most of every chance, they'll make the most of 1 in 10, and they're having 30 chances a game. So it's good enough to get the job done here, BDS. And as you said, the timeout has to come through if this game number 3 goes the way it looks like it's going to go. Great save from Exotic. Just quietly, and he was able to get the follow-up. He is a bit of a tap-in specialist in this series, stealing a couple of open nets, and he's looking like he's having fun out there.
Arju off the wall, going to try and continue up. Drali's already met him. Very early pre-jump. Here's Exotic. Not got any more boost, but his opponents don't know that, so Toxic gets to play to the side. Infield, Monkey Moon, bang!
He just absolutely rockets that one home. 3-0 here to BDS. They are cooking now. Look at the pinch set up by Drally and no one back. Toxic trying to scramble. Matane, he's looking for bumps in the back corner for some reason. And BDS, there you go again. 8 shots. This time, shooting percentage has gone dramatically up. And we'll score 3 goals from those 8. So they'll be happy with that.
They're on their way towards 60 in this game. BDS are, well, creating plenty of opportunities. And they might have another one coming their way here. Exotic picks up more boost. Well played to keep that around him. But it just feels like another opportunity is coming BDS's way any moment. 3-goal lead. I see another one go past them. They might as well start that team talk a little bit early.
It's certainly, it's been trouble since game 1, I want to say, even though they won 4-2. I mean, 19 shots. It's just not sustainable. I think, you know, time and time again you see it. You have to be offensive. The team that's got to be more aggressive is not done. And there it is, Monkey Moon. The more defenders in net, the better he shoots. He tries to put a hole in the crossbar when it's open, but when it's not, he finds the top left.
Feels weird. Like, coming into the season, you would never have imagined that the storyline around Monkey Moon is he can't shoot the ball. But here we go. You know, maybe give it a couple of weeks, we can get rid of this entirely, but that would be quite nice. Monkey Moon, one of the most consistent players that we have had ever since we went open. The way that the Rlcs is played. Arju off the wall. Looking to try and keep this going, but low boost. And BDS have been more than willing to allow Arju and the rest of Endpoint to try and go for the outplays. There's the open one. And no issues whatsoever. That would have been a strike.
Yep, that was, I don't think that could have been any more central either. That was a lovely, that is how you score an open net. Nice and bottom middle. No excuses. Don't put a hole in the crossbar. Just bury it down the bottom. BDS with 5 on the board. Another 11-shot game. I mean, I don't know. This timeout has to come through. It's going to be another one here.
Oh, no.
He's going to be able to walk it in. 50s in the center, and no one's back. 6-0. Honestly, every game could have been 6-0 the way BDS have shot. Well, not the way they've shot. The way how many chances they've had. But this timeout probably had to come after game number 2. But I'm sure it will happen here. I'm not sure what you talk about, though, because they are just being outclassed at the moment.
I guess we'll go the harsh side of this, which is Toxic at the moment. I think he's about to go over 100. He just hit 100 points. You do feel like in a matchup like this, Toxic, he'd be the one with the flair. He'll be the one with a little bit of magic to maybe disrupt BDS. He's been kept utterly silent by BDS so far. And they are going to need a little bit more out from him. 6-0. Maybe not in this game. There's not much you can do at all in this game. We look towards 7. Exotic goes. That would be a heck of a read. And he almost got it. That is so harsh. And it's not in. Toxic gets the stop.
Well, that's one way to farm a couple of saves. I think he got back-to-back there off the post and out again. But it is all just stat padding for now because BDS, well, they have well and truly opened up the shoulders, if you would. The floodgates well and truly open. They look warm. They look limber. And they have been able to get the job done here in game number 3. Surely a timeout, as I said. They need to start talking about something because step 1, don't concede more than 15 shots a game because BDS have done it again. They've had 19 shots, 16 shots, and now 15 shots in 3 games of Rocket League.
Well, it's getting better, I guess. if those numbers are anything to go by. We might be down to 10.
Well,
by,
hang on.
game
The
6.
shots are going down, but the goals are going up. So-
Yeah, that might be a bit of a problem. But, you know, one step at a time. You fix one problem at a time. Yeah, you are running out of time with BDS now halfway to winning this series. And for Jobless, this has been a little bit horrid to watch, maybe, because they were hoping, especially after that first game, that maybe Endpoint could pull off the upset. I'll tell you what might upset both of us, CJ. There is no timeout.
A bold strategy. One may say that they are savouring it. You know, it's like they just need to use, just in case, you know, on the off chance, the very off chance that they do lose another game, they do have one up their sleeve. So, opting to not call a timeout, they have conceded a grand total of 50 shots in 3 games of regulation in Rocket League, no overtimes. But as you said, that number is going down if you're looking for a positive. Maybe next time they'll concede 10 shots and lose 10-0, but it is still less than 15 shots. No, you had to call a timeout there for mine. Just, if anything, BDS are just there. It's automatic right now for them. So give an extra 90 seconds, I say, to let them cool off a bit so you can give yourself a chance in this game.
Like I said, I said this in game 1, and it seems to have grown even more as we go through. Endpoint, stylistically, are BDS's perfect opponent. A team that is kind of more willing to allow that pressure to come forward, to look for the counterattacks. And BDS will, yeah, okay, sure. Go for it. Do all you want to do. We'll take all the shots that we require, and it will go in. It's gone from maybe it'll go into a certainty in the last few games. Toxic now off the ceiling. This is more of the position that they want him in. Rlcs more than up to the task of trying to shut that down.
I saw as well that Matane just before getting a demo. For mine, is that the first demo that Endpoint have had this series? That might be the change-up that they have discussed. Getting a little bit more physical. We know it can pay dividends for teams like OG and Luminosity over in North America. And it can disrupt these top teams, just that are relying very heavily on their rotations, on their positioning. And there you go. Clear the traffic. Get rid of that third man. You'll give yourself an open net.
Yeah, and that just came from the fact that Rlcs had to position around a little bit. He knew Matane was searching. Had to position a little bit more centrally. Couldn't get the touch he was after. So yeah, just demos, harassment. Do not let BDS settle when they get into the final third, because they've looked comfortable there every single time. It's Monkey Moon just shoulders Arju out of the way a little bit. A perfect start here from Endpoint. And who knows, we were talking about maybe, you know, boot camp buff not necessarily being a thing anymore. Maybe timeout buff, useless. Let's see if Endpoint can prove that right.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about it.
I am fully on the, I'm being as nice as possible today, okay? I'm on my best behavior.
You have been phenomenal so far. Usually you are abusive and biased. So I'm glad that you pull this. Have a look at this from Matane though. He might have the free shot. He doesn't go the double. He just goes bar down. And I don't know if Charlie was expecting it, but we get a second goal on the board for Endpoint.
Rlcs is playing that as if he's going to have to go in and out. And then suddenly that is on target. And oh dear, I've got to react to this. Well, where on earth has this come from? Again, like game 1, BDS have got a lot of time to play with. Also, like game 1, they will feel like they should not be in this position.
Oh, hey, here we go. BDS now. They have to find something because they're getting bumped again. Rlcs in big trouble. Big trouble. Arju again goes bang. 3-0 for Endpoint. Forget about the timeout.
My goodness, just go route 1 every single time. Rlcs getting chased, hopes to find a way out. He's got none of it. Arju races straight down the line. 3-0. Endpoint don't need timeouts. They don't need to talk about it. They just need to get back into the game and show BDS what's for.
They are so back right now. Monkey Moon can't get the double. Toxic. Maybe able to control this one. Wasn't happy with your words of how. Twist that flip preset. Goodness me. Monkey Moon can control it. Take it up. He's met by Arju. Really nice hit for Team Endpoint. All they have to do is kill 3 minutes. Only versus BDS, who they've conceded 55 shots to in 18 minutes of Rocket League. Should it be too hard? How about 4? No.
All right, I have the the worst good news ever for BDS. You've only had 4 shots. So, okay. Arju puts another one in. Endpoint, what on earth are we seeing?
I mean, just forget about all timeouts. And somehow he has flicked that to the crossbar and doubled it on the landing. Completely unintentional, but the follow-through was phenomenal. And once again, Drally is just getting made look silly in net. 4 goals in half a game of Rocket League. Believe it or not, it's not BDS. It's the other team, Endpoint, who really didn't look like scoring for a couple of games ever since that first one.
This is one of the wildest shifts in momentum I have seen. It was utterly dominant. It looked like BDS had their number, completely comfortable. And again, the game just seems to have slipped away. They're on a way for a 5th goal here. Toxic slots it in. He's now got his 2nd. It's not a race to try and get the game win. Endpoint are now racing for hat tricks.
If you'd have said to me that the next game, after not calling a timeout from Endpoint, would be 5-0 at the 2-minute mark for Endpoint, I would have said, wake up, Shogun. You're kidding me. But here we are in some weird BDS world. They will get 1 off the kickoff, but still need 4. It is the beauty of BDS, but the resilience of Endpoint shining through a little bit here.
All right, Direct, I don't know if you can hear me, but for the sake of bottle statistics, what is the largest lead that we've seen throwaway? Just so we can have some stakes on this one, because this should be over.
It would add a little bit, wouldn't it?
5 is like... It can't be 5. It can't be more than 5. Not at this level, anyway.
Definitely lost probably a 6-goal lead before. I'd have to pull that one up, though.
What is the worst lead that you've thrown away? I'm willing to admit to 8 in a 1v1. That one
9-0 or
really
something.
sucked.
I don't know. My hands started shaking when I conceded that first goal. 9-1. I thought surely not. The rest was history. Bang, no, 6-1. Forget about the comeback because they're about to Brazil BDS after conceding 50 shots.
All right, Direct has informed us that the largest that he's aware of is 5. What if it was a double 5? All right, here we go. This is, you know what? You called me a biased caster earlier on. Let's go, BDS. 5 goals in the next 92 seconds. I'm all for it.
Oh, boy. That would certainly be a series of all time. I wouldn't call it, or a game of all time. I wouldn't call the best or the worst, but certainly a game. Monkey Moon, here can they mount the comeback? Going to be a free clear for Toxic. And they should be able to deal with these last 80 seconds, or perhaps get a nice little Brazil. It's maintained. Nice little reset. Looks for one more. Finds it, saved by Monkey Moon somehow. And they don't want to get Brazil, BDS.
They just want to try and get some momentum back, get a consolation, anything, heading into the next game. I'm going to go for a wild prediction here and say that they won't call a timeout. They should, absolutely. I mean, Toxic's on 4.
Ladies and gents, BDS have just been Braziled after we called Endpoint silly for not calling a timeout, thinking that the series was over. What on earth is happening in Europe today? But
this is the most BDS result I have seen. I thought they were over this. I thought, all right, you've won an open qualifier. You're all good now. Nerves will settle. The weird results where you are utterly in control and then somehow it dissolves will be out of the window. Nope, those worries are straight back again. BDS are still the same team. I
mean, what did they speak about in between the previous game and this one? Boys, just do the same thing. Yeah, perfect. We've done the same thing, and now we're like, okay,
same thing as game 1. We love that. All right, same as game 1, baby.
There was clearly a little bit of a miscommunication somewhere, or yeah, not sure what was happening, but goodness me, 5 goals. To the good still of Endpoint, even though BDS still getting some shots up. It's a lot less than the previous few games, and somehow, some way, we're about to have a 2-2 series.
This is a very close series with pretty much no close games. Everything is a stomp. Well, we head to the final 10 seconds.
Barca?
I'm baffled. I have no idea what on earth is going on. Have you gone for the Barca? The 8-2?
Give us it. Give us the Barca.
What was it?
Give us the Barca.
Keep it up. Or a Portsmouth.
Come on!
Wasn't it?
Go ball! Someone! No!
That's just not very nice, is it? All right, no Barca, no Portsmouth.
Devastation.
But we do get, all right, somebody needs to give us a 7-2. I do not actually know many 7-2 results.
I just...
Do you want me to search up one? All right, you tell us everything that went wrong with BDS there. I will look for classic 7-2 results.
I just love the people that are not fully engaged into this series, but are sort of just tuning in and out. You know, looking at their second monitor, just glancing at their TV.
Okay, I've got one.
Okay.
All right, we're calling that one. Do we go by the winning team or the losing team for what we name it?
It's the winning. No, it's the losing team.
Okay. Unfortunately, I see everyone trying to say Liverpool Aston Villa. I'm a Liverpool fan, and I'm the one on the microphone right now, so you're not allowed that one whatsoever. So we're going to go Rangers 7, Dunfermline 2. So we're calling this the Dunfermline. We just saw Dunfermline live on air, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
It's got less of a ring to it, I'd say, overall. Why it didn't take off, but yeah, we'll take on. I was just saying, Shogun, imagine if you're just tuning into this series, but you're not fully watching. You know, you're sort of just, you know, glancing at your second monitor, you're having a cup of tea in the kitchen, you're looking at your TV, you know, you've got it casted to your TV. And you sort of glance over, oh, BDS are on fire. Just heard them say they've had 50 shots. And look away, look back. Endpoint are up 7-2. Okay, so
I'm getting over the fact that I've just cut my fans probably like by 80% right there, if not more. Should not reveal that one live on air, but after we have just seen a Dunfermline, it is time to get into game number 5. There was no timeout called, so at least I get one prediction right today. We all predicted, probably rightfully so, that BDS should walk this. It is not the case at the moment.
Can I just say as well, we're in 2024 where we're all saying, oh, the defense is so good in Rocket League, it's crazy. Well, here's your test, here's your case study to say, forget about that, the defense is still abysmal. And look at the dunk coming through from Jelly. He's got to get it first on the board. Double dunk on the Endpoint defenders in net, and BDS are so back.
It's been Drali every single time. It's Drali that gets stuck in the 2v1s back in net. It's Drali that creates the goal-scoring chances. He is the catalyst at the moment. And I think he would like to no longer be involved in 2v1s back in the net. As we do see Arju off the side. He's gone for the musty. Never really can be too sure how much power is going to come off one of those, but Exotic will be happy that there wasn't too much.
I can never be sure what's going to happen in the series, but that's a phenomenal. Charge off the crossbar, off the post, off his car, off the post, off the crossbar, back off his car again, and somehow out. Kept to a 1-goal deficit here, Endpoint. They'll be happy with that save, but they are throwing everything. The double commits to the mission. Looking a little bit rattled off that 7-2 game. Not sure why they're rattled. What a shot, though. Even a save from Toxic.
If we've seen anything, winning by a large margin results in you not doing too well in the follow-up game as Matane, where he tried his best, but he needed some help and he didn't get it.
Why is every goal like this? It's like bang, crossbar, follow-up, goal line save, and then just mashing it in as close as possible. 2 goals to BDS, much better from them. It's still not the prettiest version of Rocket League, but the offense is back. They've already had 6 shots in just over a minute.
This is, yeah, ridiculous. And it doesn't feel like any of these games have really been all that close. It is just, all right, smash, and then smash, and then smash. Team does at least try and take that. BDS will like to try and maybe add some normalcy to this one, or maybe just add another 7-goal game to everything. Exotic, he has done so. All right, so Endpoint are winning the next one by 10.
This just makes the previous game all the more ridiculous because instantly we're back to regulation. We're back to regular programming. Game 2 and 3 have resumed. We've had a billion shots already for BDS. They are wiping the floor. Endpoint just with the 1 shot so far. What happened in that game 4? Like, it doesn't make sense.
What happened in game 1? You know, you can't say it was a one-off game. It has been happening all series long. You know, I should be looking at this right now and saying, okay, BDS are back. They are smashing it in game number 5. Should be able to just roll on home and take this in game 6. I have no faith. I have no faith in this game. I have no faith in the next game.
It's almost as if, you know, after game number 3, Cassio's talking to the team and they're sort of joking about that game 1. You know, after that, they've had 50 shots. And the team have gone, I want to see us do it again. And it's 7. And clearly they've pulled the reins back and regular programming has resumed here. Although, as we just saw Toxic getting a goal back, it's like this 2-goal deficit for Endpoint. It's certainly achievable. We saw him score 7, but it felt like a completely different team.
Yeah. I don't really know where else to take that at the moment. The 3-goal lead. as it was, does not feel safe anymore. It hasn't really throughout the entirety of this. As Toxic is low boost, he's not going to get that too much further. Exotic now goes up. Reset gained. Are we going to add another to the total? Of course we are.
It's a bit of a delayed, slow reset, but you could just see he waited for that last minute bite. He waited for Arju to commit. As soon as he shaped up, face forward, the flick came through from Exotic. Really nice, really simple reset. I say simple, I probably couldn't do it. I would have probably reset myself onto the ground, but goals to the good of BDS now. And as we said, looks like they will be heading on to a nice little match point as Drally's missed another open net. We need maybe a highlights reel tomorrow, just of this series.
Whoever on earth has got to put together like the best moments of this series. You know, when we come back after the break, yeah, good luck to you. You have my full sympathy. As we've got, well, quite a few to choose from. Every single game, the winner has scored at least 4 goals. That is not to say that this isn't about to go even higher. For pass across. And, all right, yeah, that's played. It looks for, oh my goodness, let that in. No, why would you do that? Okay, yeah, sure, you're trying to go to the major, you're trying to go to Worlds, you're trying to win as many points as possible and get as much prize money as possible from this event. I don't care, let that ball in, that was really cool.
Yeah, pretty boring stuff from BDS there. They're probably just going to, go
cool. That's funny, I like that, well done.
Again, what a save just quietly from Toxic. The times that they've used their 4th defender, the crossbar or either post, to help him get the ball out has been nothing short of a miracle, while still also conceding 4. They didn't get one back through Toxic, and there is still time.
It certainly is. I'm still very upset about that earlier shot not going in, but Toxic, plenty of time on it. Arju again, trying to chase up Monkey Moon. And as weird as this has been, and as wild as this has been, the tactics still seems to be the same here for Endpoint. When they are in offense, chase demos. Get something that is going to make BDS uncomfortable. And it has had a tremendous amount of success. Cannot say anything else other than that, given the amount of goals that we have seen. Toxic now up, expecting to get met. Monkey Moon was waiting for him. And those are the sort of plays that they should be fine with as Arju barrels straight in.
I just want to work out if there's something, if we can find some sort of record here in terms of just sheer average shots per game in a series.
There is no way.
What has just happened? I've looked away for a second to check a stat. I look back and Drally has decided to go to the shops instead of defend net.
I'm absolutely certain that's how my cats move around when they're about to try and fall asleep. Just a little bit of a circle to make themselves nice and comfortable.
He did just turn the old brain off for a second there. Didn't have any boost, but got completely done by the dribble. And it is game on, somehow, some way. We were 4-1, it's now 4-3. And a lot of time here for Endpoint to get to work. They don't have to panic just yet. They might just have to wait for a mistake or just let them get one more goal, and now they're in trouble.
Exotic's got a hat-trick. Toxic's got a hat-trick. 33 seconds. I still say it's doable here for Endpoint. Why not? We've got 8 goals in this game. What's 2 more in regulation? But one thing we haven't seen from Endpoint is any sort of different kickoffs. It has been pretty basic up to this point, and we got another one.
I still think it's just crazy the sheer quantity of shots, of goals we've had in this series. And particularly just shots without an overtime. I mean, here we go again. BDS have had 16 shots. Let's just recap. They had a 19-shot game, 2 16-shot games, and a 15-shot game, and then they lost. All in regulation as well. I mean, the offense, unquestionable. It certainly does work. And they might just get one more at the end. There we go. Make it 18 shots for BDS here. They have done absolutely everything. Except, yeah, a couple of games they might want to forget. They do get the lead, though, and they are now 1 away from taking the series, moving on to Champ Sunday.
That is back-to-back games with 9 goals scored. As we do see, I have huge news for everybody. Endpoint have called a timeout. They've decided at long last that they don't like what they're seeing.
Come on! That's what we want to see. And honestly, we have no idea what this means for the next game, because I thought timeout buffer was
1-0.
real. Endpoint didn't call it and went 7-2. It would probably, you know, be leaning towards a 0-0 overtime, Shogun, if we go the polar opposite of what we've seen here in this series so far.
It's been a wild, wild time. And BDS, I feel like, will actually be very happy as well to take this, because yes, they have won this. Yes, they've scored by 6. And I feel like they just want to take some of the sting out of this game to get back to, you know, regular old BDS. You relax it a little bit. I mean, it hasn't really been the case for a lot of this season. It feels like the typical stature of this team has been rocked a little bit more. But Endpoint will be hoping for another bit of a wild game, and then we'll just take it to Champions Field.
And I want to say that if they can hit the magical number of 100 shots.
Are we on? Wait, are we on pace for that?
Oh, absolutely we are. Let's just have a quick, let's get a quick tally. In my head, they've had 19 shots, 18 shots, 16 shots, and 15 shots. Quick math, 37, 16, 53, and 15. That's 68 shots so far. Plus the game that they lost 7-2, which I don't know how many shots they had when they did lose. They've had 77 shots. 23 shots away from the magical 100, and potentially it could go 7. So
okay,
it
so
is
what we
possible.
want here is BDS to take shots, but not really score many of them, because we're not going to get 23 of them in this game. Maybe. I don't know, actually.
Even when they lost 7-2, they still had 11 shots. So that's 77 shots. Wait, sorry. No, I must say 77 shots overall for the series in 5 games of Rocket League. Boy, oh boy, if we hit the 100, I tell you what, it's party time. Twitch chat, everyone watching back at home, I want you dancing. Because this does not happen very often. In a quarterfinal, in Europe.
We always get, I feel like every single time that we get to the final European qualifier, it always goes weird on us. You know, we even have to go back 2 years towards the end of RLCSX, where out of nowhere, we had Guild Esports coming forward, where it was in the middle of BDS full domination. Your Vitality were on the rise, looking to try and steal that RLCSX title away from them. And then Guild Esports, who only, you know, the RLCS analysts predicted perfectly to go ahead and win the entire thing, did do so. There is something about this final event.
There is certainly just, you just know that the script has a little bit more in store for it, but I love this little shots record we're going for now. For the first time, BDS will be wondering why everyone's happy when they don't get it in the net, but just get it somewhere remotely near it.
Yeah. Do we agree Endpoint have to win this for us to get close to that?
Yeah, we are certainly, well, I mean, we're going for a Game 7 regardless. We're going for maximum entertainment value here. That's what we do. That's what we're about. But so far, I can confirm BDS yet to get a shot on the board, and that didn't count.
No, that didn't. We got one from Endpoint, but that is going to go long this time. Toxic looking for Monkey Moon's car. Doesn't work. Exotic's car is certainly gone. Matein's going to look to try and get a bit more. It has been a workable strategy. But BDS will still have their timeout if they need it. Oh my god, it's past them. Matain, though, heavy first touch. He's not going to get there in time. Has to try and center it for a teammate. And Rlcs shuts down the angle.
I mean, how many times does that happen for BDS, where they just somehow let the ball pass their last line and they turn around and go, oh goodness, get back someone. Didn't pay off there for Endpoint. They were probably pretty unlucky in the end, as you said. The touch was a little bit heavy to get a follow-up. This is a lot more reserved from BDS, perhaps knowing they are on series point, trying to get a solid game. You know, we talk about Cassio, the coach of BDS, trying to lock them in perhaps. But I want the pure chaos. I'm loving the playstyle they'll bring you previously in this series. So far, as I said, yet to record a shot. This could be the first chance here, but look at the backboard. Fantastic defense from Endpoint.
Quick reminder as well for, actually, we'll see Monkey Moon first on the ball. Jobless, one of the only teams that can really upset that top 4 when it comes to getting to London. They need Endpoint to go and win this, and they need to go and win the whole event themselves. So the series looking this way is perfect for them to hopefully go and get the job done later on. BDS can ruin some of those hopes, take away one of those strikes. As Matain. Toxic's not going to follow. Matain looks to try and get a block, doesn't do so, but Arju's got plenty of time. Powers the ball down the line, looks to try and chase up, and Monkey Moon there in time.
Matain, I still get it to work, but all he can do is find Exotic, takes it downfield. And there is Toxic, who I'd say he's probably been a little bit quieter. Matain's been quite online. Another shot comes through the second. Keeping an eye on that tally closer than I've ever done in my life. Arju won't be able to get that touch on Exotic. You just bury it downfield, finds Monkey Moon. Another one fired on. Another shot for him. He's farming them. He knows the record is looming here for total shots in a series as Toxic. And get a skim downfield.
But we need to start counting it down in the chat. You're 20 away, by the way. We've seen 3 from BDS in this game. Here's Exotic, just going to try and take it. No, he leaves it for Monkey Moon instead. 100 seconds left. Up goes Drolly! Hits over the top, and now it's passed on. Exotic can't get there. It's in.
An absolute disaster class from BDS. All they needed to do was lock in a nice, tidy 1-0 victory. And they have forgotten that they also have a goal they need to defend. 1-0 open net. How many times have we seen it this series? Counter-attack for Endpoint for a minute 40 from Game 7.
Drolly goes long. Matein's going to try and get there in time. He does so. We might be seeing Champions Field. I have no idea how. I have no idea what I've been watching, to be quite frankly honest with you. I'm the one with the RLCS analyst title. Arju looking to try and pass that infield. Monkey Moon just scouring, looking for his opportunity. Exotic waits backboard. Toxic gets there first. That's a good touch. Now over the top. Monkey Moon reset. He didn't get it. So he's got to see that one stopped.
Oh, he was halfway in between a reset and wanting the double touch as well. He could sort of see it in his mind, weighing up as he was maneuvering his car onto that double, but he doesn't get the touch. And they've got a minute left. BDS have to get to work now. Toxic's going to get a free ball in the center, takes it up. Charlie can wait. Arju, what can he do? Doesn't get the touch. Clear comes through and, well, Endpoint, you don't want to do what BDS did down the other end. Make sure that third man's sitting nice and deep with 40 seconds left.
Oh, Drolly's going for it. Matein decides to go for the bad shot himself, but he needs more. They've got it. And an extra touch from Toxic means Exotic can't move in. That one's going to go sky high. Drolly's in. He's got low boost. Monkey Moon wants to try and put this under a defender. Nobody came for him, and it went nowhere.
Where is that man hitting the ball? What on earth was that? One of the weakest shots I've ever seen in Rlcs history. Monkey Moon controls it. We got 15 seconds left. We got Champions Field on the horizon. This might be the greatest series of all time in the RLCS. Toxic, just don't hit it backwards, please. Exotic trying to get the ball forward. He's got no boost. The demos are coming through. Monkey Moon's pre-jumps. We have Champ Field.
I don't believe it. Timeout BDS. They have lost 1-0. They managed to calm the series down, and it was the worst thing that could have happened to them. BDS have gone to Champ Field. They've taken 9 shots. We are down to 14 shots needed to break 100.
Timeout BDS. Timeout everybody.
0 shots, by the way. I feel like that's slanderous. That's maybe
that's
0 shots in this series.
Now, can someone please tell me, either you showing on
me, I'm here. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna help. I've got it.
Or at home, how have we got to Game 7?
I want to point out, I called the 1-0.
You actually did.
I have to take any prediction I get correct at the moment. I don't know, man. It's the first game of the day. We've got 3 more after this. You know, for those of you out there, we still have some absolute bangers to come away. We've got Jobless Vitality, Lunar Galaxy are on hot form against Gentlemates, who looked like they were struggling yesterday. And to end the day, we've got KC against Oxygen in what is the main event. But before then, we have got BDS taking on Endpoint in Game 7 in one of the least predictable series I've seen.
And I think we can all agree, regardless of the result here in Game 7, we should have them play another best of 7 just to be sure it wasn't a fluke. Because, I mean, there's no way to say that the best team has won this series, because I'm not sure if there is a best team in this series. I'm not sure if we've really figured out what is happening here in Europe in quarterfinals, in the final event of the season. But what we do know is the timeout for BDS. They might need to just calm things down a little bit. They've lost 1-0 somehow, and they're now 14 shots away from 100 shots. If they lose a series Shogun whilst having 100 shots, that would also be a record. But I think they've basically all but broken the all-time series record for shots. We're getting confirmation on that. We do know it is below 100. Just not sure who's done it before them, but we will get confirmation of that. Game 7 is upon us. Here we go. Strap yourselves in.
It's been wacky. It's been wild. It is game 7. One of these teams is moving on to the semi-finals. The other one will be eliminated. We do start with Monkey Moon, who is trying to avoid getting hit over on that side wall. All the way out. Exotic waits. Going to take his opportunity. Matane goes to meet him. It's over the top of Matane. Ceiling reset. Goes on the far side. Exotic with something extraordinary.
This series has had it all, and it's Exotic game 7. Look at the ceiling reset and finds that top corner. Arju just sits in net like a statue, and BDS strike first.
One shot, one goal. We can keep that up as we do see the demo come through. Toxic gonna try and go through Exotic. That's not gonna work for him. Sidewall double attempted. Matane leaves it for Arju. That bounces so awkwardly, and they had more time, but it's still a calamity. And Monkey Moon gets rid of him, his last bit of boost.
He just wedges it out. Endpoint, you feel like they should have equalized right there. Toxic goes sidewall, goes double, but the bumps are coming through. It's absolute chaos for BDS. It's a triple save. It's so messy, but they are able to keep it out of net 4 now. They're still low on boost. They're still panicking, still double committing, and still in a little bit of trouble if Endpoint can get it down the other end.
Yeah, Endpoint just need to be a little bit more clinical here. They seem to be expecting BDS to be playing this well. BDS are making mistakes. They are something there to be capitalized on. Toxic off the wall. Drali goes to meet him. That's actually worked out beautifully for Toxic. Leaves it. Arju backboard. Monkey Moon. Oh, that was so smooth. Stays backboard. What a pass that is. And Monkey Moon again, but Drali almost had a really rough touch to put that back in danger.
Yeah, he was facing his own net, which isn't... Well, I don't know much about Rocket League, but I think you want to be facing the other way there. Fake comes through. Endpoint had a couple of chances there to get one back, but we still are seeing double commits from BDS. You can see the panic setting in from them as well. You know that they've got the major on the line also. Want to be securing it on their own boot, off their own bat here as Monkey Moon takes it up. Looks at the ceiling, looks at the pass. It's going to be too wide. Matane can't get the touch. Exotic keeping it in. Drali's up straight away, so aggressive. All we can do is get it to the corner.
For those of you keeping track of our secondary competition, by the way, we're 11 shots away. 3 shots so far from BDS. Now we see Arju puts it off the wall. Next one up. Oh, what a stop, Monkey Moon, but they need more from it. That one hits the crossbar, and their worst enemy turns coat and becomes their best friend.
Oh, just when you need it, the crossbar. Absolutely, Captain Clutch on Champfield. Game 7. Now they work it down the other end. That shot's going to be wide. It's more of a pass, if anything. No boost. Does secure it, but demoed for the good of it as Monkey Moon goes sideball, finds Matane. Endpoint. Oh, they've been trying to wedge this ball in the net, but they've got a case of the BDSs here, and almost an open net. Matane with a huge save. Exotic, can he drop it down to Monkey Moon, who fires a double commit pitch down the other end?
If I'm the third man on BDS, I'm sitting in the net. I'm not risking it going beyond me yet again, as it has done so many times. They feel like they're comfortable, and suddenly it goes whistling over the top of them. Now we go to the side. Durali's got plenty of time. That first touch leaves a little bit to be desired, but the second and third were silky smooth.
6 shots, Shogun. 6 shots. How many do we need? How many?
We need more. Let's put it like that. We'll get there when we get there. Exotic looks to try and add another one. There we go, and that one's on target. I believe we needed 14 coming into this. We have got 7. We're halfway there.
They've got to put the foot down, though. There's only minute 45. Monkey Moon goes again. Here we go. BDS, they know the record's on the line. They want more than anything. Bounces across. Drali fires back. Goes bang, bang. BDS 2-0.
8 shots, 2 goals, and maybe a direct route through to the semi-finals. BDS have made this so difficult on themselves. And I'm talking about this as if it's done. If we've seen anything from this series, this is not done just yet.
94 shots for BDS. Minute 40. Could be huge. Endpoint, well, I don't think they're worried about that. They're trying to win this series. Drali, can he get it downfield? He's going to fire it. Arju does somehow. That counts as a shot. Monkey Moon fires it again. The bumps are coming through. It's on net again. Another shot. We are at 10. We've got 4 to go.
Over to the side. Exotic goes for it. How can he get this one in field? No boost left. No real options. Just over a minute left on the clock. Drali gonna go ceiling. Oh, that drops down so awkwardly, but Exotic's got it covered. Good third man positioning. Again, Exotic. He did so much from this position earlier. There we are. There's another one. 3 left. In goes Drali. 2 left. 3 goals.
I think this series is all over, but the record is still on the line. Endpoint need 3, BDS need 2. Whichever way you want to look at it, whichever game you care about more. But I'm looking at the 100 shots. It has been a stellar performance in Game 7. Endpoint still have time, but they need to go right now.
Drali back into that midfield. Monkeyman was waiting for it. Waited a bit too long. That's straight over the top of Toxic. It's very desperate Rocket League here from Endpoint, but it has to be. That one's going to be dipping. That won't be registered as a shot, unfortunately. We do stay at the same amount as we had when we came from the kickoff. We've got to hurry this up here, BDS. There we go. That's what I want to see. Classic Rule 1. Just smash the ball.
Yeah, but it's still not on target here. It's going to be BDS's series. There's no doubt about it. That's not on target either. There's 20 seconds. They need 2.
All right, BDS, we need a classic, just can't hit the ball on target. It keep getting stopped. Just go, go, go.
Come on.
Okay.
Please.
Drali, come on, buddy.
No.
Why are you playing back corner? The game is already won. Might see one more
gotta be
goal
99.
exotic.
It's 99.
That's so painful. That is 13 shots. It's still a win for BDS. Congratulations. Sorry, we are all over the place with our storylines in this one. BDS have won it. Congratulations. They're moving on to the semi-finals.
I don't know how we made a mini game out of total shots in a series, but that was good fun. Well done to BDS. That was one of the most ridiculous series. It was certainly a series of all time. I called it the best series of all time, obviously for entertainment value, and that's about it. But congratulations to BDS. Endpoint putting up a strong, I don't know what sort of fight anyone was putting up in that series. I'm not sure what we
It was a scrappy fight.
It was very scrappy.
Everyone was just winging their arms around, and if you get in the way, it's your fault.
It was almost one of those ones you're watching, you're like, okay, I might stay away from that. Not sure what is happening over there, but I might just peer over every now and then. But BDS get the job done. They will move on to Champ Sunday in a bid to try and go back-to-back here in the European Open qualifiers, and that, I believe, has secured themselves for the major as well.
Yes, they should be completely fine by now. That's one of the results that Jobless did not want to see. They still need one of these top teams to drop in the quarterfinals and still win the entire event themselves. But they were close. Oh my goodness, were they close. I'm almost hoping, I just can't count, but unfortunately Direct has confirmed. 99 shots for BDS, 53 for Endpoint, and a heck of a lot for entertainment for all of us.
And they've won by 1 game. So there you go. Sometimes it's quality over quantity, but if you're BDS, it's definitely just keep on hammering that net and see what happens. Ladies and gents, what an entertaining quarterfinal. Believe it or not, we got 3 more in store. Do not go anywhere.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. Or pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Let's move those feet.
Well, what a series. What an absolute goal glut between BDS and Endpoint to start the day. BDS continue on into the semi-finals in a 7-game thriller, which saw them shoot the ball 99 times. Not quite 100, but maybe one day. I'm joined by Casio. You guys, like I just said, shot 99 times in that series. That's more than 14 shots per game, and you scored 24 goals in total. How is it that you guys are able to produce so many scoring opportunities?
I think we got so many scoring opportunities and shots because Endpoint is a team that's sitting a bit in net sometimes, like they like to defend like that and play on counter-attack a lot. So definitely like they gave us like a lot of space, but definitely some game they punished us because we overcommit or we went a bit too far. So that's why I guess.
And did you expect Endpoint to be this much of a challenge? I mean, they were able to take you guys to Game 7. They won Game 1 4-2. They took Game 4 7-2. Did you come in today expecting a 7-game series against these guys?
We definitely thought it'd be a bit easier, but they actually like played great. It was a weird series because the game we won, it was like 5-0, 6-0, 7-1, stuff like that. And then when we lose, it was like the same, but for them. So definitely it was a weird series, but every team going into playoff is a threat, so you gotta respect them, obviously.
Well, you guys are clinched for the major. You've done it with that win there, so you will be going to London. It felt like a bit of a formality. It was going to happen at some point, but you've done it yourselves. Now, what are your expectations for the major? You got top 8 last time. What is the goal this time around for you guys?
The goal for the major and for every remaining tournament now is to win. We wanna be as much as prepared for Worlds, and winning on LAN will be a great thing because this is different context. So for Drally and for the team together, then it'd be great that we could get the win there in London. So we are hoping we can achieve that. I believe in the guys in the team, and I think we can do it.
So next round you play against the winner of Karmine Corp versus Occident. Obviously that's a series with massive implications for those two teams, so I'm sure they're going to be feeling the pressure. But who are you predicting, Casio, to win that one and then play against you guys tomorrow?
It's a tough one. Recently Oxygen was performing better, but KC against big team always play really well, so I'm gonna say KC for the story because we didn't win against them once, so I think we want to play them now and do better. So KC.
Well, that would definitely be a spectacle, Casio. I'm sure everybody would be delighted to see that matchup. But either way, regardless of who you play tomorrow, good luck with the rest of the online season, and congratulations on the win today. Appreciate you giving the time to talk to us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
99 shots on the net, 99 shots on the net. Take one down, put it in the net, and then BDS will win again. Cole and Shogun with me now.
So nicely. Why don't you always sing a little song for us when you catch?
I'll start leading the chants for us. How about that?
It's beautiful. Do we like the singing chat? Type 1 if you love the little sing song. I was a big fan. That's beautiful.
I'm typing too.
Yeah, I'll type as well. I'll pre-type.
But either way, Shogun, how was it down on the field? You were down there in the action. How was it?
Yeah, absolutely exhausting. I've never seen a series like that. I feel like I've been around here for quite a while now. I thought I'd seen how most series can go. No, apparently not. That was utterly ridiculous. 99 shots. That's utterly ridiculous and also very upsetting that we did not get to 100. Look at this goal, though. Exotic.
That's perfect. What do you mean?
Beautiful doink.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say it was bad defending.
You like a fence. That was crazy, that was.
Yeah, we did not insult the doinks over here. Now subpar are in business. But yeah, what a series it was. It was crazy. I'm jealous that you got to cast that one, Shogi, because it's one of those wild series where at some point you just get the sense that this is one of the odd ones. This is going to be a weird one. I think you called it pretty early doors that this was going to be, I think it was game 1 or game 2 where you said this is looking like one of those series. And my goodness, Shogi, you could not have been more right.
Yeah, that was quite the series. It was enjoyable to watch from here, Shogun. Yeah, you're exhausted. I'll take it from me. Let's take a look at the major points now, just what that means, because obviously for Jobless, they wanted BDS to not get the result they did there, but they're still in it here. But for BDS, this is fantastic for them.
That is major locked in. They will be in London. We will see them walking out at yet another LAN. And yeah, they'll continue the good work that they've shown all so far this season. It'll be good to have them there.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that. With 2 teams locked in, it gets tighter and tighter as we go through the bracket. We'll have a few more matches for you guys, 3 to be precise, for the rest of the day. It's best of 7s across the board. You lose and you are done. In case you're curious as to where we're going next, it isn't just down to the KC Oxygen match. That will be the last one. We're saving potentially the best for last there. It will be Jobless versus Vitality. So let's start talking about this one, because Jobless, a lot of eyes, Shogun, are on this squad today. They have to make a miracle run to be able to stay in talks.
Yeah, they're pretty much the only team that can really upset the status quo of that top 4 for now, and they've got to go through a Vitality that have refound their form over the past few weeks. We were wondering what was going on with them for the first split of the season. Well, they are back now. Did not heed any of the calls that were happening about, oh, maybe you should make a roster move. Nah, they believe in this squad, and they've been proven correct to this point.
Yeah, I'm glad that they've done that. It's good to see Team Vitality still trucking and showing that stability can be viable here in RL Esports. But, I mean, Jobless, they are hoping to be signed by somebody. That is what they are here. You know, with that name, it's sort of a come-and-get-me claim. And they're doing enough to say that they earn the right. Keep making these quarterfinals, keep performing against the best possible teams, and keep showing they are more than viable in Leaf. Fruity's still here, coaching around. I
very
just love
happy
the
about
fact
that.
how long he's sort of survived in this world.
Fruity is one of my favorites. Being able to just throughout the years talking to him at LANs and chatting, such a wonderful fellow. So yeah, to see a lot of these players to eventually make their way into the coaching roles and continue to be a part of the scene makes my heart happy, because as we see the evolutions, Shogun, of this scene, it's sad when you see players go, but I mean, you get to see new exciting players come up too, I suppose.
I mean, we've seen some of them transition over towards the streaming side, into the coaching side. You know, a lot of them have made a very, very good career for themselves post being a pro. But this player on the screen right now, okay, well, just a moment ago, this player also as well makes a big difference. But I feel like Radosin has been just the tempo setter. If Radosin is feeling comfortable, it all falls into place on this one. I think Zen is a great team player, but he's reactionary in a bit of a way. He needs the game to be set up in a position that gives him that space. Radosin's the one that achieves that.
Shout out Fairy Peak using the 1998 webcam for his player cam, which I love to see. Again, it's good to see Fairy Peak still rocking around here. And yeah, on your point about Radosin, I've been so impressed with him this tournament. You know, we have this sort of vibe of Radosin that he's always a great player, but he can be quite wild. You know what I mean? Like wild swings of form and strange decisions. But he's just been very clean. Keep an eye out for him defensively, just making key touches, but doing it with a level of composure that maybe we've not really seen from him in the last sort of couple of tournaments, Leave. And that's what's impressed me the most.
Right, we saw a couple squads are going to be cheering on Vitality here to be able to clinch into that major, but Jobless will be cheering themselves on. If you want to cheer them on too, make sure to spam a hashtag job in the chat. But if you think Vitality has this one, go for it. We are recording your results, so if you want to sweat it out, go for it. But we all know that the best entertainment today is going to be Jobless. The question is, are we going to go that route when it comes to predictions, or are we sweating as well? Let's see what the coin says, and we'll follow it up. All right. Coin is going to save us.
The coin. Good old coin. The coin does not fear, the stigma of going against the favorite, and I respect the coin for that reason.
Yeah, no, that's good, but yeah, we're a bunch of sweats over here.
Yeah, we're tryharding. We'll go with
that in the chat. Well, we're gonna find out if the coin just trumps all of us. Jobless need to win everything and hope for a few other specific teams to lose, but only one of those criteria they control, and that is to win, win, win. Can Jobless do it? Let's find out.
The dream tiebreaker is still on for Jobless. All they need to do is go through Vitality, win another one tomorrow, one more after that, and then they can have a chance at making the major. Vitality, they've already done the major, done the Worlds, and they are just here to get better seeding. CJ, is this going to be a little bit more of a sensible series compared to last time?
No, probably not. Just had a quick look at the stats, and Jobless, one of the most offensive teams in the event. And if there's one thing we've seen from Europe is that they have no defense, all offense. So expecting, or, well, am I hoping? Maybe I want some normality, or maybe we want pure chaos. Look at Zen going almost kicking off the bat with a worldy ground pinch off the dribble. But Vitality, as you said, they've completed it, mate. They've done everything. They're already qualified through to the Major, through to Worlds, and now they're just playing for chocolates.
Seeding, it's for money, it's for just making sure that you... And also trying to make sure that you stay confident going into the Major as well, because we've seen what Vitality can do with this exact roster in the European and worldwide shuffle. They're one of the few teams that managed to stay together, and so far it has proven to be a good decision, especially when you look back at how they've been doing throughout Europe. Just internationally, are they going to be able to replicate that same success? And offensively here, Rado drops it down. Alpha isn't able to get that final touch to it, and we're also seeing Zen with a stunning car design.
Yeah, you said it as well with Vitality. That is actually, yeah, quite a nice, yeah, just quite a red sort of. Hang on a minute. Now, what on earth do you call this for defense? Wait, if there's question marks on Europe or Europe already, you got the world champ, the Wonder Kid, just handing it straight up to Ixo. Great dunk though, recognizing the pre-jump. No boost for Zen. I'll let him off there, but great start for Jobless.
Well, he cycled round. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're back. I was going to say, he cycled around and got a little bit of boost. But on the kickoff, Alpha just absolutely slams his face into it. Happy days, minute 15. We're tied up.
I mean, come on.
Lovely
give some
fade.
credit to this kickoff, though. It's Redosin just nullifying the back corner, just killing it slightly backwards to Alpha, who runs. And that's the Vitality special, known for their kickoff strats. And now they go the Sam double kickoff. I call it the Sam because, I mean, it was so successful over there. We saw the double goal comeback completed, but over complexity, but yeah, I like this. You can see Vitality. That's a sign that you switched on take off. You know, you're implementing a strategy. Even though we just saw Zen maybe make a little defensive blunder.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that you're thinking, keeping wired. And we were talking about what this series ends up meaning with Jobless trying to do something a little bit special with Resi leading the charge. If Vitality do end up winning this series, both Gentlemates and Oxygen make the Major. And as well as that, Gentlemates will also be grabbing a Worlds spot off the back of this win. So if you are one of those French supremacists out there wanting all the French teams to make it to Worlds and the Majors, you are rooting for a Vitality win here today.
Or if you just want Oxygen to make Major, if you kind of, you know,
yeah,
if you want to play, see a bit of, what do you call it?
Three lines on the shirt.
If you're into the 3 lions, get involved. If you're into get involved as well, because who else but my man Redosin just to fire one into the back of the net for Jobless. That is sensational. That's clinical. That's defensive positioning 101.
I think he should take defensive positioning 102, because that would then tell you to be facing the other way, so it then bounces out away from your net.
Yeah, he took the free trial course. He definitely needs to start, you know, investing a little bit of money into some, perhaps, teachers with qualifications or something in the defensive department. But oh well, it could just be this day for Europe when there's a lot of on the line. I know for Vitality, not as much, but when there is pressure, everyone can kind of feel it. Stumpy does create some interesting things on the pitch.
It gets very silly very quickly. Then they wanted to make this a lot more of a serious matter. Goes up for a flick, down for the 50. Took 2 players to block him away from it. Can't get the bump on his way out, but Redosin does get the bump on Alpha and prevents him from coming in.
We were mentioning Vitality being in form and how it is a really good thing for them. And I think even Redosin, own goal league, I mean, we saw it last season. They won the World Championship. So I think that's a good sign as well. And they are a team we can comfortably say are able to play the same on LAN as they do online. You saw what they did in the spring split last season, followed up with the World Championship victory. So, you know, they're not a team where, you know, they go all right online and then you think, gee, I don't know what they're going to do at the Major. You can be comfortable that they can perform on LAN.
It's a copy-paste of everything that they do at home. But with 90 seconds left, we've not spoken that much about Jobless, and they're currently in the lead. They've been a bit of a sleeper team, and the fact they're the only other team with a chance of making it to the Major at this point on Saturday is quite remarkable, considering how their series did actually begin. Obviously, all these players coming from various teams around Europe. Ixo having his shot at going to a Major after being extremely confident that him on Oxygen was going to be able to do it. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to be the player to bring Oxygen to the Major, but wanting to make sure that he is able to show up there at some point in this season. A minute remaining, and they are still in the lead.
Yeah, as well, statistically, had a pretty good event so far, overall stats, and as I mentioned before, the offense has been fantastic. Redosin, only in the flip reset on that one, but yeah, Jobless, certainly not a team to sneeze at. There's form lines everywhere, you know, these guys taking down SAR. Obviously, we know what SAR did against K-Corp about 18 times in the qualifiers, so they certainly are no slouches and still in contention, as we said.
Final 30, wanting this pressure for Vitality to lead to a goal. What they're going to be hoping for. Resi flicks it over the top of Redosin. Alpha to pump it back from his own half. Only a good interception. Back corner is found. Zen up with a lot of boost. A lot of time, but does get shut down quite effectively. Rado, central. Alpha's there, has to get out of the way. Tries to spear himself through a player as well to open the gate.
Zen playing a lot of this third man approach. He has bought enough time for both members of Vitality to get back. It's Resi going to be happy to kill time off the clock. Look at the fake, sends Zen back into touch. He is still able to get a touch on it. Ollie's in trouble, but he does get it down. He locks it in, and Jobless take game number 1.
All right. Well, we're suddenly feeling this might be similar to the previous series, though actually I don't think anything is going to be able to top the entertainment factor of the absolute slobber knocker between BDS and Endpoint.
Is that what we're calling it?
It was! Mate, that was like watching two prime boxers just taking chunks out of each other, sending mortars down range and seeing where they land.
It was certainly a ding-dong battle, if you would. But yes, that's a great game 1 here for Jobless. We still had a little bit of chaos. We had an own goal, and we had Zen making, I'd say a defensive blunder, but he had no boost, and he did get pre-jump. You watch the replay right here. I mean, he probably could have done something better with that. The pre-jump did come in early there from Exo. Yeah. But well done to Jobless. You know, all the talk is on Vitality, already qualifying for everything, but not so much on this Jobless team.
Yeah, I mean, Zen's touch there did go straight into the face of Redosin, so you can't blame him too much. A little bit of a team effort on that chance. I am very excited to see if Jobless can continue their hopes, because a lot of our permutations for the major, they end after this series if Vitality do end up winning it. I'd love to see this Jobless crazy run continue to go through, because I think that's what we're all here for. We're all here for the chaos, surely. Yeah,
we want just absolute tomfoolery, if you would, in this region. That's a nice word, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lovely word. On Forbidden Temple, we're going to need to see a bit more from Vitality, and I'd say probably 1 or 2 less own goals.
Someone said we just have the Urban Dictionary up, pulling out random words, and I've said tomfoolery. So, no, you're probably right. I'm not sure where they come from. I just speak and things happen. Redosin, well, he'll be looking to perhaps have a little bit more work down the other end of the pitch would be handy for him. We know that offensively, he is phenomenal, but offensively in the defensive end as well, he's also sometimes phenomenal for the other team.
He's a character. He is Redosin, and that's all that matters. First 30 seconds, though, gone without incidents so far. 100 boost challenge from Alpha in the corner. Back right again has been lots of challenges in those corners, but you can't really work it out into a nice offensive position, or at least Vitality been unable to in this series so far. Alpha with a touch, but it does go a little bit Orion. Exo, again, so confident, works his way in there, and is giving Vitality no time to form any kind of cohesive defense.
He gave Alpha no respect on that corner touch either. Straight in and looking to gain possession and gain the attack. This isn't as much of the Vitality as we saw yesterday. So impressive in that Oxygen series, I will say. I know that Stumpy, you gave them no chance at all. We were in the green room before that one, and you said there's no way that the world champs can win this, and I was the only one that predicted them. How good were they? So far today, though, it hasn't been as hot because Jobless are here to play.
It's Exo again, the opening goal. Alpha flipping back, awful positioning. Rado then can't make any contact on the ball because he sees it go in top corner, waits for the bounce to come back out, and Exo has read it to perfection. Minute 20, Jobless with the lead, and again, CJ, it's what we were saying. Exo, absolutely zero respect to any player on the pitch, and it's brilliant.
It's the new meta here for EU, isn't it? We're seeing upsets in the qualifiers. We're seeing top 4 teams go down to the lower bracket. We're seeing K-Corp decide not to show up on the second weekend. And I think it's a bit of a trend right now, the lack of respect for these top teams. You know, once you see a couple of upsets, you think, well, why not us? Why can't we do it? if we bring the aggression and, as I said, really take it on the front foot, as you're seeing with Ixo right here. What a pitch coming through. Probably a shot and a goal as well. There's the finishing. There's the quality from Radosin.
Another crossbar denter coming through in this series as well, where it's a lovely challenge from Alpha. Swipes across away from Oli. In and out. Very nearly successful. Actually, if that was completely dead on target, Ixo saves it. Rado going bar down, maybe by sheer luck, does manage to squeak in the goal anyway.
Much better response there from Vitality. Let's see if they can build off this. We saw what happened with, well, BDS. I don't want to talk about that one. Nice demo there from Oli. That's one way to remove any danger, but, well, the most dangerous man perhaps in the world was still on the ball. He does well, though, to get off. And Alpha now trying to keep possession, trying to get the lead here for Vitality. But again, we're seeing that man, your man Ixo, is just throwing himself at the ball in defense.
Yeah, it's perfect. Ixo could not be playing this series any better. Like, making sure that nobody on Vitality feels comfortable at any given moment is great. Oli gets rid of Radosin at the back, so it forces Alpha just to wait a little bit longer. He can't come in as aggressively as he would have liked, but the pressure does continue for Vitality. It's a miss, and it's a shot from Rado. The second for Vitality coming from the man that can do anything.
Yeah, they call him the any end sniper right here, and he's done it. Fortunately,
the colorblind striker strikes again.
The colorblind striker. Maybe that could be we don't know, but I like that. The colorblind striker. How good is that, though? Great finishing. We've had a bar down, and then beautiful placement in behind as Zen trying to get something to work for the third goal. But this is more the Vitality we saw yesterday.
Yes, Vitality, though, still not exactly taking control of this series. I think looking like it comes down to whatever Jobless are putting towards their own net. Oli lets that ball go completely away from him. Right out to the ceiling, gets the reset, still got it, fakes it. And Rezi manages to pump it away from his own side, but Zen, the positioning, keeps it in contention. A dunk goes top corner. What more can you ask?
Look at the way he just shadows the backboard defender here. Oh, he's just copying every movement. He fakes high. He watches the clear, and then he knows that the only direction Oli can take it is across net down the bottom, and he finds the dunk. He is just so clever and gets the third goal for Vitality.
Perfect goal for them, making sure that's a confidence one as well, and there's more confidence coming out from their offense too. But with a 2-goal deficit, 90 seconds remaining, right out to the ceiling, uses his reset immediately. Actually, falls on the ball. It's Oli with 0 boost, trying to get it central. But I think Vitality quite happy just to waste a couple of seconds there.
I think so. Trying to find the pass. He has done well, but this man right here, Oli's got no boost at all. All he can do is get a 50 in behind. Zen can carry it out. That's going to be troublesome here for Jobless Stumpy if they're not going to be able to attack with any boost at all against the world champs.
Oli up midfield, needs 2 goals in a minute. Takes it down low, but low boost. Once again, he has had low boost on 3 consecutive plays. Definitely becoming somewhat endemic for him. Tries to go for that back corner, but Alpha's got to trip him up, beats him to the boost. Rezi gets faked out, Zen flicks it high. Seconds and seconds ticking by. Nothing that Jobless can do about it.
And he's finally got a full moon there, Oli. He is thanking his lucky stars. Back corner spawns for him. Let's see what damage he can do. He's already used it all and hit the ball straight to Alpha 54. Zen trying to cut it on, pops it backboard. No one there. Fake coming through. Radosin followed. A little bit wide as I think so. There's a lot of low 50s for Jobless, but I don't think that's the strategy against Vitality. They look very comfortable through the midfield.
I mean, Zen has taken every single one on the chin, and he's made sure that they are going either neutral or somewhat in his favor. And regardless, even if it doesn't, it's wasting just a second more. And those have added up to at least 10, 15 seconds in total. And the final 15 seconds is now going to be ticking down. Rado bumped away from the ball. Rezi with a miss. Oli with a slight miss as well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, no problem. Vitality, game number 2.
Yeah, really strong from Vitality there, and a great bounce back after that game 1, similar to their French brethren in BDS, albeit they didn't make it look too easy in the first series of the day. Vitality strike back, and now it's up to Jobless to try and find an offense. As you said, they're lacking a little bit of boost, and they're lacking any sort of sustained pressure.
Yeah, and the colorblind striker is making sure that he picks up 2 on his way through Forbidden Temple. 5 shots in total for that game, shooting at 40%. So Rado, to be honest, apart from that one issue that he faced with an own goal, has looked extremely good this entire weekend, CJ.
Yeah, he's looked great. He's got a brace in game 2 as well. Just as impressive, though, is the defense. And when you have 0 saves, you might say, well, that is terrible defense. But the way that Vitality are able to defend from the midfield, as we mentioned, grabbing boost and able to lock it back in the other end, means that Jobless right here, they've only had 1 shot for the game. That was their only goal. Vitality not having to make any goal line saves.
All right, 2 more games potentially for Vitality to completely knock out, or 3 more games, sorry, for Vitality to knock Jobless out of their major contention, which I think, considering the late season upswing that we've seen that from a couple teams so far as well, especially in North America as well, where we saw Shopify do a phenomenal job and being extremely impressive when it comes down to how they can bring themselves into a late season surge. It's a shame to see teams like this not have another split for them to prove themselves in, but it also means that they're so much more cutthroat when it comes down to the results that you need to secure and the consistency that you need from early on.
Saw Coach Fruity as well there for Jobless. Great to see him. Quite a cult figure in their Rocket League community, I'd say, and a lovely fella as well. I was going to roast him, but I thought
They got roast Fruity.
no, I was gonna talk. No, I wanted.
No, clearly, share it with the class. Clearly you want to say it. Go on.
Well, I was gonna go career. I was gonna say #1 seed at the World Champs, last place. Reciprocity, but.
Cheers, Reciprocity. And also, Yummy Cheeseman coaching that team. So whose fault really is it? Whose fault really is it?
In the first place, mistake #1, Yummy Cheeseman's your coach. Mistake number 2.
You've not seen him coaching much since that. That's what I'm saying.
So, quite a short career on that front, but here we go. Vitality back into the game. Great flick. It is wide though. Too much power in the end and 2 straight off the corner. As Radosin gets bumped all the way back. Rezi's going to be able to take his time. Perhaps this approach is the way, but again, the low 50 game didn't quite work in the previous, and flicks like that from Rezi won't be buttering anyone's pass nips.
I will say this has been just a stark contrast to what we saw in the previous series. It's so much slower and more considered. Every touch feels a lot more deliberate for the most part, and when one team has pressure, it's rarely then just being absolutely sent back into the opposite side. It is having actual moments of that sustained pressure and the moments of a slow play, a flick, a little pass across. It's not just send it as hard and as fast as you can in any given direction.
Yeah, I still would like to see this Jobless lineup create a little bit more up front, as you said. Any game, Subby, where you're having 1 shot, that's alarm bells, and that's probably for mine a timeout. But we have seen that Europe prefer to hang on to them, just for keep them safe, keep them close to their chest. Never know when you gotta use it. And we didn't quite have it there after game number 2. Still though, no goals to the good of anyone here so far in game 3. Oli takes it up. A little bit of space with a reset. And backboard with Zen has beat 1, but there's the follow, and just a bit of hesitation meets to a side flip straight down the other end for Alpha. Vitality will be happy with that defensive set.
That's a very scary position as well for Zen. He actually just sends the ball away from him with low boost. Doesn't want to be challenged in an awkward position. Now Alpha going to his own back corner with 100. Ixo with a relative tap in. He's got the USA flag on his car, maybe hoping that there's somehow a chance that he can attend the World Championships in Fort Worth. Not necessarily, mate, but you do get the pass back central and you get the first goal in game 3.
Yeah, what on earth is a kilometre after all, Stumpy? I mean, what a goal coming through. And that was 1 for freedom. There, 1-0, very nice. Half a game for Vitality to try and get back. Perhaps a timeout was not needed here for Jobless. Again, every time I think they should call a timeout, I get proved wrong. The team just goes on and wins the game.
Midfield again sees Oli go up high. That backboard, though, is covered by Zen. Finds Alpha low on boost, has to get a touch, can't get anything. So Ixo now is going to be the recipient of the ball. Mid boost stolen back by Alpha. Ixo forgoing the ball. Resi now comes in 4. And I feel like lots of these players aren't coming in with a lot of boost. Ixo, great positioning. Low boost plays. Oli can tap it in. But full credit towards Ixo here and his sheer ambition on the play.
Yeah, he had 0 boost, but he didn't worry. He positioned aggressively. The double commit save. Zen was just bouncing around off the crossbar. And this, there's a bit of game 1 about it now, suddenly. The change up, the aggression, and it is, I don't know why I'm calling him your man, but you are pointing it out a lot. Ixo showing that aggression. So good for Jobless up front.
I don't know why he's my man. I think he hates me. Minute 45. Zen takes the ball central, finds for a dosing. No opportunity for him to get that goal. What?
He's got a photo of you on his wall, I think, and he uses you as motivation.
I think it's full of darts from whenever he practices.
He's hitting 180s on your eyeballs.
He'll do well with the aim on that, in fairness.
Yeah, it's certainly helping his accuracy here, though. The aggression is paying off against Stumpy. 4 Exo Resi. Here we go. Jobless, they want 3. That'd secure game number 3 here. Alpha works it downfield. No boost. Going to leave it for Zen. Looks for a close double or a Dosen, but there it is. Only saving the day. Jobless, loving this response.
As Exo also with a huge amount of trust in Oli, because Exo thinks, okay, I don't want to go up here, I've not got the boost to go for it, then leaves the net completely open. At least leave a man challenging. Rando and Alpha both getting demo. Zen comes in for the challenge, and yet Jobless's back line stays firm.
They need to keep holding on, though, because they're not out of trouble just yet. Zan's going to have to throw himself forward. Just wants to keep it in. The same out pinch it. Alpha's fade too. This will be dirty if he gets a goal. Everyone's looking for the bump. Only back in time, though. This is the speed from Jobless. Even when they come into trouble, they are able to get back in time and help out that last man.
Nice bounce. Central goes in favour of Vitality. Zen to the ceiling, but Rado fancies a touch on that ball as well. Oli, good control, great flick over the top. Resi also gets rid of Radosin. There's 2 goals needed to chase the Vitality here, and Alpha gets rid of a player from the pitch. Ixo's gone, Resi's up with the ball, a backflip on target, Rado saving.
Zen gets demo. That could have been the best chance. He had 100 boost to work with. Alpha has to go. He's trying to just trying to force the issue, but all it is only downfield. There's the demo. Resi with 100. Alpha's just trying to chase bumps. Jobless regain the lead in the series. Forget about the timeout. They are back.
I tell you what, that is a brilliant showing from Jobless too. 2 goals, not even just one that's squeaked through, not just a Rado own goal, a Zen defensive mistake. That was nothing but Jobless's skill and determination to secure game number 3 going their way. 2-1 in the series, and as far as I can remember, chat didn't go Jobless. I don't think the coin went Jobless either, and all of us on the desk went for Vitality.
Well, they're unemployed, Stumpy. It's hard to really back them in. That's kind of step 1 in as a professional Rocket League unit. And maybe if they can win this series, well, the sky's the limit for this team. Only with 2 goals, and you can see how clinical they are being. Last game, it was 1 shot, 1 goal. This time, they were able to put 7 to the good of the shots tally for 2 goals. Vitality, 6 shots, could not land anything. Alpha in particular with 5 shots, Stumpy.
Yeah, pretty dreadful going when you look at it. I think Alpha wanting to make sure that his shooting is either he's trying to go for his assist by shooting close to the net and therefore it bounces out and someone else can get another shot. But the fact that the only other shot was Radosin just proves that there was no one there regardless, even if that's what he was going for. Otherwise, yeah, Jobless, a much better game compared to the Vitality side. 2 more wins and they keep their dreams of the major alive.
There is that man, Fruity, as well. Can we get a W, Fruity, in chat? Absolute superstar. We love him. And Jobless, well, I don't even... I was going to say they love him, but I don't know. Maybe they don't like him. Maybe there's a rift in the team. Who knows? Right now, it's working
maybe
out.
there's a second dartboard next to mine with Fruity's face on it. We have no idea.
Who knows what Exo's got in store, but what we do know is what he's doing on the pitch right now, and it is fantastic for Jobless. They have the lead in the series, and this could put them onto match point. It cannot be understated how important this game win is, just for the momentum and to try and worry Vitality out of this one.
I mean, this series affects literally the entirety of Europe. It affects Worlds. It affects every single chance, or rather the major. It affects every single team that is watching that still has that chance. And Jobless are starting, making sure they're putting that pressure on Vitality. They've got everything to play for. Oli, awkward little touch in the back corner, but let's keep it in the corner. Double touches. Keeping Alpha at arm's length, and he can't push anything too much further down. They're thinking, Alpha, you can take 5 more shots, mate. None of them go in, and we are absolutely taking it.
Vitality look really awkward, playing so slow out of net, but we are seeing a little shift as well from Jobless. This isn't what you want. I feel like they're kind of, I want to say going back into their shells, but you can almost think, all right, if we just play solid here, we get this win, all of a sudden we're on match point, but they need to keep doing what they're able to produce in that game number 3. That's with Exo being aggressive and catching out the offense or catching out the defense of Vitality. Look at the ceiling touch from Radosin. He does have no boost for the follow-up, but as I said, I want to see more offense coming through from Jobless because they're giving up these touches. Zen couldn't work it around on the shot, and Exo can take it downfield.
I mean, Zen tried to get around it for the shot or the pass. Regardless, Radosin's not anywhere near the position he has to be in. Alpha is happy coming out there. He's got enough speed to return in decent time. Oli, though, all on his own, he does not need a teammate. He sets himself up, says thank you very much. 1 goal jobless.
Yeah, just delays his flip. Look at the bump coming through as well from Ixo, clearing out any hope of Radosin rotating back, but Oli does the rest. Over the top corner. Here we go, jobless. 3:30. They need to keep putting the foot down. We know how quickly Vitality can turn it around, but it's a great start here. Zen, though, with a shot on there. Great save, Ixo. Follow up. Help defense comes through and arrives for Oli.
It's a lovely shot, too, from Zen. That was a real big threat for them. Manages to save it away, but Radosin now taking his time as Zen is removed from the pitch, who was the original recipient of that ball. Alpha touching down to 1, but Oli again. The interception master. Alpha, a complete misread there, or at least going away from the ball. But as you were saying, they're slow out of net, and that just goes to confirm it even more. Miscommunications, issues. Definitely for Vitality on the defense. Zen now letting that ball go low, but what does it let in? Resi to then go for more challenges.
Yeah, they're not in the Arsenal coin flow state at the moment, but this is really dangerous. You can see both the Jobless in net. Oli's in trouble. Great read, though. As you said, it just feels a little bit too methodical from Vitality, like they're not synergizing as well as we have seen. There's a great offensive set, but we're not seeing those demos get swept through that clinical nature of the best team, or at least the world champs, should I say. This isn't quite happening. Radosin having that firepower, but we yet to really see Zen in true form.
Under half-time now. Oli trying to go for that one shot too. Alpha is going to be there to get that save away. And also the offensive push is going to start all from the bumper of his car. Ixo up to challenge. Radosin, great shot from him towards the opposite corner. A miss, hopefully, Zen was thinking, from Oli. Alpha gets one central, opens it for Ixo. Ixo goes high. Oli's there, drops it low, on target. Ixo goes top corner, but the crossbar yet again dented.
And it's a phenomenal player, that crossbar. Anyone that wants to work out how to defend, look up a tutorial on how to be a living, breathing post in the game, how to be a crossbar, because that thing can save some shots. Oli going to be able to clear it from Radosin, who had no boost, which is interesting, moving downfield. He's able to scoop up the 100. Ixo looking to control it. He's so good using that one's experience to just get some touches, but he's not going to be able to hit that. And Resi needs to become up huge. He has done a clear that's got bounced over the top of Zen. Alpha with the follow-up, Alpha with the shot, Alpha with the goal.
It's finally, though, some sustained pressure on Vitality actually leading to a goal. Resi, an awkward touch in the corner. Rado realises Alpha's there, and you'll see that pass time and time again. It can be dangerous if your teammate isn't present, but Alpha, on the opportunity, did find himself right place, right time. Great rotation from him. And Jobless, they were boost starved, they were awkward in their net. Opportunity, Vitality, to make sure they do not go to a serious point that they, I'm sure, were not expecting.
Oh, Radosin, if he was more straight on, would have had an open net, but all he could do is hit it to the corner as Ixo takes it out. Radosin stops the steal boost. Zen nearly gets caught out. And Alpha, the positioning from Vitality. Oh, the kick go again, just a little bit awkward. He's going to be able to leave it for Radosin, but it's not intentional, and it means the rotations are slow. Look at the fake coming through. Alpha has to bail out the team. But yeah, it's not as clinical as we saw against Oxygen and Gentlemates yesterday.
We've seen some real problems here, I think, for Vitality. They are not as robust as I think we've seen them be, especially in the last couple of open qualifiers. They've looked outstanding. They're the only team so far to be going to the major. They're there for a reason. And Jobless are schooling them on pretty much every single front.
You can just see a few touches where they're going, oh, help. Someone takes it, stuffed up. Ixo takes it up. Going out of the corner, though. Not going to find a direct line to net. Radosin, nice patience from him. Has a lot of boost. Gets at around 2. He's only going to find Resi. Pre-jump comes through from Alpha. He was up so early on that, but not quite seeing the follow. The bounce dribble is only going to be in the hands of that man, Zen. Where did Oli come from? Overtime would be nice to Jobless. Like, can they steal it?
2v1.
It's out the back. He's only got a quarter boost. Resi goes low. Oh! Absolutely done him. Jobless might just steal this game and might move on to match point.
Bigger brains get more goals, and Ixo absolutely missiles himself towards Alpha. Resi with a relative opener. 3 seconds remaining, and Jobless moving on towards that series point.
Oh, they've gone the double kick off, the triple kick off.
They've done it.
Just killed on the ground. 3-1-2 Jobless. And ladies and gents, timeout instantly called, instantly confirmed. Vitality's backs are against the wall.
Look, right, I want to give a chance here for anybody in chat. If you genuinely predicted and you thought Jobless take this series, just put a me smiley face. Me smiley face. You did it. You know, you get to be proud of yourselves, but only if you actually predicted Jobless at the start. Thank you.
Well, no one did. So what I'm going to ask them during this timeout, because, you know, people want, me to...
Oh, look at them all. So many people predicted Jobless. Are we the idiots?
Well, spill. People want, analysis during these timeouts. So I'm going to throw it to the chat as well, those watching live, perhaps those in the comments if you're watching in post. In 25 words or less, how did Vitality come back into this series? And
interesting.
We'll read out the best one.
I don't think we will. I think right now there's a lot of people in a legal team for a certain multi-billion-dollar company that would really not want us to read anything verbatim from Twitch chat.
We're not getting any confirmation on that, but again, Twitch chat, they're very smart, intellectual. They are all SSL ranked and could all beat Redosin in a 1v1 according to the comments. So
I think they could. But look, right, Vitality, on a serious note, need to buck up their ideas. You see this sometimes when you've got a team who, yes, they've qualified for Worlds, qualified for the Major, and they can get a little bit lax. You see it, especially the winner's tilt from Worlds, when you win an event and then you go on and you don't end up doing anything from that point onwards. BDS and Vitality have done it to an extent. G2 have historically done it as well. They haven't even attended the Major yet, and it already feels like they're in that mindset of, you know what, I'm not quite at the position where we want to be pushing as hard as we possibly can. Whereas Jobless, they are like a dog with a stick, and they are sprinting around going crazy, needing to get this win.
Yeah, and right now it's like a little dash hound with an enormous stick taking up the entire footpath, knocking over people. That's what it is. If they can take down the enormous scalp of Team Vitality, the world champs who really have been looking fantastic so far. You look at yesterday, I mean, we're looking at recent form. Took down Oxygen, took down Gentlemates. What did Jobless do? I mean, they were just, they were looking for a job. They were looking for employment yesterday. Scraped their way through out of the Swiss stage, and now have 3 chances to take down Vitality here. 3-1 up in the series.
Triple match point is outrageous, but it is so well earned for this team. Resi from that back corner wanted to alleviate this Vitality pressure as soon as he can, although realistically that Vitality pressure has not been that deadly. Ixo receiving a pass from Oli. And again, the word is ambition that we're looking at for Jobless right now, and their determination has been pulling them through this series. That's a shot! That's on target! It's Oli again, just not leaving the orange half.
Well, now, I mean, what has happened here, Redosin?
You have so much boost, Redosin!
He had a full moon. He had an entire moon. A solid. It was full. The sky was lit up with boost. And he's done nothing with it. He just didn't see him coming. He turned underneath the ball. And perhaps no game audio. Perhaps didn't flick the right stick around. No awareness. Didn't turn off camera ball cam. And that is the worst possible goal to concede off the timeout as well. After you've had a chat, Fairy Pete running them through all the necessary procedures. They're 1-0 down.
I mean, Redosin with 100 boost got outpaced by a player with none. Like, the positioning, the decision-making was just shocking. And that is now Vitality chasing with 4 minutes left. Zen has to push his way back, and that absolute boomer just finds his way home.
Oh, they just pushed up way too high. You can see Zen third man. Look how close he is. Where's he going? There's no one back at all for Vitality. Structurally, they're usually so on song. And Zen, of all people, has made an enormous mistake, giving up 2 freebies off the timeout and are 3 minutes 40 away from being eliminated in the quarterfinal.
In his first 90 seconds, it's worst case scenario for Vitality. Oli, though, with a miss. There's Resi with 100 boost and a lot of time. No one really challenges him. He actually goes low. 1-2. The third cannot be found from Resi, but beating 2 of Vitality in respective 1v1s is stunning. Ixo and Alpha both shying away from that Rule 1.
You can see how comfortable Ixo is, though. He said, Rotto, you want to play? Let's tango. You want to dance? Let's dance. Alpha said no thanks, and Ixo said, Rotto, I'll get back in net. 2 goals still to the good of Jobless. And this is a great touch from Oli again. They're slow to get back. Alpha on the backboard will be able to scoop it up, travel it, transition it downfield to Redosin, who gets the pop back to Alpha, back to Redosin, back to Alpha, back to Redosin, and back to nobody. So Oli gets the touch.
These first 2 minutes have been exactly what Jobless needed, especially after that Vitality timeout as well. The morale of Vitality could not have been higher, I think, in that moment in this series at least. And yet, again, no respect. Jobless don't care. They're here to get a job done. Zendo removing one. Rado drops it low. Alpha's there to shoot. It is one brought back, and you see Redosin light up on the camera.
Yeah, a lot of time left and a great little drop down there from Redosin. Alpha, he just finds the opening, squeezes it in between two of the defenders. Top left, left-hand side. Back to 2-1. It's not quite panic stations just yet. They've done enough to steady the ship for now, but they still need to find one more.
We hit half-time in game number, what is this, 5 now. The 3 match points, the series points that Jobless have got, but Zen taking over. Bumps Oli, Rezi's there. Oli, though, taps it back towards his own net. Ixo, incredible positioning and saves the blunder coming in for his teammate.
A little bit of a whiff for Alpha, though. Another shot. Oh, Ixo's just got to stay down there. It was a disrespectful positioning, and it almost paid off. Down the other end now, Alpha off the ceiling. He's just lost it, but managed to find a dunk on 2. Redosin, how's your placement? How about Zed in the middle? And how about the equaliser for Vitality?
That's what they needed. And it was only 30 seconds after we were looking back and thinking, oh, maybe not. But Redosin sends it central. Zen slams it home, middle of the net. Bullseye for the young gun.
Yeah, if that was me, I would have put it straight off the crossbar back into my own net. So he's done so well to get up. It was a quick infield pass.
Hello.
Hello. For the Hello. We haven't seen one of those since 2019, and he's pulled it out in the quarterfinal against Vitality to get the lead back.
A stunner. Unbelievable. Ixo has taken this opportunity to maybe the glimmer of making the major and is running with it.
I mean, what a disrespectful way to get the lead back just when Vitality might have some momentum, and they could score again here, but Ixo with so much aggression, he's been the hero, and look at the bumps coming through. Redosin's in massive trouble. He had a pre-flip off the post, did really well in the end. There's a lot of boost for Vitality to work it out, but Jobless, as I said, that is such a good goal to get. Sometimes it's just your day, and it was almost his moment there. Ixo off the ceiling doesn't quite get that touch.
Final 90 seconds is going to be gigantic for the landscape of Europe. 80 now. Oli to challenge Alpha. Rezi patient on the backboard. Drops down. Great positioning. Rezi now from that backboard. Sends it along the midfield. It's going to see him challenge versus Redosin. Gets it round 1. Oli goes away from the ball. Leaves Ixo in a 2v1. How does he do?
It's important to note as well with this minute left as Vitality need one. They're actually not fully locked in for Worlds yet. So not just playing for chocolates and a bit of prize money, as we said at the start. There's some points in seeding. Everything's still on the line. They're only at London so far. And they get a well and truly necessary goal back. 52 seconds left. We're back to 3-3.
That's a great point. Yeah, I misspoke earlier. Vitality, they need to win this series, and then they'll find themselves at Worlds. That is their win condition to make sure that they lock in the last 2 lands of the season. Jobless are currently playing spoiler to that, but an equalising goal with the minute remaining still gives Vitality that hope.
Is there any more magic coming through for Jobless, for Ixo? What have they got? 50 by Zen. A lot of aggression. Rezi's in big trouble. He's done well to recover, though. He's dodged the bump. And he's found Ixo downfield, who can get a nice flick across to Oli. What a touch from Alpha. You could see the shot was going to be huge there, but didn't quite come through. Rezi trying to get the kick out. Does, but again, Oli was just a little bit close on the follow. They don't get the shot on. They're still pushing forward. They're looking for bumps. They're dancing around him. Ixo trying to pitch it through. 18 seconds. Feel like Jobless want to close this out. They don't want this overtime. They've got a lot of pressure.
It's a great challenge midfield. Ixo shuts it down before that attack really becomes an issue. Zen central. Rado's there. Goes high with it. The double tap chance. Zen is then back for the 1-2. Redosin wants to go ceiling. Central. Ball instead just goes to the ground. Overtime. Jobless, an opportunity to take down Vitality and crush their world's hopes for now. But Alpha off the kickoff. It's what they rehearse for these moments. And Vitality keep themselves safe.
Johnny Boy punching the air, punching his desk right now. Only turns upfield, doesn't turn net. They don't cover the short cheat, the close kill. And we have a game win for Vitality. They claw one back. We will head to Neo Tokyo. And Jobless, only 2 more chances now. That felt like the golden opportunity. They were in front. They just gave it away.
We see teams as well get to these moments and they change how they play. Jobless cannot do that. If they start to sit back and be more passive, that's GG's for them. They will be done. Vitality will be able to come out and win. They need to make sure they're still going for these shots that are out of nowhere. Ixo with that pinch was incredible. Oli from the back corner, just sending it long, turning on Radosin a couple of times too. Making sure that they do not have those opportunities to sit comfortable. Because Jobless, that has been their bread and butter so far.
Yeah, it was a huge game from Oli, but on the other hand, Alpha 54 stepping up with a hat-trick of his own. He has been a little bit quiet so far in this series, but there was a time where
perfect kickoff, man.
I mean, look at that. It's textbook. They've scored 3 kickoff goals now in this series, Vitality. We saw 2 earlier on, and now they get another one to the good in the best, no, I guess in the most important time in OT to keep themselves alive in the tournament.
There is, of course, Vitality. They don't just need to win this to then make it to Worlds. It's just that they can secure it today to then make Worlds. Vitality have still got lots of other avenues. Of course, they're going to be going to the London Major. That's going to pretty much get them there as well. But Jobless, still, their job is to win.
It's a nice 50 from Rezi, who's going to jump up again, and double commit comes through. Oli backs off, lands underneath the ball. More 50s. The low 50 game is back for Jobless. Sort of been their trademark, particularly from Ixo, trying to force the aggression. A little bit of offense coming through. Oli gets demoed. Alpha, beat that solo play. He's going to find a Radosin pre-jump from Ixo. He's lost it. Could the fake come through? The fake come through. Oli's ready for both. Covers everything. Could have definitely been a goal there for Vitality, if not for the superb defense.
I tell you what though, seeing it from that position, you think, yeah, that's obviously going to be a fake. Oli has no idea. He has to cover 2 angles, and he does so. The defense is outstanding so far from Jobless. Oli sending it low, but with nobody following, he just goes straight back to Zen. Actually takes a shot very high up with Ixo covering the backboard. I'd back him, just take a shot on the net there and force them down and make it awkward.
Rezi launches it, and oh no, that's probably a good pass.
Oh my word!
He's just caught it in front of net. He just sits downfield and camps up the campfire, sets up the barbecue, and cooks them.
Utter disrespect. That is an outrageous touch for a player having the series of his life against one of the greatest teams in the world, against one of the best defenders this game has ever seen, and he cooks him.
Zen had no idea, or he might have had some idea, but Ixo was just too quick. The pre-jump in the end was a possible thing for Vitality. The skim off the car ended up straight in Ixo's lap. Great goal there, and you know, if you are Jobless, it's easy to say that you don't want Game 7. Of course, you'd rather win in Game 6, but against this Vitality, they're so clutch in the big games. It's got to hold on here. They lost it in game number 5. They've got the lead. They need a lock, batten down the hatches right now, but these demos, these bumps are going to be pretty tough to deal with. You can see Radosin circling, looking for something. He's got to find the ball now off the side, off the corner. Ixo needs to defend, and look at this. They're getting that one touch up in there, instantly looking for a bump.
I mean, bear in mind that Jobless, they had that 2-goal lead with 2 minutes remaining. Rezi, they're going for this chance to try and make it that 2-goal lead yet again. And before Jobless lost it from that position, they cannot let that happen again if they can get into there. They need to make sure that they are staying extremely vigilant, no matter what the scoreline is.
So tries to get it to the 50. He's going to lose it back corner, which will help out Rezi. No boost. Alpha looking for bumps. He has found one. Radosin wants in, but again, the rotation's coming through. Rezi looks to the pop, gets it over the top. Alpha has to go. It's just going to be off the backboard. Tries to catch and go again with a reset to Zen. Ixo right there. He has just been the intercept man for Jobless. Rezi, what can he do? He's going to take it low. Looks for the pop. Zen gets the 50. Jobless keeping this ball in the right end. This is how they want to play it. Don't want to have to play constant defense against the world champs.
They've got that halfway line now. We saw just how sketchy Jobless did become and how much Vitality turned it on from this point. So Jobless, you've got to expect them to do the exact same thing again here on Neo Tokyo. Oli, though, getting a couple of demos to his name. Sent long, Zen to collect. Rezi can block him out.
Alpha, can't quite get that one to work. And look at Rezi underneath again. Left support in the midfield, goes for the reset. Redosen happy to clear it to the side for Zen, who just launches it downfield.
It's a scary moment, though, as you see a couple of players actually going for the commit on it. Rezi takes it low, can get the challenge and the control. Zen low on boost, Rezi and Oli with a lot. This is good boost advantage coming in, and Oli, Predator missile, going straight for the attacking player.
It's a great bump as well, and a great pass to Zen, who's going 50s again. So many low 50s in this series. Really gets the touch, gets bumped off it, however. Redosen stealing all the boost, getting an early pop. They are very low here, Jobless. They're going to have to hang on because all of Vitality have 100 boost.
Oli, though, with 100 boost for himself, shoots on target, just wide, in fact. Two players did manage to find themselves back. We approach 1 minute remaining. Ixo with a challenge. Oli with a backflip. Goes low then with a challenge versus Zen. Rezi has to avoid a bump and then get the ball. Takes it to his own corner, can then take over. But Zen, he has got no time for these fancy tricks. He needs to get rid of these players, and they need a goal fast.
They're running it back. They don't want to score. It's a clear directive here from Jobless. Happy to take the 1-0. 45 seconds left. All they need to do is keep it out there if they can keep going for some fakes. But Vitality, they're going to throw everything at this last 30.
Hearts in their mouths, Vitality are needing to get this win. Jobless, anything to secure it themselves. Alpha, right-hand wall, sees the player central. It's Redosen, just a reset on target. Ixo, gorgeous save from the post. Again central, Rado, Zen, goal! And equaliser for the Golden Hornets.
A phenomenal save, but you've got to back it up and do it again. 4 seconds later, Redosen infield, straight to Zen. Perfect pass and an even better shot. Vitality keep on clutching up at the death.
But the kickoff, we saw what they did previously for a couple of other goals. It's going to be another intelligent one. Rado ends up getting it towards that back right-hand side. Zen with 100 boost. Challenges with Oli. Taking his time, heads backwards himself. 100 boost, that back corner. A lot of pressure on these players. Flick high, Alpha to save.
Double commit comes through, whoever they... A little bit worried about that one. 7 seconds. Are we going to get another overtime? Are we going to get Vitality magic off the kickoff again? Oli's just looking for the pass, looking to get it around Alpha. 50 comes through. Redosen up in the air. Does only want the ground. He's going to stay behind it. Probably wants OT. We do get it. Game 6. Vitality win. We get another champ field. Or can Jobless play a massive upset?
Sam kickoff Alpha, the immediate double demo as well. Rezi is left on his own. And again, more defense just coming out so strong from the Jobless player. Alpha long back into the opposite half. And now we finally get more than 3 seconds in overtime in this series.
Huge pinch. Rezi does well to just get a touch on it. Looking to land, but Redosen takes it back. To that man Zen, early flick. Look at the space he's got to work with as well. Oli has to back off. He's going for the air dribble cringe as Rezi helps out Oli in there. He'll be happy that he had a teammate to support there.
I think Oli managed to dodge him as well, so credit to that defense regardless. But yeah, having that teammate back up gives you a little bit more leeway. Eats has to pump this from the backboard, does so. Oli is nearly found, but Alpha getting caught, catching that ball out in the midfield. Zen, brilliant block, nearly takes that shot on target, just goes high. Ixo looks to see Oli central, instead takes it low himself. Central again, Alpha to catch. It's going to be a 1v1, gone just wide of the net. First minute elapsed, and it has been extremely close both ways.
Yeah, they're winning this midfield game though, Vitality. You can just see the space they're getting, how Oli has to back off. The demo's coming through. He's got to wait for support in behind. He's got to wait for these teammates to respawn. Zen throws it across. This time there's no one home for Vitality, looking to push forward. Who's going to be that player to take the game by the scruff of the neck? Look to play offense. It's a whifty in the corner. You can see the pressure coming through, the bumps on Alpha. Ixo, he's trying to carry it around. He's been the hero, faking everyone out. Over to Rezi. Jobless, trying to keep this ball in, trying to get to work. Alpha, so well. Every touch, so much value on it.
A tantalizing float in front of the goal there from Rezi. Just only couldn't find his way in. Intelligently does not snap at anything he is not certain is going to be a good chance at a goal. Ixo now with relatively low boost has to force the ball over towards Zen. Rezi with a good defensive block. 2 minutes in this overtime, and Jobless attempting to take down a French Titan as Endpoint couldn't do versus BDS earlier.
You don't want to give this much space to Zen. He's got around one with ease. He's going to get a reset as well. Takes all three to get the save, which means it's wide open, and which means we get another Game 7.
Vitality, the sheer audacity at every moment to try and push and succeed. They managed to go again with another late goal. gets a goal in overtime, and Resi confirming we get a timeout for Jobless in the chat. And interestingly as well, Jobless, with their early game leads, or at least their first goal scored, out of their 23 games they've played this event so far, CJ, they've scored first in 22 of them. They just don't concede first, but we see the losses that they still manage to sustain. Something is not going quite right at every single turn for them. Regardless, they get to Game 7 versus Vitality when they were 3-1 up. It's going to be an interesting timeout.
They don't concede first, but they're really good at conceding last, unfortunately, so far. As soon as the game goes to overtime, you can just see how much space there is on the pitch, just the difference in gameplay compared to regulation. And Jobless, they just back right off. You just cannot give them that kind of space. And when he gets to work, you could see there, they gave him space, they all backed off. He beat 3 off the dribble. Got the pop over the top, the reset on the backboard, forced 3 members, everyone on Jobless to commit. And that means Redocent can secure the open net. It was then with a tap in. But Game 7, they have all the momentum here, Vitality. This is where Fruity is going to... I was going to say he's earned the big bucks, but they're jobless. So
they're jobless, mate. Yeah. No org, yeah.
They're not earning the bid. This is where he gets all the respect.
Yeah, a little bit of prize money, maybe. I'm going to be... maybe. I'm very intrigued as to see what Jobless are going to be actually talking about in this overtime, because they've got the game plan down. They've got the aggression. They've got the no respect. Zen standing up, going to his open window, breathing in all of that French air and making sure that he fills himself with the passion of his country, of his nation. That's enough of that. Get rid. Windows closed. Back to game morale.
He closed his cord on the window. That could have been absolute disaster coming through. The headset nearly got thrown out the window as well. And he's got some fresh air. He's feeling good. I like that. Just a little bit of a mental reset. Stand up. Set yourselves back into this game. Game 7 again. Another one that I'm here for. It's been a long day so far. 2 series in.
Yeah, mate. You've done 14 games in a row.
Yep. What do you want?
Right, here we go. I just want to make sure that people know they've done 14 in a row. But this is just the 7th. Vitality and Jobless. If Vitality go through, it's worlds for them. If Jobless go through, their hopes of the major. They stay alive. Job is not done, though. Regardless, it is the biggest game that we could have asked for here in Europe when it comes to these major permutations.
Yeah, if you're looking at percentage likelihood now, 3 games, or 2 games in a row for Vitality and the Game 7 and the overtime confidence, you'd have to think they're pretty healthy favourites in this one. But doesn't Champfield throw up some interesting things sometimes? All about who can strike first. A lot of demos, a lot of pressure. Vitality keeping up the aggression. They're really a team that, as we said, they can play the same no matter the situation. And they're showing it right here.
Vitality with that chance of Worlds, need a couple more results to go their way if they're going to be able to do it after winning this series. But they've got the offense starting off very strong. Rado has to now track back, beat any player to the ball that he can. Grizzly removing Alpha from the pitch. First minute elapsed, and it has been that aggression from Vitality that has been the difference maker, that in previous games they did not have the opportunity to go for. Getting that unbelievable air dribble bump cringe. Zen with an opener and giving just the second opening goal to the opposition versus Jobless this entire tournament so far.
Zen's cooking, but it's inexcusable for mine. You just cannot give him that much space. Look how late Oli jumped as first man to challenge. And all he did was just basically, he was the cameraman for the air dribble underneath. He had a great angle, actually, for the montage. But there we go.
There it is.
It does make up for it. The defense, it's questionable, but the offense, you cannot doubt this team. So good statistically in the Swiss stage and now in the playoffs.
Oli does it all himself as well. It was 12 seconds off the kickoff, and he manages to scoop it round, gets it through that back corner, muscles it through Zen. No amount of fresh air buff is going to be enough for him, and we are tied level yet again.
He got a bit of a freebie there as well, he came at the best possible time, similar to what happened before, but Alpha has space now again. There needs to be an earlier challenge than that because this man will reset double touch on your head.
Explosions on the cameras as well from Zen 2. What a reset, going for the double. Dead center of the net, and that is Alpha 54 on a mission.
It was another case of they just have to pre-jump those air dribbles way earlier. It's too late. They've got to trust the teammate in behind to get the touch. So right now, that aggression we saw, so who was the catalyst for that, it's gone away in the last 3 games, and we're seeing it here on Champfield again. Still a lot of time left, but if they keep giving these easy chances to Vitality, this lead can get blown out.
Jobless actually have a 0% win rate in games that they don't score first in this entire event. So it's not looking great for them. And that is going to be the near third goal coming in. Ixo dives in front heroically to clear the save away.
Yeah, do not tell them that, whatever you do. That's not the...
I've already DM'd it to Fruity.
Now, there you go. That's
sorry. Well done, mate.
Well done. Only tries to get the pre-flip. No boost for him. Jobless. Have to get to work now. Still a lot of time left. It's down the right end. Resi's just everyone. How on earth? He's just pulled up the bulldozer and gone straight through the back line.
Steamrolling the defense, 1-man, 2-man. Resi doesn't care. It's a left-right good night, and Ixo to finish it off with a jab. Equalized again. Game 7, halfway through. This game is going to come down to a hair.
I'm sure his first name is Chad, but we're going to have to check his Wikipedia after this. Phenomenal stuff there. And again, they find a goal out of nothing. It's so unusual. It's not quite the prettiest of goals, but...
That's where Ollie's came from earlier as well, though, when he just muscled it through.
They all look the same on the scoreboard. That's what they say. Doesn't matter. Alpha's double touch, or how about you just bulldoze your way through. Both are a goal, and now the game's tied up. Game 7, just over 2 minutes left. Jobless will be lucky they're still in this, but they get a chance still to create a massive upset. They can forget about the past 2 games. Everything reset here on Champfield.
I mean, right now, we're seeing Jobless control their own destiny, and they're doing a brilliant job at that. Game 7 electric so far. Ixo challenging versus at the top. There's Resi on for an open net as well. Grado, head in hands. What went wrong?
What on earth happened here?
Where is he? Why is he there? He's gone on his holidays.
Massive, uncharacteristic mistakes and just not being aware of how, I guess, the speed from Jobless, but he was inside. It's not like he was behind or above or was in his blind spot. He was directly in front of him and somehow not quite ready for the speed. Another bump comes through, another
open again.
They're gonna get back in time. Zen has to hustle. He can't even get there. 2-goal lead for Jobless.
2-goal lead. Radosin has to take that touch, fine, but the demo is instrumental. You see Zen having to do anything to get back. After that agonizing 3 seconds, sees the ball floating towards his own net. We've seen Vitality come back 2 goals in 2 minutes. Jobless need to make sure that does not happen again.
Hell, it has been the perfect kickoff so far. That is one of Vitality's weapons. 90 seconds now. Resi with boost. Gonna be able to get a nice first touch on it. It's phenomenal, actually. He's got a reset as well, and he's got to fake it out. Alpha with 100 boost. Looks for the shot, misses. Oli just works it around. Radosin, who's gone for the pre-jump. Zen misses the second touch as well. And things are starting to get desperate.
It's more time, though, burning off the clock. Since I said that it was 2 minutes that Vitality had, it's now only 1 minute. Oli trying to challenge, just keep that ball in the opposite half. Ixo going central with it, blocking out Radosin. Radosin, though, taking his time. Resi bumped away from it. That ball now central. Oli, right-hand wing. Send it long. Get it out of range of Vitality.
50 seconds, Zen missing the touch. Resi just launches it downfield. Great demo from Zen, but we are seeing coverage coming through from Jobless. What a fake from Oli. Oh, he's just so poised. He's got a one-on-one with Zen. He tries to bump him. Zen defends well, but they need it down the other end. He's looking for something. Oli coming up huge again. Alpha launching it downfield. They have to get a goal right now with the reset, with the follow-up, but it is just too much at the moment.
Right now, it's just not happening for Vitality. A demo from Alpha. You have to think that's some rage being let out on the pitch. Alpha dropping low. Radosin to receive instead. Blocked out by Ixo. Only 15 seconds remaining. And Jobless, having come from the job center to becoming architects of their own future, keep their major hopes alive with the destruction of Vitality.
They absolutely broke their hearts. They took them all the way to Game 7. They let them get back in the series, only to let them down again. 5-2, Jobless will move on to Championship Sunday, will upset the world champs, and will keep their dreams alive.
That is going to also be, bear in mind, Gentlemates and Oxygen hoping that Vitality, once they could secure their major chances here and now. And Vitality having a loss means that Gentlemates and Oxygen, they are not confirmed for Worlds or Major. There's still those chances on their own sides, but Jobless, my word. Ixo said last split he was going to be the man to do it. He was going to get to the Major. Maybe that prediction was just one split too late.
I mean, a phenomenal turnaround there in Game 7. You can see how much that hurts for Vitality. They had a chance to really secure that World Championship as well and lock in Worlds points, seeding, everything still on the line, bar that London qualification spot, which they already obtained. But they couldn't get the job done. It was Jobless. That 3-1 lead in the end. Well, they needed all 3 games to get it done. On Champ Field, though, they had a 0% win rate when they concede first. Well, perhaps not now.
Stunning play from Jobless. I can fault them in games, 4, 5, and 6, when they just could not shut it out. They had that chance. Regardless, we were saying that goals will mean one. A series also means one as well. It doesn't matter how you end up winning it. They move through. A semi-finals appearance for Jobless and Vitality missing Champ Sunday.
2 absolutely chaotic best of 7s as well. The craziest thing, Stumpy, is that we've got a couple more. We haven't even had the quote-unquote best series of the day. We've still got K-Corp Oxygen. I mean, come on, ladies and gents. If you are not entertained by this region, I don't know what you are doing. Do not go anywhere. More series coming up right after this.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow! No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, or past in front! We are going to Champions Field!
Let's move those feet.
Team Vitality that had their eyes set on that semi-finals have been, quite frankly, humbled by a team without an org, but are absolutely clamoring for one after a performance like that. Jobless take down Team Vitality in Game 7 in spectacular fashion. And I would love right now to be talking to Ixo about what was going on previously. But Fruity, I've not chatted to you for a very long time, so I'm very happy to have you here. How are you doing, my friend?
Getting older. No, I'm getting older every series I play. No, I'm doing good. It's been a while, so yeah, doing good.
I mean, you guys managed to take it down from Vitality. I think not many people were expecting that result to happen, but chaos is continuing to reign in Europe. What was the secret when it came to Vitality, who have looked fantastic throughout this weekend so far?
Well, if I told you that, then it wouldn't be much of a secret, would it now? I mean, I think we just found our fitting on the ground, and yeah, we've been working hard to find something that really works for us when it comes to under pressure situations, and I think it showed today. Losing 2 overtimes when we had the match point is kind of it's tough, but then bouncing back in Game 7 and taking it like we did, I think that really shows the caliber of the players and how much we've actually worked for this.
I think in terms of that mentality as well, going into that series, when you conceded first throughout some tournaments so far, you actually had a 0% win rate because you conceded first in very few games. It was like, I think 2 in the end, one of them being in that series. And then you managed to win it out and get a little bit of win rate. How do you, as a coach, talk to your players through that kind of situation where you're thinking you've lost a couple of overtimes, you're now suddenly in Game 7 after being 3-1 up? That is a very scary time.
Yeah, it is scary, and I mean, looking at stats, I don't really think about stats that much in a game like Rocket League, because it's all about for me at least, it's in the moment, and that's what I told the guys. Like, we had a talk, especially after each overtime loss, that we just need to find ourselves again, because we kind of got lost. I think it's been a while since we actually had a chance to make a top 4, and you kind of forget how that feels, and yeah. So it's just a little bit of nerves, a little bit of like wanting it too much, but then I think we got used to it in Game 5 and then, Game 7, sorry, and yeah, we just showed up. The boys did excellent.
I mean, you've obviously got tomorrow, Championship Sunday still to come. You'll be facing the winner of Lunar Galaxy or Gentlemates. But regardless, that series is not the only one that you need to win to keep your major hopes alive. You've got to go to the grand final and win there as well, and then go for a tiebreaker. There's still a lot more steps. Are you just taking it one by one at the moment?
Yeah, I think there's nothing else. I mean, even today, like, we could still be out of the run for the major, and the season is over for us. So we're just gonna sit and watch with our nerves. I've been in a position as this as a player myself. It's never fun, but yeah, we just have to take one series at a time and just see how it goes, pretty much.
I mean, if there's any prospective orgs watching right now as well that have been that are sitting on the sidelines thinking is it now time to get into Rocket League? What would you say to anybody that is watching thinking, oh, you know what, these Jobless guys look pretty good?
I mean, a lot of people had the chance to sign us, and even like last split when I was on Redemption, there's still a lot of interest from organizations, but it's hard to convince people to come into Rocket League at the moment, I'm going to be honest. But I think showing up as the only, unsigned team consistently in top 8 in Europe speaks volume. And I think it's a bit of a shame not seeing an organization come in and pick us up. But I think it just goes to show that I think they're missing out.
Yeah, I agree. Well, look, Fruity, job is still not done for Jobless. There's a couple more series you guys need to win. I'll let you talk to your boys, but thank you so much for talking to me again. It was good chatting to you, mate.
Thank you, Samir.
The irony of their name, Jobless has the most work to do as they continue on forward in this bracket. Yeah, it's Cole is certainly, you can see the nerves in their face, but I think they're determined.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, they have things set out for them fairly comfortably now. They have to win this event and then take it from there. When we were coming to this tournament, it was all about grid serve resolve. Can they win the event and get the tiebreaker? No, it was Jobless all along, arriving there like sharks in the sea. And the way they're performing there against Team Vitality, that's the sort of performance we want when all this pressure is on them, CJ.
Yeah, they, I mean, 3-1 up to then go to Game 7 and win is a massive confidence booster. Obviously, as Fruity said, it's not quite in their hands just yet. They need I'm not say a couple of upsets, but obviously a couple of results to go their way in the final 2 quarterfinals. But they've got the job done. All you can do is control what you can control, and they've done that with a huge win over Vitality.
I got to ask you then, CJ, that just seeing how many times teams have poked and prodded towards these top dogs in the European region, like Team Vitality, it truly is a unironic way to say EU depth now. I genuinely think that there is just such good amount of skill in this region.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I spoke about it in that series. I think seeing other teams get upsets as well creates a bit of, hang on, we might be a chance as well. Why can't we go and win this? So, yeah, it's great to see. And, if that saying, I guess, if it bleeds, you can kill it. The classic one. If you see the top teams lose, falter, then perhaps you can get the job done yourself.
Well, even the one that wasn't the upset, Series 1, was Endpoint getting 3 games against Team BDS. So looking forwards, Luna Galaxy, are they thinking, wait a minute, it's one of those days, there's something in the air? I think they will be, Leaf.
Well, let's keep moving on. We have, of course, a lot more games to get on through here, but just to keep you guys updated on what we're seeing, BDS, Vitality clinched on through. You still see a tight run in those next spots there. The tie between Gentlemates, Oxygen right now. A lot of important games coming forward here. But looking at the bracket, it's all single elimination, right? You lose, you're done. At least it's a best of 7, but no second chances. Jobless is taking that very seriously as they move their way into the semifinals. But we do have 2 more matches to go. And just so you know, we're saving that K-Corp Oxygen match for last. There it is. Up next is going to be Gentlemates versus Luna Galaxy. Cole, we didn't really get to talk too much about Luna Galaxy yesterday. We talked about them in pre-show a bit just to highlight the fact that they're at this point here because they kind of made their sneaky little run through into top 8.
Yeah, exactly. They was doing things below the radar, Luna Galaxy, but they did it fairly comfortably, only taking 1 loss, and that was a 3-2 loss versus Team BDS. And as we learned from Team Endpoint earlier, if you can take Team BDS to a decider, you can certainly win some series. They are this time, though, up against Gentlemates, and they have been not at their most fluent best so far, CJ, but I always feel like Swiss into the quarterfinals is a real major reset for these players.
100%. I think we've seen it before. We saw it with Vitality. We saw it with BDS even, who didn't look fantastic and then showed up in the playoffs. Once you get to those best of 7s, sometimes feels like a different game altogether when you get your timeouts. It feels like you can really settle into the series. And Gentlemates, well, they're going to be a pretty tough team to beat here, even though they've had a bit of a topsy-turvy game. Seiko pretty happy.
Yeah, I like the smiles on Eversax too. We saw earlier in the day, a very locked in Eversax.
He looked so glum, didn't he? And then the little pre-show package that we put out, there's Eversax started looking grumpy while Itachi was celebrating, I'm sure, a great goal. But yeah, he's smiling now. It's all smiles there. They've got the plant. They've got the Flora, I think it is, not Fauna. I always get those mixed up. But yeah, over to Luna Galaxy. Tox is there. He is looking very locked in. And this is the team that, with a Chronic coming in, I wanted to see performing well, making at least quarterfinals. I'd say, CJ, this is about par for them. Now, can they go one better?
Yeah, they're a team that's sort of right in that top 8 and around the mark, but well, if they can do what Jobless did, I think that can give a confidence booster for any team. We talk about, being able to beat these top teams. Seeing Jobless get the job done in Game 7 against the world champs has to give them a little bit of confidence, Leaf, that, even though these guys are the major champs, there is upset potential.
Oh, there definitely is. I mean, you've seen the ups and downs of Gentlemates. I mean, that consistency isn't, hey, we're top dogs definitively. It is, we've had teams be able to shut us down. But this is an important match for Gentlemates. You saw it pop up for a second there. In terms of major, huge. You win this, you clinch it, right? And I believe Worlds as well. So for Gentlemates, I wonder if they're realizing how much weight is on this game for them. Hashtag M8 for Gentlemates, if you think, LXG for Luna Galaxy. But Cole, I think you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, looking at their body language, it does not seem like the pressure, at least going into the series, is going to be on them at all. They won't be feeling it. They'll know that even if they don't win this one, it's still, high odds of them making the major and making Worlds indeed. And we are going with the coin for Luna Galaxy.
It worked last time.
Ooh, the coin is
It
really
did.
very
Now the question is, you guys back the coin?
Nope.
Absolutely not. It got Jobless, so maybe we're stupid.
We are stupid. But the coin, on average, is more stupid. So we'll see. We'll see. And chat's smart. And chat have gone 60%, so,
Yeah, it's not like there's some thought. Luna Galaxy maybe could do it. Hope we get maybe we get another best of 7. Who knows? Either way, we got to play out the series. We do have another best of 7, maybe game 7 on the way. Gentlemates clinch major in Worlds if they can shut down Luna Galaxy. They've had some ups and downs, but now is not the time to falter. Now is the time to step up.
So, Jobless have held up to their side of the bargain, and now they look to help elsewhere. Luna Galaxy played phenomenally yesterday, but for Gentlemates Alpine yesterday, Johnny, that wasn't quite the case. They really struggled.
Yeah, very much a hot start for Gentlemates beating the teams they're supposed to beat, but then struggling against their big competition in the region. But this is a chance for Luna Galaxy to show their true level. I feel like they've underperformed so far this split, last event especially. But if they can take down Gentlemates, oh boy, does that give us exciting potential for tomorrow. And obviously, with Jobless still in the event, and everybody kind of looking vulnerable, I think Luna Galaxy will be thinking, we can win this thing. Why not go and win the last event online of the year?
Well, the two teams that looked the strongest also looked very, very vulnerable in our previous rounds. Vitality obviously already eliminated, and also very close to BDS joining them in our very first match of the day. Gentlemates, you would imagine, were the most vulnerable coming into today's matches, but we also know just how often Friday doesn't seem to indicate Saturday or Sunday form. Can Gentlemates keep that going? Get themselves a very much required win as Atomic now takes the shot and Itachi had to be on his toes.
I love that infield pass follow-up. It's actually led to a clear shot for Chronic, who's straight at Itachi with it. Some decent passing in the final third there from Luna Galaxy. Oh, beautiful back corner control. Backboard control, I should say, by Tox. Now 50s it back to Chronic. Still so far, I mean, Gentlemates are playing this one tentatively, to say the least, as Luna Galaxy back them into a corner again. Seiko's completely out of the game here, and it's bouncing on target. It's on the goal line, but not in, as it somehow goes clear.
Chronic's going to try and keep this going. Goes over the top, going to aim for Juicy's car. No, just ran out of boost. Here comes Atomic, delays the shot. Still wasn't enough. Seiko's in goal with no boost. Itachi's the only one really anything. He's beat to the ball. So Tox looks for Juicy's car, can't quite get it. Drops down to a Chronic. How on earth have Gentlemates kept this out? Surely Itachi can't get a second stop. Atomic finally gets the ball over the line.
Well, they're on track to take down BDS record. Long way to go. BDS hitting 99 shots in a best of 7 earlier on today. And in just over a minute and 30 seconds, Luna Galaxy have hit 7 shots at the Gentlemates net, scoring 1. I really felt like the goal was coming there. So relentless with their attack. This could be another one. As what a redirect to Chronic! Doesn't play for the goalie. He keeps on ball cam and just chips it past him.
I was absolutely certain he was going to try and aim for Juicy. I think Juicy might have been thinking the same. He jumps as early as possible, but it's not early enough.
Then he had options there. He could have bumped the goalie, could have just tried to fake it, and he played for the redirect. It was perfect by a Chronic. What a start by Luna Galaxy. Gentlemates looking shaky early on. They kind of invited the attack, and that's why it's dangerous to do so. But they're firing right back now. Seiko puts one in the other end. It's the assist that made it also easy for him from Itachi.
It has been an utterly wild day, and a 2-goal lead you would not say is all that secure. Cut down to 1, 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's see what Gentlemates can come up with. That is going to drop straight out to a Chronic. He couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yeah, Chronic doing all the way himself here. He's in front of the ball with the reset. Seiko had to really quickly get in front of that one. Chronic, the first player to hit a proper double reset in RLCS years ago now. Seiko's still up for this. Shot down by Tox, who has been delighted with his team's form this weekend. They're struggling for boost in this exchange, though. Juicy has plenty as he looks to center the ball back in. Chronic barely able to clear that over Seiko's head. And now here comes Itachi. Top shelf, no. Straight at Tox.
Juicy tried to set himself up, but that was a very heavy first touch. Chronic's on pretty low boost. Now 100 boost did not drop down there for Juicy. And did have to get himself back. Going to keep this play going, but usually very difficult to create from the corner. Chronic does prove that rule to be true. Seiko's turn now. Atomic realizes it, knew he had to go early. The wall, nice ceiling recovery. Chronic is well on form in this series.
Yeah, they obviously started off the stronger and then had to survive some pressure from Gentlemates. And as long as Luna Galaxy can play this one out consistently, they are looking good, looking very good in the midfield. This is some great offensive play. Tox going to leave it for Chronic, who's got a better angle. Trying to steal the boost, but it wasn't there. That's actually going to give Juicy a massive opportunity. Counter-attack coming. Juicy to the ceiling. Double tap. Collects the ball again. Tries to fly back to it. Couldn't get there.
Atomic booming clear. Nobody able to challenge that in the midfield. It is up to Seiko. Gets the lay down pass. Itachi, far corner. Needed help of the post. Now it's Gentlemates' turn to try and see if a mistake will happen. They've got half of one. Itachi shoots. Oh, what? It's off the post.
Oh, well, Luna Galaxy have got away with that there. They're still scrambling. No boost on Chronic. No boost on Tox there. Atomic's got plenty, and he does get to the ball. That's huge, but can they get a clear? They can't. Juicy doubles it in. Tie game.
Brilliant play here from Gentlemates. They knew that this was the chance and that they couldn't just let up the pace that they had. Atomic tried, and Atomic was nowhere near. Juicy puts us to 2 each. Gentlemates are more than just solid defense.
I mean, what a shot by Juicy there. The angle on the rebound is absolutely perfect. Straight from the kickoff. Tox gets an opportunity, saved by Itachi. Tox is still up for this, so looking to keep the attack alive. And it might be dead now as Seiko takes the ball away. Not long though, as Atomic gets it right back into the mixer. Final 40 seconds of the game. Rapidly approaching. Oh, Tox to the air dribble. Juicy's had to dive at the near post to stop that one. Luna Galaxy not afraid to attack the back corner of Gentlemates in this matchup.
It's been the danger man though. Itachi trying to dive forward. Seiko now. Ooh, that was close. If a Chronic got any contact, now she's got Seiko's car. That means it was going to go. He needed help. And help arrived just in time.
Oh, this is dangerous. Seiko had an open backboard there. Couldn't get it. Oh, hold on. Juicy's put it in his own net. I don't know if it was in or not initially. It probably was. He had to do something about it. But he crept forward, gets caught out by a Chronic, who, yes, did hit the target. Juicy needed to touch that, but he couldn't get a good enough touch.
Just got caught scampering forwards. Put himself out of position. Gentlemates tried for the kickoff. That was well read. On the side of Luna Galaxy. Or not Luna Galaxy. For this one, though. To the far side. Tox wants to drop it. He has managed to do so. And that is game number 1, Luna Galaxy.
Well, the upsets continue. And these are the expected upsets, I suppose. Coming into this split, Luna Galaxy they were tied for 5th in most people's power rankings in Europe. Oxygen have obviously completely taken a top 5 spot now and removed Luna Galaxy from that conversation, but they can really throw a spanner in the works for Gentlemates, the defending major champions, with a win today. I mean, Gentlemates are thinking to themselves that this will be the day they clinch on their own terms. Now, they are still massively favored to make the major. They will still be able to do so on their own terms. Worst case scenario, they play a tiebreaker, but that's almost unfathomable. What are the odds that this is a world we're really seriously discussing more than just a little cool fact that, hey, it's still on the table, the 4-way tie. Well, 3-way tie now. But this is becoming more and more real with every passing game.
I mean, if it doesn't happen, we'll be wondering how on earth, because it has been a really wild day of Rocket League. But for Luna Galaxy, they're not doing this for Jobless. They are doing it for themselves, and they've had a fantastic run to this point in the tournament, only losing once, and that was yesterday in Game 5 against BDS. They have got a couple of very strong wins to the name. They beat Endpoint, who did make top 8, so that is a strong tally to have towards you. They also beat KC 3-1 in the second round. Luna Galaxy are on form, and this is a very nice kickoff to start, although they would have wanted the follow-up to be a bit better. Now they've put themselves in trouble.
Yeah, the wrong continuation there by Luna Galaxy. They're actually forced back into defense. The fake kickoff did initially get them possession, and they weren't able to do anything with it. Just sort of passed the ball straight down the middle to a Gentlemates player.
Atomic as Chronic as the passing option, and he's just gone for it. You've got to respect that he can hit it. And instead, it was full power on the clear.
Oh my word, what an absolute boom by Atomic. He's just sent to the entire length of the pitch. Gentlemates had no idea that was a threat in the position. It didn't look like he was going to shoot it. He looked like he was going down the line with it. No one was back. Gentlemates have been completely caught off their line once again.
I will still maintain from here until the end of time, hitting the ball really hard is the best way to play Rocket League.
Agreed.
That's also copium for any of us that don't have mechanics, which I'd imagine is, well, quite a lot of us here, actually.
For me, I just want my Dominus teammates to stop fluffing the ball. Hit it hard. Come on.
Hello,
That's all I ask.
Dominus teammates that keep fluffing the ball every single time. Anyway, back into game number 2. There's Itachi back down the line, past 1. Atomic's low boost, so he's going to be in such trouble. Oh. And he's done enough. Now Chronic, opposite side of the field. Tox trying to chase down Seiko. Seiko avoids the bump, gets the ball.
Oh my goodness, what a save by Atomic to keep the ball near post there once again. Just completely surprising Gentlemates who were expecting him to try and clear it across the face of his own goal. Now he's completely dusted Juicy to this one. Atomic has nearly got that one on target. Seiko had to lunge back and make sure. Chronic wrong side of this one. Atomic comes in and takes over. It seems like he's just got endless boost at his disposal, Atomic. He's going to need more than that here. And he does have a good touch. Once again to clear the lines. Itachi, uncontested, misses, but Seiko picks it up in the midfield. He's going to leave it for Juicy. Good pull away from the ball there by Seiko. But the backboard's well defended by Luna Galaxy. Had all options covered on that defensive play.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy are just a step fast, and I think they're expecting double commit to get the save. Now Atomic off the wall. A couple of bumps there from Tox, who is an absolute menace whenever he's off the ball. He's ruining the rotation from Gentlemates, who narrowly got it back together in time to stop that one from going in. 3 minutes left. Luna Galaxy have got 1. Look to try and make it 2, but they got enough, and Juicy can collect the ball.
Well, you know, Atomic, he continues to just be one of those players who's so effective in modern Rocket League. He's not had the winningest teams in recent years, but his individual impact is undeniable. Luna Galaxy today have been the full package team-wise. Oh, what a pass. Oh, what a goal. Gentlemates pick a mid-pass out of nowhere. It's Seiko this time to Itachi. Luna Galaxy could not react in time.
I mean, they tried. A Chronic thought he had the read, but he just wasn't quick enough. The pass had to be perfect. But it's Gentlemates. Of course, the pass is going to be perfect. On the button, into the net, 1 each. What a series this is turning into. As now we see Juicy. What can he cook up for us? Not much. Shut down for at least the time being. Acronic is backfield. You can't afford to slow players too much. You already get 1 demo. Now Tox in. Trying to recover it. And same for the other side. Juicy also would have very much liked to have hit the other car.
That's a great hit by Atomic there with very little boost at his disposal. Still able to get the defensive touch that his team needed. Acronic's got a chance to dust Itachi here. Gets a good dunk over the top of him. And it's sent flying back across the box. Luna Galaxy tried to take another late lead. Seiko going the other way though. Ceiling shot. Used his flip early there. Didn't have one once he reached the following 50-50. Gentlemates are kind of being forced to play Luna Galaxy's game here. This is the pace they want to play at. It's not that Gentlemates can't play fast. It's more that they try to usually control their opponents. Luna Galaxy have not been controllable for most of this series.
Oh, what a demo. Now it's up to try and finish the job. Seiko gets the ball to drop down, but that third touch just took it away from the goal. Is anyone back? Oh my goodness, Seiko has to get there.
Whoa.
He's lost the challenge. Next one up, Acronic.
Oh my goodness.
Couldn't get to it. He was already mid-flip. Seiko now, passing. Itachi, no boost, but they're still so close. Everyone is trying to get anything.
What?
But now there's nobody back at all. They've left it. Tox, Atomic, goal!
A crazy double commit by Gentlemates on a half chance. I mean, they just double committed on essentially what would have been a risky play for either player to go for. Neither player had a clear shot at the goal. Atomic was very much there in the way of it, or was it Chronic? You can understand why those are the two names that would be difficult to catch in a glimpse. But, well, Luna Galaxy were definitely in the way of that one. But both players jumped anyway. It's bizarre, absolutely bizarre. But Luna Galaxy have done it again, a late lead in game 2.
You can say it's been a very bizarre weekend for Gentlemates. They looked better in this series, but still just some ugly signs of what has been on Friday. They got 40 seconds to find a goal. Well, they will be very far behind in this series. Good chance, but Atomic, that is about as safe as you could want to put that ball, and he still followed it up.
Look at that back pass as well by Atomic. Just really slowing the ball down here in the back corner, frustrating Gentlemates, who can't really do too much with that one. It's just a clinical back corner defense. Chronic just snips into the midfield, grabs the boost away from Seiko. As Gentlemates are really struggling to create anything in the closing seconds. It's another goal attempt here. Oh, Chronic with a flip reset, double tox is committed, but Atomic still back with boost. They should be okay here to get across the line.
Well, they decided to give it at least a moment of heart in mouth. But Lunar Galaxy have their second win, and Gentlemates have to take their timeout, which they have done.
This is a fascinating series so far. Gentlemates started pretty slow in game one. Lunar Galaxy swarmed them, took the lead. Gentlemates rallied, but then lost late on anyway, showing how dangerous it is to have that slow start to a game. So even if you do come back and tie it, you still have to close the deal, and that's not an easy thing to do against Lunar Galaxy. But what on earth happened this game? They were caught out early on by an Atomic hard clear, which bounced straight into the net, and after a tidy infield pass to tie the game, they just completely overextended and left their net open in a 3v0. I mean, that was something you don't expect to see from any top team, but certainly not Gentlemates, the teamiest team, who play for each other at all times. I mean,
no, the two goals.
What are they doing in that play?
Just not Gentlemates goals to concede. Like, both of them are really not to their standards. On the positive side, though, I'm just going to say the name Atomic, and we're just going to talk about, oh my god, how fast is he at the moment? He's not only fast, the touches have been brilliant. We can highlight the end of that game where he was, just getting the ball into the corner, passing it back to teammates. I don't know what it is going to take to remove him from being supersonic, but Gentlemates need something.
Well, a lot of the time when a player is, criticized, perhaps, many times over the years, players have been criticized at pro level for being too boost dominant. They're taking too much boost and, they're just zooming around the pitch and they look great, but their teammates have nothing to, really to do. But that's not how I would describe Atomic's play this series at all. I mean, he's been, I think, extremely boost dominant in this series so far. Every time you look at his nameplate, he seems to have a full moon there with plenty of boost at his disposal. But when the game slows down, he's matched the pace beautifully. And it's something I really, I think is underrated by even fairly knowledgeable fans of Rocket League and Esports. It's about keeping your car not moving as fast as you can at all times, but moving as fast as it needs to at all times. And sometimes the game slows down and you need to slow the game, slow your car down as well. When a game gets awkward like that, some players struggle, but like you mentioned, Atomic in the back corners, he's been brilliant. He's been slowing the game down, frustrating Gentlemates, denying them opportunities, getting goal side, back passing to his teammates. I mean, truly phenomenal. But I'm impressed by the whole Lunar Galaxy lineup. They have been brilliant. Let's see if they can keep it going after the Gentlemates timeout.
It does feel so good to seeing Tox especially getting some good results. It feels like he's been there or thereabouts for so long and just hasn't quite found the results. It's usually quarterfinals is where the tournament peaks. Maybe not today. Maybe not this time. They have got to get this over the line, and they've got to overcome what is a very real timeout buff when it comes to Gentlemates.
And that's a chance for Itachi to get something started. Favorable 50. Seiko quickly up for that one. It's bounced violently into the ceiling, then the ground, and back up again. So Chronic can counter with a ceiling shot. Oh, what a play that is. He's nearly doubled it after the miss from the goalkeeper, and it's still on the goal line. Oh, Tox is in the post. I don't know if he expected Itachi to miss that.
There's going to be a pro petition to start opening these goals up to be a little bit bigger at this rate. The woodwork making all the difference yet again. Juicy with plenty of options on the left side. Decides to take it by himself. Reset. Didn't get much on it though. Fairly easy work for Atomic. Now Chronic needs to go quick. And Seiko is breathing down his neck.
Well, I don't know if that would help the majority of the Rocket League scene. You can make the goal as big as you like. We're all still hitting the crossbar and open
We
nets.
need the Retropia goal size. That thing is huge.
I'll still hit the crossbar. Don't worry about it.
Well, you, me, and the pros all both. It has been that kind of event. A Chronic, though, trying to find the setup. Couldn't get it to a teammate. That teammate has been reduced to rubble. Now Seiko, who has had a lot of opportunities to take the ball full boost, and Lunar Galaxy have not bitten just yet. They've not been outplayed. Now Seiko just needs one. Atomic now up. Immediately backs down, realizes he wasn't going to get there first. Tops his turn. To Juicy, who half volleys the ball clear.
It's a great first touch by Chronic. He's not able to get control of the ball fully, though. to make something happen. Oh, Atomic can though. That was threatening. Juicy had to deflect it towards the back post. He's done extremely well there, Juicy, to come away with ball control. Itachi looking to bring Seiko into the play. Great touches by Gentlemates here. These are quality hits to each other. And gets a shot at the end of it, which is saved well by Tox, but the demo's now reining in. Juicy takes the Chronic out of the equation. And he almost gets the goal, but again, it's Tox goal side to deflect it to that back corner.
Been sat on Atomic's ball cam for a while now. He needs to settle himself back down as good as he has been. The last minute has been a bit wild, and he's been whiffing the ball on a few occasions. Called into action, plays the ball backboard, is bumped. That's a lot better. And it was needed. Tox does not find the demo on Seiko. Be a little bit frustrated at that one because it did seem like he had a lot of pace on the way through. Juicy's won the challenge. Should be reasonably safe, but Atomic decided to play it straight into the path of Itachi.
Well, Juicy's faked him off for that one though. Nice fake challenge. But they're not really getting clear-cut chances, Gentlemates. This is a disciplined performance. They've not made the mistakes that got them scored on last game. But in offense, chances have been equally few and far between for them.
Juicy dropped down to Itachi.
Oh,
Whoa, that was an unbelievable setup. And it still didn't go in. Juicy will feel robbed. Now he's got to be called into defense. Narrowly avoids getting hit by Atomic.
Yeah, great speed by Juicy there to get up quickly away from the potential redirect. That's what caught them out in game one, where Chronic was able to snipe the ball away from him. And that was definitely the best chance of the game for Gentlemates. Post keeps Luna Galaxy in a tie and being 2 games up, I should say. This is very scary for Gentlemates. The goals are not coming easy. The chances to score are not coming easy. And even when they got their best chance, they still couldn't hit the target.
No, all they've had so far in terms of outplay is that unbelievable pass. Now, what on earth is this player doing today? Atomic is otherworldly.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, Atomic's interception to take the ball away in the midfield was already special, but what a read to put their team 1 goal ahead again. I mean, he really has been unstoppable in this series at times. Final minute approaching. Gentlemates trail for the 3rd game in a row.
Of course, for us to say unplayable. They don't know what to do against him. Even there, takes on 2. Seiko can't get the recovery, attaches to the wall. A Chronic waits, lays it over to his teammate. Atomic gets it past the first one. Can he find the setup? It is Gentlemates with so little time to find a goal scoring chance. But for now, they've got
he's up
for a second.
I mean, that would have been a crazy redirect double tap there by Atomic. Sniping it up into the curve above Gentlemates' net. I mean, that's where the ball's headed right now. Again, here he comes. I mean, can he do anything wrong right now? Atomic with a flip reset ceiling double off the crossbar.
Now he passes back to Tox. 25 seconds, or it might be a Gentlemates team that needs a reverse sweep. Timeout already burned. Not the best play defensively. Juicy looks at the top, and he's put it out of shootable range for his teammates.
He ran out of boost. He couldn't get on the outside of the ball again. It's the final 10 seconds of the game. Half a clear there for Luna Galaxy as they buy themselves some time, but they're not quite out of the woods yet. Oh, they might be now, though. Tox off the post, and that's game. 3 in a row for Luna Galaxy.
What happened to everyone saying European Saturdays are boring? Dare to miss one, you dare to miss the best Saturday of the entire season. Luna Galaxy are on the verge of eliminating the major champions in the quarterfinals.
This is just unreal. I mean, we thought we'd seen it all in Europe already this season. That we thought we'd seen it all in open qualifiers with Karmine Corp being upset. But this final event of the year...
Do you want to say aloud what I've just seen?
You go ahead, Shogun.
Seiko has put a GG in the chat room.
Oh. I think he just means GG for that game. I think.
Okay, I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping. Okay.
He didn't say GG.
I'm not stirring the pot. I swear. You are getting this on.
I don't know. I think you're stirring the pot there, Shogun. I think you're stirring the pot. But you know, this really has been the craziest event. I mean, this has been the craziest series of events. We're just worldwide. More to come tomorrow in APAC and OCE, Europe as well. We're not done, but this is already, before we're even finished, by far the craziest event of the season, or this sequence of events. North America was outrageous, but now Europe. Just finding the craziest finish possible. Karmine Corp, Vitality, Gentlemates all losing in the open qual. Now we've got Vitality eliminated in the quarter by Jobless. We've got 3-0 Luna Galaxy over Gentlemates. 4 match points. Can they close it out and advance to the top 4?
And the thing is, it's not a Mickey run. They are outplaying them at the moment. Yes, sure, you can maybe look towards game 2 and say those are some bad goals for Gentlemates to concede. But you then look towards game 3, and it is Atomic who is outplaying everybody. That is a brand new level for a player who we thought we knew. Turns out we don't know anything about how much he can peak.
Well, you know, in game 3, you mentioned it at the start. Oh, that's a chance. It's off the bar. Oh my goodness, it's not in. How is that not in? I don't believe it. I mean, just when we thought we had a chance to breathe, no, it's not. And no, it's yet again Gentlemates denied by the post. I was going to mention though, Talk's defense at the start of the last game. Well, Atomic was heating up, was brilliant. Now Chronic gets goal side of a drop down pass. I mean, they've all been there in defense. Just frustrating Gentlemates. Gentlemates know they need to step it up, and they all can. Who's it going to be, though? Who's going to take the offense up a notch? Because Luna Galaxy are not giving away freebies.
Oh, Juicy needs some help because that's now dropped very awkwardly. Itachi's up there in time. Puts it into some form of safety. Tox sticks around. Chronic already there. Ball's in the corner. We'll see what they can create from this kind of position, but typically very difficult. And, well, that has certainly gone the distance. Chronic's going to have to try and pick up the pieces.
Chronic, even with no boost, spotted the gap behind Itachi. Sucked the ball over the top of him. And Atomic immediately up there. Just no time for Gentlemates to get anything started. As soon as they take to the air, Luna Galaxy match them. This time it's Tox matching as he intercepts the play before it could become too dangerous. I mean, they are just stopping everything here. When it does reach their goal line, it's either a Luna Galaxy player or one of the posts denying Gentlemates. But let's be honest, most shots and most attacks are not even reaching that kind of range. This one is, though. Itachi on target, and this time in off the post. Gentlemates get it on the right side.
It finally decides to agree with them. Gentlemates have an all-in crucial first goal. And again, it's just putting that ball infield, hoping that you can win the race to the ball. And they see the fruits of their labor. What a shot from Itachi.
Yeah, great finish. And it's not easy to get those, you know, well-placed shots, even if it is a close net, close to open, and essentially open if you shoot it properly. On a day like this, where nothing's really going your way, you're kind of manifesting a miss as you jump for it, but Itachi managed to get it right that time, as you expect from a player with his level of experience. So this is where, you know, Gentlemates are dangerous. Luna Galaxy need to be disciplined here. Can't give them anything for free. You need to make them work for every single play, work for every outplay, every ball, every goal. So Gentlemates get rolling. That's when the doubt will start to set in for Luna Galaxy. Another chance here. Gentlemates are going to put it in. Sox gets completely dry on boost and couldn't reach the top corner.
Yeah, he was desperate for Atomic to make some sort of contact there, and the moment that didn't happen, he was in no man's land. 2-0 for Gentlemates. And it starts to ramp up. Gentlemates looking better and better. Kickoff will head straight over to a Chronic. As now we drop down. Tox takes control. Not the best first touch. They might be able to make something work with that. Juicy now looking in field. And nice little fake challenge there from Itachi. Took some of the sting out of the initial play. Here comes the follow-up. Going backboard. Itachi will get there comfortably.
Yeah, there was a jump, though, from Luna Galaxy. Oh, Tox is out boost again. I mean, this guy can't buy a boost pad right now. He's out of boost and just gets completely taken out of the game by this one. Oh, he went for the big pad in the corner. It wasn't there. And, you know, had he gone for the small pad rotation, I think he would have had that. So maybe a bit of a mistake there by Tox, mistiming the big boost pad respawn, but well played anyway by Juicy. That is a brilliant redirect to punish Tox for running dry once again.
And this is the sort of result where they can keep this up, maybe even add another one to it. You really start to introduce that threat. Just inform them exactly who you are, trying to go low on the challenge. Still plenty of time here, actually, for Luna Galaxy, who have been utterly dismantled to this point in the game. Nice little bump. Itachi's run out of boost. Now Juicy, low challenge. In field to Tox. Gets bumped for his troubles, and that is the sting taken out yet again.
Yeah, this one's getting away from Luna Galaxy a little bit here. You know, at some point in this game, it stops being an attempt to win and it just becomes a attempt to get some momentum going into the next game. But that could be just as important. I think that's you know, something worth continuing to play hard for. This is important not to give Gentlemates 4 or 5 or 6 and really start to give them the regain that they need. Luna Galaxy are playing this out fairly standard for now. Is it comebackable? We often talk about how difficult it is to get consecutive goals against this Gentlemates lineup. It's proven to be so at the moment. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's the sort of game as well where we start to look towards the way that Luna Galaxy have won their games and just go, okay, can you get one more of these? You know, game 2 where Gentlemates were pretty much their own worst enemies, or game 3 where Atomic, I don't know, that was different sort of form from him. Can they get that one more time? What will it take for that one extra game? It's going to take an awful lot for them to get anything out of this one. 4-0, Gentlemates have run away with it.
Yeah, this has been their best game so far. There's, you know, no points for getting that right, but 1/4 of the way there, Gentlemates. Obviously, barring an absolutely crazy result from this point onwards. No sweep this time around. Gentlemates have only been swept once this season. Was BDS in Event 2. This time around, they managed to dodge the sweep, so you know, it's not really saying much. I'm sure they won't be too happy with themselves. Hey, we only lost 4-1. They're still playing for the win, no question about it. But yeah, 5-0. That's the perfect way to start the comeback vibes. Like, can they really build on this, Shogun? The other question is there any world where Luna Galaxy call a timeout here? Have we ever seen
I would.
the one-game timeout? I think they should, honestly. I feel like it would be a smart move. Just cool them down a little bit.
Oh, nice little pass. And they're not going to get the goal for it. It has been done and dusted for quite some time. And Gentlemates have one step done, many more to go. They have got game number 4.
Yeah, and I think we need to talk a little bit more about that. Pro teams rarely call a timeout in these situations. Most teams, vast majority of teams, prefer to keep the timeout in best of 7s for, you know, 2-0s when they trail 2-0, like the Gentlemates called it after game 2 in this series, or save it until match point is the other, you know, main time to use it.
To be honest.
Yeah, I think timeouts are quite new to that. I think they're still a very new thing to Rocket League. They're largely unexplored because every team is kind of subscribed to the same formula of let's use it when the other team wins twice in a row or the other team's on match point. Have we ever seen? I think I might have seen once or twice. Did Gen G do it? I know someone online watching will know the answer to this. So yeah, let us know on socials. Did Gen G do this in this split or in this season? Calling the timeout after only one game win for their team, at least consecutively. I think that they not called it here, by the way. We're just theory crafting. I wish they did, just so we could see if it works. Or what if they won game 5?
They just sort of get into a rhythm and they prefer to keep that going. You know, maybe Luna Galaxy have seen that as like, that was a one-off. We've been better for like 15 of the last 20 minutes. So, well, what's really the worry? So I don't hate that they haven't called the timeout there. Yes, it was a very, very one-sided game. It was pretty one-sided to the point where they might have been talking towards the end of that, and they've already said what needed to be said. But there is also something to be said about maybe icing Gentlemates. We do head over to Aquadome for game number 5. Do we require Neo Tokyo, or do we require to go to our 4th match of the day? Gentlemates will be the team with the main answers to that.
Yeah, Gentlemates sent one heavy blow to Luna Galaxy, who just need to keep doing what they've been doing. You know, recovering quickly, making those key defensive touches, and popping off when it's your turn to do so. I mean, Atomic especially has been outstanding on the ball in offense today. Chronic has had some extremely good touches as well. Tox, you know, one of the best third men in European Rocket League history. Oh, pre-jump Juicy denied by Chronic. What a defensive play that is.
Now, Atomic looking to try and take on the challenge. Seiko happy to give him what he was after. Good demo as well. Nice fake. Juicy took everything out of that play. Knew he was in trouble after that original demo. Now they're still in trouble. Chronic decides to go backboard, test the boost totals of Gentlemates. Gentlemates passed the test.
Chronic here trying to bait in a 50. Doesn't get one, but Atomic with the recovery demo. And now Tox looking to get one ahead of the ball. No luck. Seiko too quick to get in front of it. And once again, Seiko just being a menace in this play, taking it past every Luna Galaxy player. But there is enough of a delay for the first to rotate back, become a 4th. Oh, hold on. That's just into the middle. How has Atomic centered this? And Chronic is there to get the finishing touch, but oh dear, Juicy just hits it right into him.
Yeah, there's nothing else to be said about it. He knew nothing about the ball coming in to hit his car. He will say nothing about it afterwards. Just happy enough that it did so. One little Lunar Galaxy, and it might be that could be the margin.
Yeah, it looked like Juicy could take control there, but he could not. He just lost control with one touch. Thought you could see a gap between Atomic and the wall. Atomic is arriving way too fast for that with too much momentum. Lunar Galaxy trying to close it out in 5. They've got yet another lead. Led in 4 games this series. The other 3 they won. Atomic makes it 2 with a close range double.
I almost walked away from my chair. What is happening? Atomic is just incredible today. Gets the reset, pops it under. Goalkeeper didn't jump. He knew it was done.
He just rolled with it. A little side flip to finish it off. Atomic with brilliant contortion. Now they just need to play the clock as much as they're playing Gentlemates.
If Atomic keeps playing like this, I'm going to need one of those headsets that walk around with me. No way I'm staying still watching this guy play like this. Seiko, straight down the line. Nice pass. Itachi pops the ball up. Achronic is beaten. What a play, Gentlemates.
Oh, Achronic was just completely alone here. Tox dove for the challenge, but Seiko dissected him with a perfect pass. And Itachi with the solo play. I mean, just what he said, they've got to start playing the clock here. They ended up in a 2v2. And that's not good enough for Lunar Galaxy. They've got to keep their activity high as possible for all 3 players when it comes to defense against Gentlemates.
Itachi's on low boost, but he does at least have control of the ball. Passes it off to a Juicy, who is also on low boost. Does not have control of the ball. Tox now trying to just take the challenge. Itachi will be there. Pops the ball to the side. Atomic in fields. Unfortunately, the invisible man is waiting for it. Tox is very low boost, and this has caused problems previously. They tried to pinch the ball clear. I think Seiko would have been ready for it, and the boost has popped up at the perfect time for him. I don't think even he was expecting it, and now he's set it up for a Chronic far side, and they keep it out.
Well, Seiko has tried to flip into the ball off the wall. He single jumped, so that's why Lunar Galaxy ended up with a free ball like this. What a strange misplay for Seiko to be making, trying to dodge and just having that singular jump input. Did his thumb slip off the controller? Sweaty palms for Gentlemates, definitely with this defensive position. Final 2 minutes, still that 1-goal lead intact for Lunar Galaxy.
Seiko, great second touch, but just couldn't stick with it. Atomic off the backboard. They had to go, they had to respect it. And now a breakaway here for Gentlemates. Chronic slows it up, plays it to himself. Now on the chase, it's a miss. And off the backboard, they won't get the ball, but Juicy's touch isn't that great either. So now Lunar Galaxy moving forward, looking to try and put this one away. In comes Tox. Passes himself to the side, yet Lunar Galaxy expect very little heavy commitments from him.
Whoa!
Itachi, what are you doing? You're putting your team in all sorts of trouble.
Oh, it's a great 1v2 play there by Tox, but Itachi crept off the goal line. He was in no man's land. Couldn't get the ball clear. And the whole Lunar Galaxy lineup commit to the attack. It's 3-1. But another rare mistake for Gentlemates. So Itachi just a little bit further back in his goal, or a little bit further back towards the back post there. That's an easy clear. But he crept, and he got caught out.
1 minute, 2 goals needed, almost a third. Achronic look to try and put this one away. Itachi passes, trying to get to Seiko, fakes on the first hit, and none of it was fell for by Atomic. Itachi's just trying desperately, keep that ball in offense, get something, anything going. Infield, backboard, double, Seiko misses.
Oh, well, he got the first part right. He completely fooled everybody with the self-pass off the backboard, but he mishit the shot by a large margin. And going the other way, Atomic's knocking at the door again with a flip reset. That one's safe, but there's only 35 seconds left.
Yeah, just keep cutting rotation if you're a Chronic. Make sure that they don't get it for free. And off the backboard, Itachi almost got in the way. Juicy goes for into the net. What a hit!
Well, when Gentlemates needed something desperately, they have Juicy slotting the shot top pins. Atomic thought it was going the other way. That is brilliant placement by Juicy. When, you know, there wasn't going to be too much follow-up there. He needed to hit the target. That's exactly what he did.
I want to really highlight what Itachi managed to do there. Just completely fooled, made himself at least visible for Tox and completely put him off the clear. Itachi now, reset, pass Seiko. That's on target, but it doesn't have enough on the shot.
Yeah, Chronic getting 2 touches there. Second one matched by Juicy. Seiko Looking for Itachi with the pass. It's blocked. A Chronic saw it coming, and now here comes Atomic the other way. He beats the third man. It's off the post and rebounded in. That is game over. Only 1 second left in a 2-goal lead.
And he deserves it oh so very much. Atomic, hat-trick hero. And hero to Jobless as well. They needed this result. They've got it. But Lunar Galaxy have done this for themselves.
Oh my
They
goodness.
march on to the semi-finals.
Well, there's a lot of scenarios still alive right now in Europe, thanks to the chaos that we've seen today. But one very simple one, at least to understand, not quite as simple to execute, is if Jobless win the event, we will have a tie break for the Major with the defending Major champions. What on earth have we just witnessed? 4-1 as well. Jobless are rejoicing. But Lunar Galaxy with authority. I mean, beating these guys is not going to be easy. That's who Jobless have to play tomorrow. I mean, they've helped them, and now they've got to play them.
I can't, but I mean, nobody could have predicted what we are seeing today. That being said, something did. The coin is 3-0 today. It got BDS, it got Jobless, it got Lunar Galaxy.
There's no way.
It's got very significant. Perfect. Oh, dearie me. What a day of Rocket League. And we all thought it was all going to be up to the final match. What is that match, you might say? Well, we've got Oxygen, we've got KC, we've got all so very much on the line. And that comes up after this break.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Let's move those feet.
Well, what a day it has been, and what a result we've just seen. Gentlemates eliminated in authoritative fashion by Luna Galaxy, who march on through to the semi-finals. I am now joined by Tox. Congratulations, firstly. How do you feel after that huge victory?
Well, obviously we're ecstatic. We're super happy to finally pull through. It was a bit of a rough start going into the regional, but we're just so happy to be here and super excited for tomorrow.
Well, I want to talk to you a little bit about that, because how do you guys sort of keep that motivation going, considering it is towards the end of the season? I mean, you've come into this match not necessarily with the most to necessarily play for yourself. How do you guys sort of communicate to each other and keep that momentum going?
Well, I think it actually alleviates a bit of pressure off our backs, considering that sadly we can't make the major, but at the same time, like, we were just going for the best result possible, trying to make as much money as possible, trying to get just as much out of the last tournament as possible. So I mean, that's basically our motivation. That's our go-to strategy. And yeah, I'm gonna
almost sorry, keep going. My apologies.
Oh no, I was done. I said and yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's been paying off.
I want to sort of almost be a little bit negative with sort of the follow-up question, because you guys were phenomenal all series long. I want to sort of zero in on the 5-goal loss that you guys had there. You had so much momentum before that game, you had so much momentum after that game. What were you guys discussing, maybe even during it or after that, to resettle and get back into your groove?
Well, that's a good question, because I think it's just what happens to every team. Like, we've also experienced a win after losing 3 games straight against like the likes of KC, etc. And I think it's just like nerves probably, and just the realization of us being up 3-0 against Gentlemates, which not every team does. So I think it was just a bit of nerves, a bit of having to relax, which we did after that game. We realized that we were just camping in defense, not playing our game plan like we were doing the first 3 games and the game after that. So we didn't even talk a lot, to be honest. We just stayed quiet, took big breaths, tried to relax our brains, and that's basically what happened, yeah. And then we took the dub.
I want to ask you as well about sort of how you feel about your role is on the team, because a lot of eyes will go towards Atomic. I feel after a series like that, he was playing unbelievable, but a lot of that was caused by just the hassle that you were giving to Gentlemates, always after their boost, always after their cars. Do you feel like really good when you're just making everything so difficult for the opposing team?
Well, I think it's just the role distribution we have in the team is that Atomic and Iconic are meant to pop off. Like, we're winning because they're popping off, and I'm just there to be the facilitator and just to be, like you said, in the opponent's faces, making sure the defense is clean, getting those big clears when the other guys need to get boost. But honestly, today it was just the Atomic and Iconic show. Honestly, I feel like I wasn't even playing that well. Like, I almost conceded just a couple of goals, maybe due to nerves, because this is my first time in a while actually beating a top team in the playoffs. But yeah, just props to my teammates, props to XPR as a coach. Like, with nothing thanks to me, it's basically all to them, honestly. Like, they just played insane, and I'm just happy to be on the team.
All right, I'm going to ask you as well for a little bit of help here, because we are really struggling with our predictions today. So I'm going to look towards you for this final match. KC against Oxygen. Who is taking this?
Well, Shogun, I honestly don't know, because we actually did a warm-up against KC today, and they looked very strong. They looked way stronger than yesterday when we beat them. But I don't know. Obviously, everyone wants to see the KC redemption arc. Oxygen looks as strong as ever, so honestly, it's a 50-50 for me as well. I'm struggling just as much as you guys, but I think
okay, that's not help.
I think I would just have to give the edge to KC, honestly, just because I think the Tira, Rise, Atto, the experience, the ice, like, they've been proving it for the past years. I think they'll prove it here again.
Okay, I need to go and switch my prediction very, very quickly. Well, we will see you again tomorrow as you take on Jobless. You did them a solid today. Tomorrow, you try and end their dream of going to the major. I will allow you to go and enjoy your victory. Thank you very much for joining me, my friend.
Thanks, Shogun. Thank you.
Yeah, what an incredible day of Rocket League we've had so far. Upsets and upsets as we now have Luna Galaxy on through over Gentlemates to face off against Jobless. Johnny and CJ are joining me. Johnny, I guess as a spectator, you can't ask for more.
I mean, we want tiebreakers. That's what we saw in North America last weekend. Tiebreakers for the majors, they're the best content. So yeah, if we have a tiebreaker with Jobless, Gentlemates, hey, do Oxygen want to get involved? There's another spot if they want it. They can get in a 3-way tiebreaker. I think that's really the dream for Rocket League fans who just want maximum chaos, and I put myself very much in that category.
CJ, you been scratching your head today, or you been cheering?
A lot of head scratching, but I love it. It's maximum entertainment value. The fact that we're cheering for Jobless to win the event, it could be the weirdest timeline in Europe. We almost had, Endpoint one game away from, well, potentially no French top 4, which would have been kind of crazy to say compared to what we had at the start of the season. But that's the beauty of Rocket League and the beauty of this region.
Right, exactly. Well, I want to mention that because we showed the Jobless Dream Bracket at the beginning here, and that carries on here. So looking at the points for Jobless now, they're in control of their own fate, which is a good thing to have as a team. You never want to be sitting back and just watching. They win the event, and then they'll have that tiebreaker with Gentlemates now because of that loss. And then maybe with Oxygen, if KC does take them down in our next matchup here. But regardless, I don't know if they're thinking that far ahead. They'll just be looking at, okay, tomorrow we got Luna Galaxy here, and that might be, one of the best matchups they could have asked for, potentially. I don't know, Johnny, especially after Luna Galaxy's run.
Well, yeah, Tox mentioned in the interview that they don't have the major to play for, but although, while that is not something that they're too excited about, it does relieve some of the pressure. Now they're just playing for this tournament. It's very easy to focus on the next match right in front of you when you don't have the major qualification looming over you like Jobless do. So Luna Galaxy seem like they're playing with a freedom that we've not seen from them the rest of the season. It's great to see, because I know a lot of teams would just kind of give up if they don't have the major and not really train as hard, not really practice as hard for the last event like this. But Luna Galaxy have clearly come in with great preparation, and they're going to be a tough match for Jobless tomorrow. I think starting the day, the Jobless would have picked that as their favorite match, but after what we saw in the Luna Galaxy Mates match, I don't know if they'd pick them anymore. That's looking like a very scary team.
Well, I don't think we need a schedule anymore, because there's one matchup left. And of course, we've saved it for last. It's going to be Carmine Corp, the Blue Wall, facing off against Oxygen Esports. Both of these teams have so much riding on the line here. CJ, for KC, it's that Worlds they're looking for, get points. But for Oxygen, they just want to lock in that London Major.
Yeah, this is massive. I think this is funny enough, this is a series that everyone's been waiting for, set their alarms for, but the other three were ridiculous, the other three quarterfinals, but this is the one. I mean, the storylines, the ramifications to come from this. Obviously, you've got the rivalries as well. Look at Joyo there playing against his former teammates, the God Squad. Johnny, I mean, this gets you excited. This is what as I said, you set your alarms for to show up and have a look at what's going to go on.
Yeah, it's a massive match for Oxygen. They just closed that gap a little bit more to KC right now. Obviously, Oxygen are not clinched for the major. A win in this series would clinch them to the major, so that's obviously big. But they're thinking about Worlds as well, and they're currently 27 points behind Carmine Corp in the running for Worlds. So if they can win this one, suddenly 27 becomes 23, and you only need to make top 4 at the major instead of top 2. Then you win a couple more series, win this event. Now you only need to make top 8 at the major. So every win that Oxygen get this event just gets them a little bit closer and relieves the pressure on what kind of result they need to deliver in London in order to make Worlds.
And realistically, that's a squad that I can see making a top 4. I mean, like, this isn't a team where it's like there's no chance. This is a very real possibility for this squad. But of course, we just heard from Tox himself that on the other side, Blue Wall, Johnny, is looking phenomenal today, apparently. He's 50-50 almost, but slight edge to Blue Wall.
Yeah, he did say that, and I think this is a very much coin flip matchup. The coin's killing it today,
Absolutely.
so I'm going to be watching very closely to see what the coin has to say in the coin flip matchup of the day. But like we keep saying, if KC can win this, then Oxygen need top 2 at London. That is a very, very difficult thing to accomplish in modern Rocket League. So just to go in, I'm sure that they're in the conversation to win it and to make top 2, but so are a lot of other teams, like 10 or so teams worldwide right now in the most stacked event of all time. And if KC can win this event, suddenly Oxygen need to win in London. So KC have so much to play for here, protecting their world spot.
I mean, it's an 8-point swing this series, but I want to say as well, Keiko, I'm a massive Farah fan, and he must be the perfect coach to have in this situation. Obviously, they don't have the major, but to lock them back in, understand the situation, how important this series is, and really just keeping them focused on the present. They can't really control everything else, how Oxygen are going to do at the major, but what they can control is this event right here and getting as many points as possible.
CJ, this is where, Farah as a coach, he's been winning all the time. And, now that they're losing, this is where his experience as a player will really come in clutch because he lost so many more times. That, trust me, when Farah was a player, he used to lose. He didn't lose a lot when he was coaching.
Yep,
but pro player, RLCS, he knows what this is like. So he's an expert. No, but jokes aside, Farah is phenomenal. He is, such a level-headed guy, such an intelligent guy, and just a joy to be around. I'm sure these guys are fully locked in. The vibes look immaculate in the Karmine Corp camp for now. We'll see how that progresses through this incredibly stressful series they're about to be a part of.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, on the other side, though, you saw Oxygen. They had all smiles, but this is all business for the Blue Wall right now. They just got done with their huddle. You saw just whether it was words of wisdom, whether it was Strat, Farah leading the charge here, but look at their faces. These guys are locked in. CJ, there's no chance for monkey business right now. Like, this is just straight up, we win. This is our job.
I mean, Tox said it in his interview as well. There's a bit of a different feeling around K-Corp. They warmed each other up both days. Yesterday, they didn't look as on, and we did see that. However, today, this K-Corp, as Tox said, they're looking on song. And, I mean, just the quality of the players on the pitch. There's a reason why they are just Vatira Champ Sunday record that unfortunately did have to come to an end. But, if you're looking at pure stats, pure results, they have to be the favourites. But if you're looking at what's been happening lately, well, you're probably trending towards Oxygen. That's just how good this series is going to be.
The mustache looking good. Looking that thing on Vatira, but the mustache is looking in fine form for today. I'm a fan of it. I know it's not everybody's face. A bit of a decisive topic in the Rocket League community. Vatira's mustache. I like it.
I was going to ask before, how many times have we seen, you see it, and at least for me, I watch it in hockey a lot, the playoff beard. I don't know if we see that often in the Rocket League.
In Rocket League?
I guess some of them can't grow them yet.
The average age of
not
these
very
guys.
often. Yeah, right.
Not too
Give us another 10 or 20 years. We'll see what we can do with the playoff beard. Right now, playoff mustache is about as much as we can get. But hey, we got some solid mustache game in the Rocket League Pro scene, and I can't wait to see where that develops.
I love it. Again, you guys are already spamming here, but the matchup coming very soon. The one we've all been waiting for. Hashtag KC for Karmine Corp and hashtag Oxygen OXG for Oxygen's win here. Again, the laughter coming up for Oxygen. You never know before moments like this. CJ, I mean, you have a lot of experience just having these tense matches in front of you. Does that laughter often come out as like we're comfortable, or can it be more nervousness?
Yeah, I love it. I love cracking jokes. I think it's so easy to sort of get inside your own head. It's different for everyone, though. K-Corp obviously adopting a little bit of a different strategy. They're really locking in. You can tell, Farah. I mean, they're looking like soldiers out there with the pre-game speech and everything. But Oxygen, keeping it lighthearted. But again, you can't read too much into it. We'll have to see what happens in game one.
It's fair enough. It's all what happens on the field. I'm nervous. This is one of the most important coin flips I think we've seen in a while. Potential perfect day for the coin today.
The perfect day is on the cards.
It's going Oxygen. The question.
KC, we are so sorry. We are so sorry, KC fans. The coin has been perfect today, and I also apologize for myself for going against you guys. Yesterday, I was leaning KC, but I slept on it. I thought, you know what? I'm going Oxygen, because although the plot armor still feels like it's there for KC, you can't deny Oxygen's current level. They perfect swept Gentlemates yesterday. They're insane. So
Chat
I'm gonna go XG.
Is following along though with what Talk said. Almost a coin flip, almost 50-50, but a slight edge to the Blue Wall. Either way, the game is here, and the only way to find out the result to watch it. Our last quarterfinal has arrived, and boy, is it a doozy. Every point matters for KC for Worlds, but Oxygen can clinch major with a win against the Blue Wall. Regardless, I expect a phenomenal series. Sit back and enjoy.
Oxygen are so close to London they can practically feel the cool, misty air of their homeland. But Stumpy, Starman Joyo's former teammates are here to keep the World Championships as far out of their reach as possible.
That's basically what they are going to be keeping in their minds. Yes, Oxygen are playing for that major spot. They're also playing partially in favor of Gentlemates as well. But keeping Karmine Corp away from them as much as they humanly can, and Karmine Corp racing to stay ahead of them as much as they can. Everything is on the line in this final series of what has been an electric quarterfinal Saturday.
All the accusations we get over here in EU of Saturday being dull. Nothing of the sort over here. 4 threes up and down the board almost. Well, you know, pretty much everything is going right down to the wire either way.
Cheers, Lunar Galaxy.
I know, right? And I can't see this series being any different.
We've seen a lot of these top teams also just fall to teams that previously I think they would have beaten relatively routinely. It was going to Game 7 for Endpoint and BDS. BDS could win it in the end. Vitality lost to Jobless. When did anybody expect that to happen? Lunar Galaxy took down Gentlemates. And finally, we have a series of 2 Titans, and no one can choose who they think is going to be the winner. Like, it's gone down to the absolute line.
Already we've seen Archie let a ball roll across his car, turn around and just save it instead of batting it away as quickly as he can, suggesting that Oxygen are feeling pretty relaxed in and among themselves, as we were seeing earlier. Meanwhile, KC, who have to do some defending here, are a tad more locked in, so we'll see which of those 2 mentalities will be the winner in this tournament.
Decent block coming out from Oski as well, diving in front of the board as quick as he can. Atto trying to pass it towards Rise, who has been resurgent, as has the entirety of Carmine Corp, because Cole, the start to this split could not have been worse, considering the fact they won all 3 open qualifiers in our first major.
It's insane, not necessarily the drop-off, but just the fact that they managed to get in their own heads, and suddenly they're fighting just to get to Worlds and fighting to keep Oski's shot out. It was Vatira diving into his own net, not a bad goalkeeper to have. Here's Atto. He slows things down. He waits. The ball pops up. Joyo is rotating back, so Oski comes in. And Archie doing what he does, just staying forwards, hoping something's going to fall for him. He's been fantastic linking the play between his 2 teammates.
Been very impressive across the board recently with these 2 teams, because they have made this quarterfinals in remarkably different ways. Oxygen, they have come here after facing 2 of the top 4 and also become statistical leaders in that fact as well. Whereas KC was a little bit of an easier run, where they had to end up going through 14th, 16th and 19th in the event standings, or rather in this split standings so far, including a 19-1 goal differential over Novo. Very different ways of reaching here, very different ways of farming stats too. Oxygen much more impressive in the way that they could get to the top statistically because of the quality of teams that they faced. How will that set them up for this quarters though?
How apt as well that it's former teammates all round. Of course, we have Joyo with Rise and Vatira opposite him, but also Oski looking at Atto on the other side, who left Team Liquid, and Oski was looking around searching for a team before landing on Oxygen. So it's about taking revenge, about making your case, about you were the better teammate. Right now it's Joyo trying to prove that he was. Back in the moist days for Rise, Joyo and Vatira, and Joyo comes out on top that time.
It's also Rise previously being on Oxygen alongside Archie.
Good point. Forgot about that one.
Like, yeah, this is just, everybody is playing with everyone. These are their current iterations. In a year where we think, do you remember when these teams were these certain players? That was incredible. But regardless, yeah, facing off today, trying to get through to the Worlds as best as they can. As we go through the series and towards the end, we will confirm who is doing what, because there's quite a few permutations. Depends then on how Oxygen then do at the major if they make it. But a long shot from Atto isn't going to want to see Oxygen going to that major, as he sinks one with a minute 45 remaining.
Yeah, that one won't change the permutations, but it will just give a little bit more calmness to Carmine Corp, getting the first goal. Just reminding everyone the stamp they have over here on EU, winning all 3 events last time around, as you mentioned, Stumpy. It's been quieter for them this time, but they have not become a bad team overnight. Now they try and double up his Rise, dancing with the ball on his nose. Gets into the backboard where Joyo takes it and sends it forward. Just trying to keep the momentum going for KC, but Archie nips in. Vatira had to be aware there, defending for Carmine Corp. Archie staying forward, and Joyo has some boost. It's exactly what he wanted. What can he do? Can he get over the top of Rise? Not on this occasion. His old teammate knows way too well what exactly he was attempting.
80 seconds remaining, and a very strong 50 from Oski in that back corner. Sends it back towards Archie. Central. Joyo's there. Has so much space. An unmarked man snipes top bins.
It's just a clean as you like shot there from Joyo. Vatira and Rise getting each other's way somewhat. Atto was going over boost pads to take him into the center of the goal, and that took him away from where Joyo was finishing. Far from an easy finish, but Joyo made it look so.
I mean, Joyo just waiting central, had the complete trust in Archie to send it towards him, who had complete trust in Oski to get that backwards towards himself. Lots and lots of teamwork being crucial so far for Oxygen, and we hit 1 minute remaining. That late equalizer coming in for Oxygen. Vatira clears it away, but Archie is going to be a little bit of a pest. Sends it central. Archie faking. Oski shoots. Vatira and Atto having to team up to clear that one away. And a demo in the backline. Rise back to his old tricks and his former teammate. Rise to shoot. High again. The back net for Oxygen being besieged by the blue wall.
Ooh, that was awkward though from Oski. It's a chance for Matera to get it towards goal. It's saved him. He gets a bump. It bounces off him. Pinball everywhere. Joyo just pumps it forward, desperate to get some clearance from their own goal in the ball. And thankfully for Oxygen, they survived. That could have gone either way. We could have had tearaway goals. We could have had bundled home finishes. In the end, it remains 1-1 with 15 seconds left.
Ridiculous that nothing ended up finding its way in. Joyo was backwards on that save as well, and he still turned around with enough power. But the final 10, we'd see a powerful shot from one of these teams. Archie, backboard. Who's going to be there to receive? Oski down low, reset, no second touch. Joyo playing it safe. I don't mind it with Vatira going up high. Low boost to the floor. Overtime. A safety play from Oxygen secures them.
Everything at stake here for both teams as Archie gets it towards Oski. Oski tries to get the read and does. That one's high. Oxygen starting the overtime, the better. Archie has the ball in the KC corner. Don't be surprised to see him going forwards with no boost. More than comfortable in that situation. Allows his teammates in. He gets it back towards Joe, who gets it over the top of Vatira. But not quite the finish they wanted.
And a dive in leaves Rise trying to just claw his way back into the opposite half. Vatira moves 1-2, gets the bump. Oski's there. Atto somehow hits the crossbar from a foot away. Does not matter. Wants to hear it clang with the winner.
Carmine Corp, in their bid for the World Championships, take first blood against Oxygen Esports. They had to do it through overtime, but after surviving a subtle barrage at the beginning of the OT, they did have enough to win it out. And Stumpy, I will ask you, does that look like the Carmine Corp that we saw in the last split?
It looks better. It looks like a Carmine Corp that deserved to be here in the top 8. Seeing as previously we didn't see them at all last week, and it's been like a month since we've seen them here. Back to their old form? No, I don't think they are there yet. I think the previous form was a Carmine Corp that were literally world beaters. They were #1 in the hardest region in the world 3 times running. That is an incredible feat, and they are not there yet. Oxygen have held them incredibly close in that game. I expect another Game 7 here, unlike Lunar Galaxy Gentlemates. But now we have a little bit more time. We can talk more about these permutations with the Major and with Worlds. So, if Oxygen do win this series, that then means that Oxygen, they are confirmed going through to the Major. That is what they need. And it also gives Gentlemates minimum a tie-break depending on the Jobless result later on, as we have seen with that tomorrow, with Lunar Galaxy having the potential to do the funniest thing ever. There's also Carmine Corp. If they win, nothing really changes in terms of the Major too much. It just means that Jobless, if they win the entire event, then there's still that tiebreaker happening. Oh, you're right.
I'm just trying to think along all the permutations, mate.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
This in my mind palace.
And then if Carmine Corp, if they win, doesn't change anything unless Jobless win the entire event, in which case, we get a tiebreaker. If not, then it's just going to be Oxygen and Gentlemates going through. The biggest question mark is all about those Worlds spots. That then depends on how well KC end up doing in this event, which we'll tell you a lot more about tomorrow. But what it does mean is it gets a lot harder for Oxygen to make the World Championship.
Rise takes an early touch at the start of Game 2, Forbidden Temple. So we head to next. Vatira gets it over the top of Archie. What's going to fall towards Atto, whose touch was a little bit heavy. I wondered if he could have just struck there. I think he would have assumed that a defender was going to be closing him down. So instead, he does his best to keep the KC attack going.
In this first 30 seconds is going to be vital to seeing just how these teams are going to perform against each other. I think we're going to see a lot of high-flying mechanics, as we would normally expect to see, but a long shot going to the opposite back corner, and Atto low on boost actually misses that back corner, leaves it prime for Oski to try and snipe him away. Rice stealing away 100 from his teammate. It's going to leave Vatira in an awkward position trying to rotate back.
It's a decent start though for Oxygen. They survived that initial attack from Carmine Corp, made a bit of luck with the shot. They will be hurting after the end of that last game. It was definitely a chance for Joyo to take the win. We didn't get a chance to see it again, so I'm not sure if he definitely easily could have put it on target or if there was a defender coming in or something. I'm sure he'll be telling himself that there was. But whatever the case, Oxygen will have to dust themselves down here though. Carmine Corp, what to save that is from Archie, just dropping down like Spider-Man.
He puts a glove up and he slaps that one away. Vatira with the cheek to go for it from that angle as well. Minute and a half elapsed. Rise wanting to challenge, but with no boost, he can't get it too much further as Joyo goes up, gets a clear away. Rise now backboard. Who's there? Archie is the first man to it. See a little bit of pokey proddy play. Joyo long. Oski gets rid of Rise. That backside is completely exposed at the moment.
It's big booming hits at the moment and clean touches rather than taking chances and 50-50s. Both teams seem to be content with that for now. We'll see which is the first to change their approach. As Oski charges down Vatira. Vatira does take a couple in the air dribble. Rise long again. Is Vatira waiting? He was, but he loses the ball. This is the chance if Joe can take out Atto. He can't do it. Atto's too quick. Defends it excellently as Archie prods to the side.
Yeah, going for the bump there as well is absolutely the right play. But Vatira finding Rise down pitch. Joyo to save it. A 1-2-3 between the former Moist players. 2 minutes 15 has now gone. Atto trying to find this ball central. Unfortunately, Vatira was rotating back to allow Rise to come in. One to the ceiling, a reset down to the floor. The reset can't get the second touch with it. But the ideas and the vision are completely coming to form for Carmine Corp.
We are seeing a lot of in front of the ball play as well, going for these bumps. And I'd say when a game is as rotational as this one is and clean touches, one tiny bump can make all the difference. As you can see there, Archie having to dodge out Atto. He avoided it, and thus he was there defending the defender in front of him, helping them out, meaning there's 2 Oxygen defenders still in the net. So these little touches, little nudges could be key here as Rise and Oski go for the 50-50 as the flip reset there from Rise. Couldn't get it back towards the net, and now we have a counter. Joyo almost over the top of Atto. Oski's coming in, no boost. Archie turns it down, and KC will come forward soon.
Archie does make sure that he manages to get that touch nice and high. Joyo removes Vatira from the pitch. Rise rather. Vatira then going for that save instead. Rise challenging, trying to get it past Oski. He does so. Joyo has to swipe him from the side. And you're saying about playing in front of the ball. That is Rise's MO. He's been playing in front of the ball whenever he feels confident, and he is certainly feeling confident today.
Here comes Joyo, though. Gets it almost cleanly around Atto. Dangerous times for Carmine Corp. This game's starting to bleed down to its dying end. We have a goal here. It could be big. There was a bump, and there was a finish.
There was also a pretty devilish mistouch from Vatira in the back. Sends it to the corner, but can't turn around fast enough. Even if Vatira is able to get there for the block, there was still Joyo coming in. Atto, I don't think, could have got there quick enough. A misplay from the veteran.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Vatira makes that mistake, you get 2 Oxygen players swarming him. That's where confidence comes in, belief in your teammates. There's a shot there, though, from Rice. Straight off the kickoff. Atto's coming in. Joyo charges him down this time. Is anybody helping him out? Joyo gets half an extra touch. Vatira is waiting for it. A huge boost steal yet again. It's all Oxygen for now. Archie's left pretty much stranded. Rise, Vatira to his left. Rise has to go solo as the angle doesn't work out for him. And Archie, using that 100 boost that he had, was able to nip in there and get it. So far, Stumpy, Oxygen looking fairly comfortable in Game 2 defensively.
Yeah, defensively, but offensively, they've not had a huge amount of chances. To Oski sends another one to the backboard. Vatira can pinch it with the post. Finds Rise, double touch. No, Archie is going to be the interceptor. Oski to touch it down towards Joyo. Touched it down towards himself, in fact, but Vatira there to get the technical save, but more of just a collection.
It's nice from Joyo using all of his boost to get the forced little pinch there in the side wall. Sent it forward to his teammate, but it wasn't to be. But that's good enough for Oxygen right now. They'll know they have the time, but they can't allow Carmine Corp to come forward too often the way they are right now. Rise sends it up. Vatira has a clean shot. It's saved again from Oski. Falling down. Archie did it earlier. Now Oski's at it. Atto goes for the bump. Joyo, boostless, gets the touch to the side. Archie sends it forward. Misplays his dodge there off the wall, so it does leave Vatira with a clean shot. He gets it forwards as far as he can. Atto's coming in. Archie again on top of the goal. It's Vatira's turn this time. Vatira waiting for Rise. Vatira comes in.
Everyone.
Forced upwards. Is there any boost left? Is there any saves left? Archie can't go to the ball. Vatira's blocking him, and Vatira keeps it up, Stumpy.
Somehow, but Oski, the final man to touch the ball before the ground. That was frantic defense from Oxygen, and you said with a minute left they looked pretty comfortable in defense. That was anything but. What an offensive play coming in from Carmine Corp. 13 shots in their favor in the end compared to just 7 for Oxygen, shooting twice as many times. There's still smiles on the Oxygen side. They bring it back 1-1 level in the series.
Mate, I don't know how they're laughing about this. I don't know how they're smiling about this. You know, they've still not locked in London. Even if Oxygen lose this, they haven't lost their chance to London, but that thought will be there. You know, their hearts will be thumping faster because of that. On top of that, the even bigger prize, the World Championships in Fort Worth. It's all on the line right now, and Carmine Corp is the team that you have to beat. And in Game 2, if they concede there, suddenly the series can get away from you, even in a best of 7. And they're still chill.
That's what you got to be. You can't be sitting here stressing, being a little puddle of nerves, being a little stressy Sally. You've got to be a confident Kyle.
That's why I never made it, is it? Too stressy.
I think so, and also the fact you're rubbish at the game.
That doesn't help. You are right. Well, Carmine Corp are definitely not rubbish at the game. They had to make 6 saves of their own in that last game. There was shots coming in from every single angle, and Carmine Corp back to being locked in as this series now has parity.
And we've seen just how far this series in Europe can go today, going to 7 for 2 of them. And previously, I think a couple of weekends ago, we had that Saturday and the Sunday where we didn't even get a Game 7. It is so much closer when it comes down to the end of the season. Vatira wants to remove Oski just to get rid of some of those pesky little plays these Oxygen players go for. But right now, as you say, Cole, complete parity between these teams. Still a 50-50 as far as I'm concerned for who's going to win. But Archie trying to farm, but just the speed from Oski is not there as he's low on boost with the runaway play.
I'd say in a series like this, when no individual player is popping off, it's all very team-based saves and goals, right? I would say players like Archie, players like Rise, who you were talking about earlier, playing in front of the ball and going for those bumps, they could be the key here. Is Rise able to take that split second longer of time to, you know, fake someone out or take a control that other people are expecting him to boom? As I say that, a mechanical play almost works from Atto. Doesn't quite that time. Rise to the ceiling, Archie clears it, and we're back to square one.
Yeah. Oh, excellent clear as well, like bouncing just short of the opposition's back wall. Rise gets rid of Joya from the pitch just to alleviate a little bit of that pressure coming through. Archie with a lot of boost to his name. Has to get round Vatira, steals that back boost. Going to be setting up Oxygen for an extended play as all three had 100 boosts for a while.
Oh man, Archie is just refusing to leave the play. He steals the boost, he nips in ahead of the pass, then he gets the fake. It allows Joya in the end via a touch from Oski, does it? No, Joya was all the way back. I assumed he'd be coming onto that, such as the pace that Oxygen play at. Instead, though, he has to do and the extra gap was played to perfection.
Oh my gosh, the battling Belgium besieges the Oxygen goal. The reset over the top with a second touch and a bump for good measure gives Carmine Corp the lead with 90 seconds gone. We saw so much pressure from Oxygen on that Carmine Corp side and it all came to naught.
Yeah, as soon as you take that valve off, Carmine Corp are going to punish you. They have the ability, and suddenly the mechanical plays are making sense. They open the floodgates defensively. Oski to the backboard. Wants one more touch, does he? No, he just wants to stare down the eyes of Vatira, try and make him make a mistake. Here's Oski. He gets his shot off in the end. Vatira can't get the save. The crossbar, though, can. Here comes Joyo. Can it be saved by Atto? Yes, again. The man is everywhere.
A low boost save as well. He had to get something on it and get into a good place because he could not get any semblance of a follow-up. Archie bumping Oski out the way. Joyo now fully back with 100 boost. And Joyo has been the third man time and time again, and we've seen teams where he is the third man that have not excelled. On Moist, he became the third man, and that was not how they were meant to play. But Joyo has got two better teammates this time. I just hate to see him stuffed back in a cupboard.
Well, Oski puts it to the corner for now. Joyo does have to sit back for a little while because his team are doing all sorts of defending. They're trying to force some pinches together, the bot pinches, but the ball's going nowhere. There was no momentum on it for that to work. Now they're double committing in the air. As Oski just pulls rank, slows it down, gets a flip reset almost over the top of Vatira. But it's looking better for KC right now, if you ask me, Stumpy.
Yeah, KC, I think, have a little more shape to their game. We're seeing Oxygen be somewhat more stretched, and I think sending a couple players to it. Joyo and Atto moving each other from the pitch, and then Oski makes it too, and Vatira also departs. Joyo having to get out or rather call Archie out the way to try and get the ball past him. But it really just did not go anywhere. 2 minutes now, ticking down. Who's going to be central for this ball? Is Atto there first? Sends it sidewall, but Joyo has read him wonderfully. If that's on target, that's a goal. Joyo read the position of the ball. He just did not have the composure to shoot it on target.
The smallest of moments are going against Oxygen right now, and they're going for Carmine Corp. And that is the difference between these two teams. Atto has been instrumental in forcing that to happen. Rise gets a block in. Atto tries to get it over the top of Archie. Instead, the ball just falls towards Rise, who booms long. Everyone's pretty low right now. Vatira uses all of his boost, pre-flips towards it. That's going to slow him down. Maybe should have just allowed himself to fall and maybe wave dashed out the play. So instead, Oski can send them back. Is Carmine Corp happy to do some defending for now? Stealing the boost. Joyo goes to the sky. They're closing him down in the air so quickly.
It's 80 seconds as Atto wants to hold on to this 1-goal lead. Maybe make it 2 for Vatira. Vatira 40 boost. Nobody, I feel like in any of the matches this entire weekend, has really stayed on like 80 plus boost for a long time. Boost has been at such a premium in Europe.
I concur completely, yeah. Shout out Psyonix for adding that, because I'll tell you, as a caster, it just makes everything so much easier. As a viewer, it's huge as well. So Archie sends that one to the backboard. Joyo misses. Archie wanted to get it towards Oski. Vatira could be in here. Can he get around the ball? He can. Oski saves it wide. Archie has to avoid putting in an own pass. Joyo comes away with it.
That was incredibly spooky. Not the one, but Joyo
So
had the chance. Tap and smash. Atto's there to receive the ball on the goal line. A drop down, not quite read from anybody on Oxygen. Vatira has to receive it. Then Rise goes up. Burning boost a mile a minute right now on this pitch.
It's so awkward though right now. One tiny little miss and everyone's
Archie?
left stranded. Archie gets the double.
Oh!
He's not got the finish though. That was the chance.
0 boost for everybody on Oxygen as they then fall back in line on defense. Final 10 ticking down. Archie gets that ball, sends it long. Low boost for Oski, so he just has to agonizingly wait.
Archie, wow, sends that one. Clatters it back down to the blue horse. Does that allow them in? No, it doesn't. Because the composure was perfect right at the end, and Carmine Corp take the third.
This is stressful. Every single player low on boost seemingly at any given moment. The boost stats in this series, I'd love to know what they are. We have to wait till a little bit later to see, because they don't get uploaded right away. But just the amount of boost that's going through the CO2 emissions must just be outrageous at the moment.
Yeah, this is not good for global warming.
This is terrible.
And Oxygen are hoping the climate here can change, because they are just beginning to struggle to get involved. You'll see on the scoreboard in a second. Joyo, 88 points. Such a quiet game from their talisman. When he's struggling to get involved that much, you have to change it.
Yeah, I agree. I think he is struggling to get a little bit involved, seeing as the amount of times we saw him at the back with decent boost, but neither Oski nor Archie rotating out nicely. It does give me kind of vibes of old Liquid days, where you just see Oski and Atto going crazy up top, and then a Chronic sits at the back, just chilling. But a Chronic right now is chilling in that semi-finals, and Oxygen wanting to be a team that can join them there.
It's still very possible, but Carmine Corp are proving that their own run to the World Championships, despite the dip in form they had in the middle of this split, is going to be possible, Stumpy. You feel that if they are to make Worlds, they have to win this series. It's just the inkling that I'm getting, that Oxygen are going to be a top 8 LAN team, at least in London. You have to keep them away, and so far Carmine Corp are doing their job.
I mean, keeping that faith and that momentum just is going to be so important, especially for a new team. I appreciate every team in Europe is new at the moment, but the fact that you're going to be having, apart from Vitality, all these changes around is going to be a scary moment. There's a lot to be learned. So with the first 30 seconds gone, Oxygen need to make sure they're kicking themselves into gear and make sure that they win this one out for their own hopes towards that World Championship.
But it's Carmine Corp that have started this game better again until Archie nips in out of nothing and shoots. 1 shot, 1 goal.
Took a little while, but Oxygen are back in the scoring. Joyo sends it across, and Atto cannot outspeed Archie.
There you go. Easy as you like, Oxygen. They defend for a bit. They keep Carmine Corp away, and suddenly they get an easy goal. That is the game plan to a T. Now, can Oxygen attack from the front? You can't see them trying to defend here. That's just not the way they play. It's not in their DNA. But Carmine Corp, they're not going to fear anything. It's so simple from Vatira.
Vatira is vile. And going to the ceiling, just the disgusting play of faking it out completely. Then as he lands, the ball on his hood, tipping it onward. 1-1, and a little bit of class from both sides.
Okay, well, it's as you were. Pace from Oxygen, and then brilliance there from Carmine Corp and Vatira. Now it's Atto's turn, trying to get the flip reset into the center with Oski. Vatira might be coming online here, Stumpy, and that could be a nervy thing for Oxygen.
Yeah, I think when you look at prime teams, Carmine Corp are up there, but with Oxygen, this brand new blood, they're trying to make sure that they are not just letting the old guard sit anywhere near the top. Minute and 10 has elapsed. Joyo is found by Oski. Archie's up from that doink, taps it down, but Vatira, a pre-jump to stop that one from flying home.
Atto was watching behind Vatira, hoping that he'd be able to get something on this one. He still may, trying to charge down Joyo, and that does seem to be a staple of Carmine Corp. As soon as Joyo gets the ball, wherever he is on the pitch, you close him down. You do not let him past you or out of your sight. Two Carmine Corp players bumping into each other in their own corner is never ideal. Joyo's there, and he does have some time to himself. He has Archie in the center, tries to get it to him. Atto does his best to clear it, and actually does pretty well from an awkward position. It's not either team really having dominance in this one. They're both trying to sort of wrestle it in the midfield.
Well, I think both teams are trying to push it past that midfield line, and then both teams are stopping the other one from doing so. The wrestles are coming in from everywhere. 2 minutes now has gone with Rise and a miss. It then opens things up a little bit for Oxygen. A failed bump coming through. Oski down central, but with Joyo again just a little bit pushed further back than maybe his teammate would have liked. Archie is going to be chilling somewhere near the back. Joyo, he really could have been further in there.
Yeah, it's not for the first time as well where we're thinking, Joyo, you could be just that little bit further forward, that little bit more aggressive. They've conceded goals from it in this very event, in this very match. But they can only continue pushing forwards. Oski clears it long. Joyo is behind him again. Oski does some maneuvering to get it towards Archie. And I'll tell you what a finish that is.
Oh, that's a little bit neat, isn't it? Perfectly slotted, top corner. Oski faking it out too. Actually goes for the ceiling. Reminiscent of Squishy going for that shot all those many years ago. Gets the scoop underneath and Archie finishing it ever so sweetly. Cherry on top corner.
Oxygen fighting to get back into this one. To put everything back in their own hands. Here comes Rise. Flip resets it over the top of one. It was almost creeping into the far corner. Vatira into the center. Archie has to be confident that nobody is there. And Archie, so spatially aware at all times, waits his turn, musties it into blue territory, and suddenly, yet again, it's Oxygen that are attacking.
Archie really has been superb this entire series. I think he'll be thinking that he's had a series of his, not of his life necessarily so far. We've still got a lot of games to come, but very impressive one nonetheless. But Oxygen is still losing the series, winning this game currently, 2-1. Vatira wants to work around the side of one. Atto now up with space, with no boost, unfortunately. All of that going in the tank of Archie.
Yeah, Archie, by the way, as well, who went all the way up, got the block and fell, and only used about 30 boost. So hugely efficient there from Archie, as well, especially the way Oxygen play. They put it all the way to the metal each and every time, so keeping something can be paramount for them. Let's hope they have something now. Oski does. He clears it long. Archie is still there. Boost management has been supreme in this game for Archie. Joe comes forward. He uses all of his, but Archie was hoping for it. Instead, it's going to fall to Rise. He goes above. Oski has to get this read. Oski just tracks. No one is there. Oski gets the floor pinch. And now Vatira's in again, but that could have gone either way. It still might until Joe saves.
When you're completely right about that boost play, the team that's more efficient with boost here is going to be the benefactor. Oski actually bumped up into that one, gets the musty. Vatira's going to be able to save it away. But the ingenuity to even go for that is extremely magical. Rise can't get this one in the center without a little bit of interruption from opposing players as well as his teammate.
It's a little bit awkward for Carmine Corp. They can see the time ticking away. They want to get this one back as soon as possible. Rise takes a couple of touches, a little bit of control, but it's not going to be enough yet again. Vatira sends it long. Oski's clearance makes things awkward for Atto. He has to really force his car around to get it towards Rise, who gets the bump. Joyo was there waiting. Joyo Vatira. Can he tackle out Atto as well? Atto to the backboard. Joyo finishes the clearance. This one might be the winner, but Vatira saves.
I mean, that was KC putting on the big press. Then suddenly they have to rush back in a foot race. Final 15. Atto left-hand side challenged with Oski going up high. Gets the beaten out, actually. Rise sends up high, gets Archie in the middle. Rise again has been repeatedly the man trying to be the playmaker. Goes central with it. What a pinch to the middle, but Atto is not receptive to it.
It still might lead to something, though. Vatira has this touch. He tries to get it towards Rise, but it's a little bit heavy, Stumpy, and that will be 2-2.
Right, I've got a little bit of a fun fact here that I couldn't say during the series because it's quite long. So,
okay.
For the final event that we had last year, as we are currently, so Spring 3 and 22-23 season, there's been a little fun coincidence. So Hogan Mode with Rezi needed to win the event to force a tiebreaker for the major with Moist, who had Joyo on the side. That has now been echoed here, where Jobless with Rezi need to win the event to force a tiebreaker for the major with Gentlemates and Oxygen with Joyo on their side. So it's Rezi doing it all for Joyo, and he could not do it before. Can he do it again tomorrow?
Bro, all I'm thinking right now is bro, Hogan Mode bro, spam your bros, everybody.
Bro.
That's honestly
Let's get some
all I was
bros in
thinking,
chat.
Jerry.
Yeah,
I was
it was the summer of the Brogan Mode. Let's get some bros.
I was thinking of gold. It was good times, but now we go on to these times, and it's serious stuff, as you can see from Oski there, who's fully locked in to this best of 7 quarter-final. A reminder, if Oxygen win this, they have made London. They've made it to their homeland, fought all the way. Players that have been dropped, that have been cut, that have been left, make it to the LAN. If Carmine Corp win, Oxygen still could make London. It'll be so difficult for them to make Worlds. They'll have to finish, I think, at least top 2 if Carmine Corp win this one, or maybe top 4, but very, very deep into the tournament if KC win here.
If Carmine Corp win this individual series, but they don't win the event, then we're going to need to see Oxygen. They need to get through to the top 2 to make Worlds. If Carmine Corp win the entire event, Oxygen need to win London in order to make Worlds.
Wild.
So if KC win, their journey is infinitely harder compared to then if Oxygen do end up winning out in this individual series. They just need to make top 8 at minimum to then make Worlds.
I mean, the best storyline here is KC win this event, then Oxygen win the next event. But, you know, maybe that's asking for too much from the gods of Rocket League and the scriptwriters.
Yeah, Gibbs couldn't script that one, but that is a very awkward little team passing play that they did not want. Coming out from Oxygen, left wall now sees Joyo only sent it as far as Vatira, who has been a pre-jumping menace.
Yeah, you gotta be against Oxygen, you gotta be fast enough, but it worked there. Look at this first touch from Vatira, and just take us through it from there.
Going with that reset over the top of Oski, and then shies away from the ball because Atto is suddenly in. Alley-oops it, backboard bound, down, and thank you very much. A goal in a minute.
That had everything. That had the first touch, it had the flip reset, it had the comms to call Atto on. Just a class Rocket League goal, and a reminder, if we needed it, how dangerous Carmine Corp could well be if they do make it to the World Championships. Here comes Vatira again. He gets the reset, rises, just bullying them. Atto's coming in, but somehow Oski gets the stop.
Oski gets the stop, but then there's a double miss in favour of Oxygen, or rather against Oxygen from both of their players. Archie has to get something from this. Oh, we are seeing a lot of in front of the ball play coming now.
Yeah, we're seeing KC back to their very best, at least at the start of this game. This is a beautiful performance from them so far. And Oxygen themselves now have to go up the gears just in order to compete. Here's Archie. He gets the faintest little touch on that one. That's exactly what he wanted, to pop it up. Joyo's in there. And Joyo can wait for a second to watch Rise beat his teammate to the ball. More danger now. Joyo is coming back. Oski had retreated wisely, and Carmine Corp had to slow down.
If you look at Rise in that position, Vatira's up to bump Joyo. Yeah. Look at Rise in that position. The ball was, I think, technically going towards him. He completely ignores it. He does not care about it. He goes for a bump, but doesn't get the bump, and so instead then goes for the boost and sets up all of this extended play just from Rise going away from the ball, but with a complete outplay in favour of Oxygen. It's a couple of sending the player to it, and then finally they get their goal.
Oxygen fight for their lives, and then they thrive. They had to make so many saves, and in the end, it was just a clean challenge from them to get the assist for Oski. And there, of course, Stumpy, who else for the tap-in was Archie.
Tap-in merchant, the world-leading tap-in merchant by his own recognition. Oski from that backboard needs to attempt to try and get another one. Going for one musty into Archie. Joy's a little bit further back, but I don't hate that positioning considering how far both of his teammates have pushed in. Oski with a pre-jump, round one. Chance for Joy now to come central. Taps it down, but Atto reads him to a T.
Mate, I'm telling you though, Vatira could have scored that from down the other end. It wasn't a full psycho, but it was the same sort of touch. If Vatira had got it off the back of Oxygen almost scoring, it could have been absolute pandemonium. One of those games where all these players are fully fit and firing now. The mechanics are working. They're all playing like we know they can, so any second a crazy goal may go in, especially with this man on the ball, Vatira, but he's charged down by Oski. Was going high. Oski goes for it himself. He uses all of his boost. He's just faked out the player. But now Atto comes forward. Joyo already up. Joyo has to get this one to the side. Can't do it. Atto gets it towards Vatira. Vatira to the side this time. And KC are playing with their food at the moment.
I mean, these touches are making everybody jump, and I think this food may well just bite back. Oski trying to go for one reset. Can't get around the side of Rise. Vatira gets rid of Oski. And Oski now getting rid of that ball. Oski with this respawn has to make contact. Does so. Joyo on his pushback. Needs to go towards that ball, does so as well. That was a very sketchy moment because that demo, as you were saying earlier, Cole, opened them up completely. And Atto to Vatira, rises up to shoot, and another bump. Aggression, wrestling players out on the orange net.
We won't see it in this replay, but all of this started about 30 seconds ago when Oxygen had the ball on KC's half. They went for an aerial fake, and we've seen time and again how effective they can be. But Rise, the absolute bravery of their man, completely reads it, just charges towards where the ball already is, clears it back, and eventually he's the one who ends up scoring.
Oxygen chasing this one goal now. Whoever wins this game is going to be going towards that series point. So important for different reasons. We've gone through it a couple of times. Just remember it from this point on. If not, we'll tell you in a minute. Vatira shooting towards that top corner. Archie pinching it out. Atto again. Archie then dives towards the bottom corner. A double save, keeping Oxygen alive.
Yeah, but they have to do more than survive. They have to fight back. 2-1 down still. Not much time left. Joe wants to get this touch. It's read yet again by Karmine Corp. Joe goes back, searching for boost. He's taken out the game by Vatira. And Oski's starved as well. Karmine Corp doing everything right. Game management to a T. Atto goes for a musty flick. He didn't quite have the time to make it. And Archie should be able to clear this one towards Joyo.
Joyo back towards Oski and Archie, but now he has to track back as Vatira and Rise are on the prowl. A direct shot. Vatira wanting to instead go for that double. Atto central. No one's there to receive it, but Karmine Corp do not need to push that far up.
Oh, wow, Vatira's been bypassed. Here's Rise up against Joyo. Joyo gets the shot, but it's not strong enough. Oski has a pass in the center. Joyo again. What's Archie going to do? He's going to follow this one up. Is he not going to be able to? One more pass. Stumpy, it has to be now for Oxygen.
Now or never, 10 seconds remaining. Rise central. Ball back towards the middle. Archie with control. Oski, 100 boost. Dives off the wall. Doesn't go anywhere near the ball.
Joyo towards Archie. He's got nothing. He just has to pray that he beats Vatira. He does, though. Joyo has a chance. Rise beats him to the punch. Karmine Corp have game point in their hands.
If Rise does not occupy that exact series of pixels in that moment, that is an equalizing goal. And Oxygen have taken a timeout to decompress from there. KC are straight up. This is the fairer strat. Get up out your seats, walk around a little bit, because timeouts realistically are for both teams.
Yeah, they're for both teams if you use them. It would be very easy here for Karmine Corp to be frustrated. You know, they're the team that have just won their game to make it 3-2 to themselves. They don't want this break. But even so, they're taking it properly, as you say, Stumpy. You're not just sitting there stewing, frustrated, wanting to get on with it, you know, getting overwhelmed and, you know, a little bit itchy. They're doing it all right, and that is the fairer effect from them. But as for Oxygen and Snaski, what will they be saying?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a time, as we say multiple times in these, for the coach to earn their money. The difference is one coach is with his players. He can physically get them to calm down or to amp up whatever it is that they decree that needs doing. But on the side of Karmine Corp, they are in the room together. We can see them standing and talking and discussing everything in person. Those hand movements, just being involved with each other, that can be the difference maker.
What are those hand movements are saying? Are they saying change anything? Are they saying keep going as we're going? It does look like the way they're communicating, they do believe there are slight tweaks in theory and in mechanics that can be made here up against Oxygen, because Oxygen are looking like a serious threat. But Stumpy, 3-2 to Karmine Corp. I believe that Oxygen would win this series going into it, but Karmine Corp, they just reminded all of us how brilliant they can be.
Yeah, and Karmine Corp, you asked me right at the start of the series, is this Karmine Corp back? And I said at the start of the day, well, they're opening the front door. I think now we're seeing them in the porch. They're taking their shoes off. They're starting to make themselves at home.
I look forward to that metaphor continuing over the next, hopefully, 2 games of Rocket League. But yeah, Oxygen Esports, as for them, I don't think there's too much really that they can tweak. I want to see Joyo get a little bit more involved. But they're trying to do all the right things. You know, the goal they conceded in the last game was because they went for an aerial fake. It didn't happen, but the worst thing they can do is turtle up and stop going for those plays. Because if they do that, as we've seen, if you defend too deep against Karmine Corp, they punish you ruthlessly.
Game number 6. Neo Tokyo is lit up. 2 minutes have elapsed. Timeouts are completed. And Oxygen are battling for that Game 7, the third of the day, and Karmine Corp would love to end it here. Worlds and the Major on the line for these teams respectively.
It's France versus the UK as well. As Joyo gets his catch, they'll believe they're going to London, but they'll want so much more Oxygen. But they're going to have to take the long road. Potentially if KC continue playing the way they are. Here's Atto. Wants to get this ball early on, but Joyo just clears it long. Rise with a clean first touch. Archie should be able to get this read. And not too much to glean from the first 30 seconds. It's pretty even between the two teams.
It's going to see Rise going for those demos again, and an Atto wild shot. Going for the inverted flick. And Rise Cole, his physicality, everybody's physicality, apparently as Vatira now gets involved on Carmine Corp, has been astonishing.
That could have been what KC were discussing, that every time they do take an Oxygen player off the pitch, suddenly things open up. Taking that risk, moving forwards after, instead of rotating out of the play immediately as Joyo has to really force something wide. That's so difficult.
The audacity of that play, Joyo, to air dribble it towards your own backboard to then pinch it away. Oh, what I would give to see Joyo just have an insane goal in this series. But Carmine, they want him to be shut down.
Well, here comes Vatira. So far, KC doing a great job of shutting Oxygen down. It's all been played now in the orange half, a minute and a half in. Joyo, though, does bundle his way forward. Archie's in here. What can he cause for his team? Oh, he gets one touch too many. Exactly, that's painful.
Yeah, one too many, but Oski's going to be there. Shoots just high of the net. That was me. Rise also darting across. If you want that shot, you need to shoot it low. Rise is backboard anyway. Low is going to be the hardest one for him to get to. Joyo going for a musty, but a disappointing touch from him. Oski reset towards the backboard. A 50, a dunk. Oh, yes! Large Oscar flexes his muscles.
Just out of nothing. It seemed like this one before to the side, but Oski is too strong, is too powerful, and is too aware where Rise was putting that ball.
Large Oscar beats that one home. Minute 45 elapsed. Oxygen gunning for game number 7.
Here comes Rise, though. He wants to get this catch. Is it a flick reset? No, he tries to dunk Joyo straight back after what Oski just did to him. This time it's personal as far as Rise is concerned. Let's get the ball back for now. Vatira's going for bumps, playing in front of the ball. Joyo gets the save to the top. Rise is coming in. He wants to find Vatira, but Vatira's all the way back.
But then I think that was Archie helped them out a little bit. Sent the ball back over towards Vatira. And this attack is still continuing. Rise ceiling double is going to be successful. Underneath Joyo. It is speed from the man.
You do not dunk Rise and expect him not to clap back. This is a man who can always return a punch.
All right, approaching halfway through the game. Again, we are drawn level. And Oxygen, they're wanting to make sure that their goal from earlier on is going to be the one where they don't need to fight too much harder. They know it's going to be a horrible fight. But if they just get this Game 7, everything opens right back up again. Because Game 7 seemed to be the great equalizer in Rocket League.
Archie does his best to keep that one as safe as possible. Better for him is that Joyo's now coming in, but it's saved by Atto. Sends that one forward. It's pretty awkward at the moment for Oxygen, actually. They're all beginning a big attack. One little touch had to send them scrambling backwards. Here's Atto again. Vatira's waiting for the ball. Vatira's ignored.
Interesting.
When Oxygen expected that he'd be gone for.
I mean, that was the idea, right? Like, he was in such an obvious position, you may as well try and just do something a little bit different. And Atto being experimental with it. Joyo sending it long, but to Atto, a player he would absolutely not want to give the ball to. Left-hand wall has Oski challenging him, falls perfectly to Rise. Vatira is now central. Rise attempts to go solo for a little while until Joyo picks it up. 100 boost missed from Archie. He can still get the shot towards the target, but Vatira is that next man to touch it. To commit, and suddenly a rush back towards the orange half.
Yeah, Oxygen were rushing there. Archie stole the boost and was going for a bump, and suddenly Oxygen had players both saying, yeah, we can score this. But you can't double commit in your opponent's corner, especially when it's Carmine Corp. Thankfully for Oxygen, they continue to survive, but KC now have the bit between their teeth. Joyo has to get this ball away, has to keep his composure, he does. But Rise gets the read to the ceiling. Rise could kill it here. Rise gets the flip reset. Archie's on the backboard, and Archie sends it, not for the first time, safely into that corner.
But Atto's been waiting in that corner, lurking. Vatira shooting top corner. Archie and just sits nicely in there as Oski clears that one away. 30 boost. Vatira can't get to it. Atto for the double. Goes down a snipe, and Archie again is the one to make contact.
Yeah, but Oxygen are just praying for these boosts to respawn. Joyo grabs one, and Joyo's pre-flip is true. Gets the middle boost as well. That may just calm down Oxygen as long as Oski gets this clearance. He does, but Rise was already there, and Atto steals another one. Suddenly the boost is back in KC's hands. Atto gets
What?
Atto has the brilliance to maybe send KC to Worlds.
Atto and his angles are sublime. What a touch from the corner. Inverts the play entirely, turns it on its head, and Carmine Corp rush towards a victory in Game 6.
The man scored the goal of the tournament in Copenhagen on Neo Tokyo with that floor pinch. And now he's back for more from afar this time. Joyo's coming in, could equalize straight away. It's over the top of Vatira. Vatira had to get Carl on ball. Managed to do it. Here's Joyo. Oxygen desperate to get this goal. Joyo tries to get the block. Not quite able to from Archie's shot. And Rise is coming in. Rise gets it wide.
It was a neat pass back, but unfortunately for them, just did not lead to much. Joyo central on target above. Batira is tripped up by Archie. 20 seconds left.
Oh man, Rise's clearance wasn't good enough. Atto wasn't quick enough. Joyo, you think his shot's not powerful enough, but when Batira can't get across because of the bump, anything could have gone in.
Final 20. Again, we are drawn level. Right-hand side with Atto going for the one. He's had a magical angle earlier on. Can he secure himself another? Final 10. Joyo backboard. Overtime is looming. Gets bumped out of the way. Oski clips it onward. Anything away from that orange half is good for Oxygen right now because we know how good Rise and Vatira are at 0.
Yeah, Rise is 100 boost, but surely no angle. He's got no way to break through here. He gets so close. 5 more seconds. Maybe Carmine Corp would have had that. Instead, it's OT.
Lovely kickoff. Oski now with a little bit of boost, flicks it round, but Vatira waits very patiently at the back. We've seen players trend up from those positions. You don't want to do it on those kickoffs. Make sure that you just chill a little bit closer towards your own goal, and KC have learned that lesson. Joyo erroneously gives that ball away, gets faked out. 100 boost. Atto is then on it. Oski, a technical shot, but Vatira easily saves it. Sees Rise on the side, sees Vatira, sees net, but victory is not in their sights just yet.
Oski should be able to get this touch, and he does. There's nobody in front of him now. All KC back in their half. All of Oxygen the same. Joyo is up. Vatira's bumping him away. He and Archie go. Atto can maybe get through. It Rise to the chance to kill it. It's saved by Oski.
Oski manages to clear that one away and then becomes a bit of an annoying nuisance in that back corner. Atto ceiling 30 boost. Rises there with 100. Oski with none. Throws himself in front of that ball.
Heroic defending from Oxygen, and Carmine Corp have to launch another attack. This time it's Rise, again forcing those flip resets, getting himself forward on the right wing. But Oski has a chance to counter. He almost gets over the top of Atto, and Carmine Corp are remembering their defensive responsibilities.
With enough boost, Archie could pitch that one central, but used 100 to do so. The Archie from earlier on, who was being so efficient with his boost, just used a lot for very little gain.
That's a chance maybe for Vatira. That could have caught Oxygen off guard. That demo certainly will. Oski
Double
gets
demo.
an awkward angle, no boost, a horrible position to defend from.
Rise
Somehow he
missed it.
finds a way, and now
Archie
has a chance. He fakes the flick. It's in the post. Joyo's coming in. Oh man, that could have gone either way. Oski this time to the ceiling. It's not going in just yet, and Atto stayed alert to pop away the clearance for Rise. Gets a flip reset towards it. Joyo saves.
No one expected that flip from Archie. I don't think Archie did either. Vatira challenging Joyo on target. Rise and Oski would move each other. It's a brief 2v2. Who's going to be winning out? It's Archie again to intercept. The defense from the Englishman is divine.
Here comes Joyo. Has to do more than defend. The ceiling with him. He gets the dunk. Is anyone arriving? Who read it for Oxygen? Nobody is the answer, so Vatira can clean up. Tee up Rise. Archie's there on the goal line. The first touch is perfect. Keeps himself behind the ball as long as possible, but Atto is able to nip in. Joyo tries to get it towards Archie, who manages to. Finds the ramp as well. Rise has to stare upwards and get something on the ball to keep Oxygen away for now.
2.5 minutes already elapsed in game number 6. Everything, as we've been saying, is on the line here. Oski wanting to go for a pinch, does get it round, but with no boost. He's going to have to retreat back. That mid is going to be his. Atto with 0 towards the ceiling. It's going to take a little while to fall straight back down. Archie, opportunity, goes central with it. Oski would have loved for that to have been a little bit lower, just so he could power it on a defenseless and Vatira towards that back blue side.
Yeah, a little bit lower, a little bit higher. Hitting the ceiling as well could have been deafening as far as KC were concerned, but not quite to be. Just in that worst position as far as the pass went. Oski, he gets that one towards 2 KC players who both have full boost. It's the real chance. Atto could get it now. The Rise could. It's safe for Vatira. Here comes Vatira and KC. More than keep their world's hopes alive.
That has become infinitely harder for Oxygen now to make worlds. Their performance needs to double. They need to get 2 rounds further as Carmine Corp, a late season surge with a big old dip in the middle. Yet they are finding themselves through back again to Championship Sunday.
Was it ever in doubt, Stumpy Goblin, that
Yes, it
Carmine Corp would
was.
come back here easy as you like?
Yes, it was in doubt.
Semi-finals, knocking out Oxygen on the way.
Of course
all
it
sorts
was.
of other permutations, meaning that maybe even
You
Oxygen
predicted
won't make
Oxygen.
it to London because Jobless might take them over.
Everyone
Who
predicted
didn't
Oxygen.
predict that? Wait, what?
So many of us went Oxygen.
I did, yeah.
Oh, that is... Right, basically, for everybody who was wondering we're freaking out just so much, Carmine Corp have just made it so that Oxygen, if they want to make Worlds, right now, they need to make minimum top 2 in London. If they make the major. Which they're likely to do, but if they make the major, Jobless could still go sicko mode tomorrow. Top 2 minimum now for Oxygen to make Worlds.
Yeah, and it can get better as well. If Carmine Corp win this event, then Oxygen will have to win the entirety of London. Joya will have to go back-to-back London. Easy. GG, no re. That's as big... the biggest online match of the season, for sure, that we've just seen. And Carmine Corp have done it. They've kept the ice. Rise of the ice. Rise of the ice.
Are you all right, mate?
Rise with the ice, not Rise with the eyes. And then Vatira just does his job. As Rice had eyes, apparently.
I was phenomenally impressed with Archie in that series. Like, well, I know that we've clowned him a little bit previously where we said, you know, he doesn't play Rocket League that much. He's not as invested as we've seen other players be. I could not see any amount of Archie that was not 100% dedicated to Rocket League today. I am blown away by his performance. Defensively, he was the most impressive person, I think, on that pitch. He was always diving back. I think offensively, he was creating so many opportunities. But Carmine Corp, they just proved to be too much in 6 games. And doesn't it just feel good, Cole, for Carmine Corp to really be back?
For sure. I mean, the blue wall will be such a big loss at Worlds if they're not able to make it, but nothing is locked in just yet. What we have just seen is but a taste of what Esports and Rlcs is going to give us as we head towards the dramatic end of this season. And now, thankfully, we have got our beautiful, brilliant, delightful Des to talk us through all that we've just seen with their sultry voices.
I'll be honest with how much he compliments us. I just am beginning to not trust him. And what is?
I never trusted him.
You're a smart man, though. That's why.
What a series.
Let's talk about it. My man, this CJ, this was phenomenal. I mean, first off, on one hand, we just love that The Rock is there for EU. K-Corp is back, but also, as they were mentioning, Archie, the Joyo rejuvenation on this squad. Oxygen is looking so good.
I mean, the level of play in that series, it was clearly the best we've had so far today. We kept saying it to ourselves in the green room. How on earth are these guys not making main events? How on earth are they? Well, this level of play is ridiculous. And, I mean, just if you're not saving it, every shot is in. Like, every shot is on target. You have to, you know, pre-jump. You have to make absolute worldy saves. So, yeah, credit to K-Corp. Atto, in particular, was popping off individually.
Yeah, especially on Neo Tokyo. Atto and Neo Tokyo has got quite a collection of highlight reel plays this season alone, just on that one map. Yeah, he's terrifying. And KC, the crazy thing, they're not going to be at London, but if they were, they could win it. Like, they're that good. They messed up in the second event, this split, but they are still at that top level. They could beat anyone.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Johnny, is it's just such a brutal format for teams. Like, you got to be on all the time. And to see KC now pull it back is just, as I said, a phenomenal bit of Rocket League.
I mean, they're just so impressive. But, I mean, Oxygen, I want to say as well, like, they have to make final in London. And if KC win this weekend, they have to win.
That's tough.
It's pretty, I mean, it is going to be tough, but that feels like it's scripted. I wouldn't mind it if KC win this event online just to force Oxygen to need to win London. I mean, at that point, fair enough. You've won London. I don't think KC could even be too mad at Oxygen if they did that. I don't think they would be mad at them. They'd be mad at themselves. But yeah, it's almost like the script is being played out right in front of our eyes right now.
You know, you look at Jobless as well. They had to sit back and watch and see what happens for the other teams. They need a few things to go their way. That's still alive. I think the more storylines that we keep alive, the better. And yeah, as you said, Oxygen have a lot of work to do now if they are to make London in the first place, when they get there, to get that top 2. But you could see how much meant to K-Corp as well. The reactions was fantastic. How good is it having play cams, having access to that, and just seeing the passion, the pop off when Vatira scored that winner.
This is massive, Johnny. Now, looking at the scenarios, the fact that everything up to this point has just been so alive with only 2 spots locked in just makes things so exciting.
Yeah, and this does mean Jobless have another target, another team they're hunting. Oxygen and Gentlemates are locked on 36. Jobless are coming for them. If Jobless can win this event, then they'll tie with Oxygen and Gentlemates. 3-way tie for 2 major spots. That world is still alive.
Hey, we want to let him go celebrate, so we won't keep him longer. I believe Shogun is standing by with Rise for an interview.
Certainly am. And Rise, congratulations on your victory, eliminating Oxygen and putting yourself also very close now to Worlds. It's been a bit of a difficult time over the past few weeks, but you guys seem like you've really locked back in to your true forms.
Yeah, no, it's hi, by the way. It's been a tough couple of weeks. You know, when we formed, we never expected we'd be missing regionals, but that is Rocket League. You know, things can happen. You can have bad days, and that can cost you. So we've locked in really well. I'm really proud of us as a team, as a collective. We've not let our heads drop. We've kept the grind up. You know, we've kept trying to improve. Whilst it, you know, maybe knocked our confidence for a bit, and it kind of showed. I think that yeah, we're playing really well, and we're gonna keep going as long as we can.
Let's talk a little bit about that as well, because some Rocket League players, when they do have results go against them, they can sort of shell up a little bit, maybe not talk to each other. After the results from that second open qualifier from this split, how did you guys react to that? Were you just giving it some time to settle and then talk, or were you straight to the drawing board, let's see if we can fix this?
So if I remember correctly, we took a day or two to kind of, you know, process everything, because it is, as much as it is for the viewers, it is for us as well, a shock. Whilst not taken away from those teams, you know, it is a bit of a the Beatles, it is a bit of a shock. And then we came to Paris actually to, you know, discuss everything and kind of talk over what our feelings were, our thoughts, and yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure it was Farah's idea, and it was great. It kind of helped us start from square one again, and yeah, helped a lot.
And for sort of the rest of this major that we've got, obviously you guys are no longer in contention for London. Is there any sort of look towards, you know, what Oxygen can do, or is it just play your game, worry about what Oxygen might be able to do later? I mean, you guys are now in a position where Oxygen now need to make finals at minimum at London to try and take your spot. Is there any worry about them, or is it just focusing on yourselves?
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if we go on to lose tomorrow, for example, and they go on to win London, we've got to hold our hands up. Fair enough. They deserve it. So yeah, it's just focus on ourselves, you know, put everything into this weekend, because it could be our last weekend this season. Sorry. So yeah, it's just lock in and give everything.
And before I let you go, is there anything you want to say to the KC fans out there?
Oh, story more than anything. You know, we wanted to be in London just as much as you guys wanted us to be there. Thank you for all your support. You know, all your messages mean everything to us. It's the best fan base in the world. Yeah, I'm very sorry that we're not there, but hopefully we can see you at Worlds and bring the trophy home.
Well, it's been fantastic to hear from you. We'll get to see more of you tomorrow, but for now, go and enjoy the rest of your day.
You too, Shogun. Have a good one, man.
And as Rise was saying, they're not going to be in London as much as they would have wanted it, CJ, but we do have BDS and Vitality locked in.
Yeah, look, you know, Rise and Materia, they've already won in London, so they don't need to do that again. Don't worry about that. They do need to get a win tomorrow to, I guess, give themselves the best possible chance for Worlds. But a couple of teams in for Europe and a couple of teams to go. I still think it's crazy the fact that Jobless are still in the hunt and they could get it with a regional win tomorrow. So very exciting Champ Sunday coming up.
Yeah, no, that's actually insane that is still going. As much as all of us have not been predicting them for wins, we kind of like to see it. We're just fans of Rocket League as well. But if you are a fan of Rocket League, get to one of these two lands coming up. This is the last weekend of online play for the 2024 season. You get 2 more chances after this to hang out with us. One is in London. Tickets are at ticketmaster.co.uk. And then, of course, you can also, if you missed that one, it's too far away, get to Worlds. Join us in Texas. It's rl.gg/RLCS, Texas in Fort Worth, Dickies Arena. Last chances in this entire year, and then who knows when we'll see you guys again, right? So get on there and join us. But we still have a few more games to get through before we get to those events. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket for the rest of tomorrow. One more day. This is it, Johnny. We have 3 best of 7s left.
Yeah, Jobless can still force a tiebreaker for the major if they win the event. KC can make Oxygen's life even harder. BDS can go back-to-back, and Luna Galaxy just kind of playing it there in their own world right now. They are trying to win this one and finish their season with a bang. Don't forget OCE and APAC as well. OCE kicks off at 9 in the morning Central European summertime, very early for you guys over there in America as well. Like 3 in the morning Eastern if you're up late or if you're up early to watch that. Be sure to tune in. Big major scenarios on the line there between Pioneers and Chiefs. And a little bit later, 1 in the afternoon tomorrow, we're going to have the APAC Grand Final, which is also massive. So Rocket League from very early on until very late all day is going to be a huge day for RLCS.
Let's take a look at the schedule. It's pretty straightforward. As I said, 3 best-of-7s. We get to our semis with Jobless and Luna Galaxy up first, and afterwards K-Corp and Team BDS in the grand finals. After that, we have to determine where those teams are by playing our best-of-7s. CJ, tomorrow is going to be a blast. I mean, I don't know about you, but there's part of me hoping for that Jobless run through to the end.
I think today sort of just, laid the groundwork that no matter what series you think might be the important one or the blockbuster, just watch them all because you never know what is going to happen. Yeah, very exciting, and it's great to see that we've still got a couple of spots to decide right down to the final day of the last event.
Yeah, when you go to bed, I gotta ask, what's your schedule, your own personal schedule? Because I know OCE starts in 6.5 hours. When are you off to bed and when are you waking up?
Starts in 11.5 hours. Starts in 11.5 hours.
11.5, sorry, 11.5.
I'll get my 8 hours.
Oh yeah, that's American time zone, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be
You're fine.
I'll be all good over here. No, we're having fun. How good's this? I'm sure everyone else is tuning into all the different regions around the world, and it's great that it's all coming down to this final day as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
We don't have I don't think the graphic ready for yet, but I did want to shout out Coin, by the way, today. We thought this was going to be a first easy 3 matches to figure out. Coin was the only one that went 3 for those ones. Did get the last one wrong there, but we'll see how it... Yeah. It won. It won today. It heard us talking smack about it before, and it's like, not today. Not today, we don't. But again, we have more action tomorrow, the last day of online Rocket League. Please join us, same time, 4:30 CEST for the pre-show, and then kick off 30 minutes after that. That's it. We got to rest. One final day. Please join us tomorrow.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves down.